What up? What up? What up? Man, y'all, I'm having technical difficulties today already, believe it or not. So just bear with me. We finna go ahead and get this young introduction going. What the hell is that? Oh, 1 second. So yeah, man, how y'all feeling? How y'all feeling, man? I'm trying to for some reason this is screen sharing is canceled. For some reason, StreamYard is giving me a lot of goddamn problems today. It's crazy, but hey, we're gonna deal with it. We're gonna do what we gotta do. Nope, that's not it. Let me take that down. So yeah, no, I wonder why my mm-mm. Oh, it won't even let me bring up my other screen. Yep, either or. I guess we're gonna go and get to it. Damn, that's crazy. Let's see. Tab. My screen's off. Entire screen. Nope. Oh, there we go. Jeez Louise. But yeah, now let's go ahead and get it cracking right fast.
Yeah. Late nights. Open mics. Truth only move when the room got order. Mr. Peppers and Prime on the control. Welcome to Charlie Chine TV. Yeah. Three beautiful women, a whole panel in a vibe. Vibing with me, she set the tone when she look you in your eyes. Tam talk straight, no filter, no disguise. And a smooth with it, every word calm but precise. Chat going crazy, yeah, the numbers stay live. Everybody got opinions when the combo get tight. Different views, same table, respect, stay intact. Late night panels where the feelings meet facts. Late night, don't sleep, don't sleep. True talk, true, no retreat, no retreat. Panels lit, crowd loud, Charlie Chan, TV, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV, Charlie Chan, TV.
Once again, man, Charlie Chan out there, man. Some of the most beautiful women, bitch friendly. Like it.
Yeah, sick of the lies. Same topics rotate every time they go live. Black man in Germany, Berlin, state of mind. Different culture, different lens, still speaking this side. Black cleaner, keep it solid, street calm, no flex. Miguel, keep it gangster, let the truth handle the rest. Ain't nobody running when the questions get steep. Nothing moves unless Peppers nod, Prime say speak. Two moderators. One room, one mic at a time. Now let it cook. Charlie Chan, TV, Louisiana, where it starts. Southern roots, but the vision way bigger than charts. Panel talking night, hotel reviews by day. From lobby to rooftop, he telling no fake. Grinding every wildin' in the comments tonight. Typing fast, cracking jokes, adding fuel to the light. When against him on his top supporter in the chat. But he said, cam up, Charlie, yeah, pressure like that. Take the travel POV, nodded off mid-live. Guess these late nights build different, everybody can't survive. Hey, late nights, hey, don't sleep, don't sleep. Real talk, real raw speech, Peppers grind, crowd loud, Charlie Chan. Charlie Chan, TVB, Charlie Chan, TVB. Shout out to Live Chat. Shout out to Replay Game. Shout out to supporters who keep the lights on. If you're here every night, we see you. Let's talk.
Charlie Chan TV.
Charlie Chan TV. We out here at Ryan's party, man. This number right now, man. My list, man.
You're back in the building, man. How we doing? Yeah, I'm all right. POV, man. Appreciate you. DMV. Shout out to Foreign Skies, all you brothers, man. Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, man. For sure, man. Appreciate y'all. Young Sugar. What's up, man? Let me get through some of these what's names, man. And I'm gonna go through it. Lola, what's up? How we feeling with why okay, we're gonna get to it. Man, shout out to my good brother POV, man. Let me tell y'all something, man. Y'all do not know or understand the admiration that I got for you guys, man. Like I done had a a couple of you brothers hit me up in the back office and got me just to tap in, like, damn, bro, you good? It's not like you, man. And y'all don't know that goes far, man. It goes far as hell, just because sometimes when you think people don't really rock with you like that, and you see they rock with you, kind of change your mindset on it, man. So, man, shout out to everybody. Shout out to my good brother Foreign Skies, man. How you doing, Young King? POV, man, one of my good brothers, man. I'm talking about one of my day ones, A1 from day one. You know what I mean? Remember, Charlie Chan said it here, man. POV is an A1 from day one, which means, bro, he didn't stay solid the whole rip, man. Shout out to Foreign Skies, man, showing love. Kimberly, how you doing? Yep, that's what's up. That's what's up. It's been a while, man, but when I say a while, I just didn't post this week, but you know, I ain't gonna let a week go by without tapping in with the fam, man. You know what I mean? This thing of ours, it really goes far to me. You know what I mean? So yeah, shout out DMV, man. How you feeling, good brother? You know what I mean? Appreciate you, man. Yeah, man. I'm good, man. So yeah, man. That's how I know this thing of ours, man. It's not just a trend, man. It's a movement. You know, Charlie Chan said it here, man. It's not just a trend. It's a movement, bro. And I've been working on how not just myself, but us as a community, we're gonna move to the next level. And one of those things is holding each other accountable, man. You know what I mean? Like I said, really like holding each other accountable now, because I don't say this is mine. I've always from day one said this is ours. You know what I mean? That's why when brothers give me feedback into something tangible, I try to execute on it, just because I know it's coming from a place of admiration, a place of sincerity. You know what I mean? Like, so if you part of this thing of ours, man, don't hesitate to, if you see something go on or see something that you don't quite agree with, man, don't hesitate to hit me up, man. We can always chat about it. I'm not saying at any time, oh, I'm bigger than the program, because this is the program, and no one man is bigger than the program, myself included. You know what I mean? Shout out to Misha and Rainier. I got a chance to. I didn't catch Misha's live. I wish I did though, because I definitely love to go up and show Misha her channel, and you know, Rainier love and stuff like that. I didn't get a chance to catch it, but yes sir. Forrest Scott said, yeah, this YouTube family thing of ours. You damn right, man. And tell them if they get it misconstrued, they lose, man. You know what I mean? It's only one question, and if you ain't got that answer, you out, man. So this thing of ours really, 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 to me, means something. Some people get in here and they just playing around, but when I say it means something to me, man, I mean that from the bottom of my heart. It means something, you know. And I've also been working on being the change that I want to see myself. You know what I mean? Just to further bring this thing in and stuff like that. So shout out to, let's say, Yo Sugar. Okay, sup everybody, man. We just that's gonna be one of my introduction one day. What's up, everybody? You know what I mean? Shout out to you. Yep. We in here now. Foreign Skies. Need a back office now. Man, say less, man. Let me figure out how I could get it to you. Are you connected with anybody from because I send that over to you right now, brother. You know, you one of the ones that been here from the jump, bro. Like, I'm a little bit salty that you ain't been had my credentials, man. You know what I mean? You know, shit. You can always reach out to me, Foreign Sky. You, like I said, you one of the young brothers to where, you know what I mean, being a part of this thing of ours, man, we get to see you elevate and evolve, man, and it's truly a pleasure, man. I say that because I mean it. It's truly a pleasure, man, because as a young brother, you can already tell you got your head on straight. You know what I mean? You got it together. If I was as focused at your age than I am now, man, it'll be a world of difference, man. Oh, you got Prime? Okay, say less. I shoot Prime I'm finna shoot Prime my credentials so he can shoot them to you, man. So you can yeah. You can always reach out, man. It depends on the travel. Yep. Shout out to my good brother X-Pac, man, showing up and showing out, man. Definitely appreciate you, X-Pac, man. Hope Thailand is treating you well. Well, I think you say you outside of Thailand, and I don't think I know the. Well, we don't have to get in, but hope out there is treating you well, man. And I know you out there doing well because you one of the people over here that you can even tell like the way that you carry yourself. You got a good heart, bro, and it bleeds through your words and your actions and stuff. So shout out to you, man. And let me read your comment. He said travel, freedom, or just another tourist trap depends on the traveler. I agree, but when I speak of that, we're talking about in whole, like far as all encompassing. For me, like I like to indulge in, like say a lot of times when I go places, like when I went to Brazil, we had to do the favelas tour. You know what I mean? When I went to Brazil, that could be touristy because we booked a tourist guide. Now, here's the thing. If you watch me either here, now, or later, do not go to the favelas by yourself. I'm not saying that because, this, that, and the third. I'm saying that because it could get wicked, man. Just think about the worst city in America and times that by 10, and then just think there's no inlet or outlet to where people could get to you quickly. They could really hide you in there, bro. So if you listening to me, do not go to favelas like think you just gonna walk around and be cool. Like even our tourist guide had to, and you can ask Ryan, DC, or even the good brother Rolando. We had to, like our tour guide had to get information to go to certain places. You know what I mean? So there's that. But yeah. I feel it. What you're saying, X-Pac. Shout out to you for that. Only Prime, you said, yep. I'm as soon as I open the panel, I'm gonna send Prime my number to him. Ask him to see if he can send you my number. Yeah, Misha, first time Columbia was live with Rainier and Miguel and Unc Jay, but she didn't go live again with the chicas. I think you meant to say chicas, but yeah. You know, Misha, she very cognizant of what she's putting on her channel, and also they are in a different place, so they probably just gotta get the terrain and understand that. I know Misha and them out there doing their thing, though. You know what I mean? That's one thing that they relay is like once they pull up, they there. You know what I mean? They gonna do their thing. K9, my good brother, man. How you doing, K9, man? Shout out to you, K9. You know what? I watched that little last piece back, man. Listen, if y'all over here rock with me, man, make sure to rock with K9, man. Like K9 come over here sometime when it get too chaotic over there, but when over here is feeling too peaceful, I go over there. You know what I mean? It's a good time over there, man. K9 and them, they be kicking it, chilling, man, spitting game. And sometimes it be battle of the wits. They call me a nerd, or not K9, but some people on the channel, they call me a nerd. If y'all know me, y'all know I'm the farthest thing for a nerd, but that's not even to me. I don't even take that as an insult. That's like somebody said, get out of here with your rich ass. Like, oh man, no, you know what I mean? So shout out to K9 in the building, man. Always showing love, bro. Appreciate you, bro. I got some news about your channel, man, that I want to tap in with you about. And say one of the little dudes from over here that I had to kick out from over here, he came over there to your spot and was clowning, man. If you want to add any context to that, man, I would definitely appreciate it. And like I say, yeah, everybody that's here, they know who I'm talking about because I had to kick him off. Well, I didn't kick a couple people off at this point, but he was the weird dude. He came over here talking about somebody else, and we like, bro, why are you telling me? Like, I'm the man's daddy. I'm supposed to check him on that, man. You know what I mean? He came over here talking about Uncle Rico, said Uncle Rico did this, that, and the third. And when I asked Uncle Rico about it, he said, no, I ain't do that because if I did it, I would tell you. You know what I mean? And I told him, don't come over here saying somebody did something you don't have any proof. You know what I mean? Like, and I stand on that. Like, that's just like the thing with another brother. I'm not going to say his name. They were putting a jacket on his name. I'm like, if you don't have the paperwork on that, don't speak on it, man, because that make you a sucker to me. You know what I mean? If you can't prove it and you just saying some shit that you heard somebody say, and I'm trying to clean up my language, y'all, so catch me on it if you can. But if you just over here saying something that somebody told you, that's something that women do, bro. You know what I mean? That's something that women do, so we're not going to do that over here, especially when it's come to a serious, you putting something serious on the person's name. You know what I mean? Said travelers usually go to the tourist area where prices are higher. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Like say for me, when I first went to the DR, I think the tourist area in the DR is God damn it, what's the name of that? Is um you know the older area and stuff like that. I forgot the name of it. But shout out to my good brother Jay Holiday because that's his stomping ground over there. But me, I don't think for me, like say I stay in Piantini a lot, and that's just because that's the well-to-do area. When I walk around there, I feel safe. Everything is up and it's cool over there and stuff like that. So yeah, I rock with the Piantini area, but I'm not sure if that's so much of a tourist spot. Now you can see a lot of people over there, as far as from America, but those will usually are well-to-do people. Yep. No, she said she would go live with them more entertainment, but didn't. Yeah, no, she probably and I can't never speak for Misha, in which I never would try to, but what I will say is maybe she got out there and seen that she needed to survey the terrain a little bit more. I'm sure, Misha really fuck with the YouTube thing. In fact, YT family, I got it from her. I said that here, like say I picked up that from her when she said the YT family, like YouTube family. You know what I mean? When I say that, that's the people that come and rock with me, but they're not necessarily a part of this thing of ours. You know what I mean? Both is appreciated. The people that rock with me and the people that's a part of this thing of ours. But when you're part of this thing of ours, you got my personal contact. You could hit me up and voice something that's going on with you. You could, like I said, I had brothers hit me up and they was going through a hard time. You know what I mean? And a lot of times, and I will never talk about it just because that's not what I do. But a lot of times, if somebody's going through something and they hit me up, I'll generally stop what I'm doing to see if I can aid and assist my brother that called me. You know what I mean? So yeah, shout out to POV, man. I don't know if you were just here a minute ago, but I said you missed the A. What now? That's my Instagram handle, which I got to change that. But you one of the A1s from day one. You know what I mean? Been here for the longest. Like you a pioneer in this area where we call the thing of ours, man. So shout out to you, POV, bro. You are really appreciated over here. If I done said it once, I done said it a million times. Shout out to POV. Let's see. Yeah, he was messing up the flow of that live. Oh, you seen that live, Foreign Skies, the one I'm talking about with K9? Okay. Yeah, for sure. Or you might be talking about the one on my, little dude, yeah, man. But you could tell he was a little dude. As soon as he started trying to call me out of my name, like, bro, that don't really even hold no weight, bro. You like a little girl over here, man. You like a grade schooler calling me out. You know what I mean? Like, you know how kids, when they just learn how to cuss and they not putting cussing words in the right order. That's who dude is to me. Like, he's a peon in my eyes. You know, he a flea to me. Shout out to POV from Foreign Skies. K9 said, "Oh yeah, okay." So K9, quick question. So somebody was telling me that it like interrupt your channel, like your channel got taken down or something like that. Is that true? You know what I mean? Real quick, you said YT family is here. Along this thing of ours. Yeah, for sure. It's two things that's running parallel, but they are different. You know what I mean? Like say to have my personal contact, which I got two phones, but one of these phones is something for completely different. But I'm about to get another phone, at least another line. So you know, the when that line ring, I know it's somebody from this thing of ours. You know what I mean? So there's that. So yeah, for sure. Oh, here. Okay, yeah. I see Foreign Sky. You said I don't like CC damn near trying to you in I don't like random people coming in your live with random beef topic. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I wasn't referring to CC, but y'all know how I feel about that. It's no big deal to me. I'm not the person that's gonna sit and talk about, you know, this, that, and the third and stuff like that. What I will say is I I love to have a conversation with individual in person. You know what I mean? I'm not going to sit on here and talk down on nobody's name because that's not my style either. You know what I mean? But I would love to have a conversation in person, and that way we could really, hash out our differences. But man, shout out to people said like, oh, he was super disrespectful in the comments. I didn't realize, and even when I look back, because I look back, you guys know I don't really edit my shit like that. So even when I look back, I didn't even feel no type of way when I was reading it. But at the same time, I'm not going to be the person that's going to be up here and talk about, oh, I'm going to do this, that, and the third. Or I was like, let's meet up and talk like men. And we'll just go from there. That's my thing. I'm not I'm going to crack. No, that's not me. Let's link up and talk like men. So with that being said, yeah, shout out to CC. And then as far as fighting, bro, I be telling people that come over here and they want to argue with people, like, bro, you're all 500 miles away from each other. Unless somebody catching a flight to link up or y'all linking in the middle, which I'm okay with that. If somebody want to link in the middle because you got an issue with me, hit me up and let me know. You know what I mean? If you want to have that face-to-face talk, hit me up and let me know. I'll link with you. So my channel had got demonetized, but I got it back monetized yesterday. So what was it because of the derogatory language? Because if that's the case, man, he did that, man. I'm trying to watch my words, man, but he more of a peon than I thought, man. You know what I mean? Like these little fleas and shit, bro. But at the same time, I peeped his energy from the door. So not only did I kick him off, I banned him. Like, you're not a dude that I could rock with. Because it's like you're a peasant, man. You know what I mean? That's what I think about when I think about him. He a peasant, bro. Like, you go around trying to rally up people and stuff like that, but then you not willing to stand on your word. I don't know where y'all from, but where I'm from, a lot of y'all, but where I'm from, if you said that he said that they said that, we get a circle with everybody together. We're going to get to the bottom of it. Then, you know what I mean? So that's why I told him, like, that's what I told him, like, don't come over here saying that such and such got your channel took down if you have no proof of it. You know what I mean? Because other than that, you're going off your feelings, and that's something that a woman do. Let women be women, man. Shout out to Lil Wayne, where you said, keep the game fair. Players play and let the cheerleaders cheer. He said something to the note of that. You know what I mean? POV say Charlie got a trap phone. Nah, Charlie don't trap no more. I that life behind me, guys. I don't trap no more. I used to, you know what I mean? And if I'm keeping it a buck, because it's the YT family and this thing of ours, man. I be thinking about getting the band back together. You know what I mean? Because once you're used to it, you're used to it. And I used to tell my people, especially back in the day, I said, man, one thing I've never seen was a rehab for people that get money, because it's addictive. You know what I mean? When you know you could go out in one night and make a couple thayal, or one day and make a couple thayal, it gets addictive, and you get bills to where you be like, damn, now I see what the regular people go through. You know what I mean? So yeah, but it's not a trap phone though. It's a completely different purpose. Shout out to KB in the building, man. Yes. Charlie back like I ain't never left, man. KB and X-Pac, y'all, whoever want to come on, I'm gonna be dropping the link in a minute. But you know, man, I got to pull up and show my admiration for this thing of ours and the YT family, man. You know what I mean? Like, and y'all don't know how much I rock with y'all, man. So this week it's been a lot going on. I wasn't as productive as I would like to be, but I still got some things done and stuff like that. But we still on it. But yeah, shout out to you, KB, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. And here's the thing. Just check this out, because KB, you a person with numbers. It's not like I was going for a month. It's just this week I didn't post in my that's why I know this thing of ours is real, because I done had brothers hit me up like, bro, you usually done went live a couple times by now. You good? Like, yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. I'm good, man. I just be having a lot going on in the back office a lot of times, but for sure. Yes. Shout out to my brother POV. And say, hit that like button, man. If you don't do nothing else, man, hit the like button, man. Dang, interact with your boy, man. Salute, man. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Oh, my bad. I read something to myself, but it came out loud. He said, never been scammed in my 33 years of traveling. Yeah. Well, yeah. See, but you got to understand, everything is anecdotal. Yeah, that felt like that was wrong, but y'all get what I'm saying. I don't know. Sometimes my tongue just don't work. That came out wrong as well. Like the actual formation of it, but like that's just like this. It's I don't even want to say who it is, but I got guys. It's a young brother there. He come to me for advice and stuff like that, and he say he rarely use protection. And the one chick that he said rarely, he said I don't want to say how many numbers of bodies and say he got and stuff like that, but we're talking about like not no real bodies. We don't talk about things like that. But he was talking about he never like actually got a chick pregnant or even caught anything. And the one chick that he did got pregnant, she was like, man, she fake trapped me. I'm like, bro, she didn't trap me, bro. Come on, man, my pull-out game is decent. Like, bro, that's a myth. Don't let these people lie to you like that. That's not a real thing, man. You grew up watching too much YouTube and like internet or Facebook or whatever it was when you was growing up, but that's not a real thing. You know what I mean? I'm saying all of that to say, it's some people like you, expat, to where you could travel 33 years and never get scammed and nothing never happened to you. And there's some people on their very first travel trip, they get scammed. They get scoped. Something terrible happened to them. You know what I mean? So much so to where they never want to travel again. So it's very anecdotal when it comes to things like that. But shout out to you, man. And then you seem like you got some good travel knowledge about you. So yeah, shout out to you for that. If you come after me in Thailand, make sure you have good medical life insurance that covers you overseas. Yeah, after me in Thailand. Yeah, for sure, for sure. For sure. Shout out to you, expat. That's good. Johnny, what it do, man? He said, salute to Drop Top Charlie. You know what? I'm thinking about I'm getting ready to break out my drop top because the weather's just finally starting to break. I think tomorrow is going to be 71 degrees. So yeah. So usually because they were, yeah, for sure, for sure. Like everybody's situation, like I say, is just different, you know, because here's the thing. My first trip to the DR was to the zoo, man. You know what I mean? I went by myself. I went out on a limb, and that's before we had this thing of ours. You know what I mean? Like say with this thing of ours, like say if you come here before you go there, you're plugged in. You're plugged in. Like off top, you got brothers that'll pull up on you and kick it with you. Like it's a young brother that's over here. I think we're not gonna categorize him and stuff like that. But he's over here. And the first time he went, it was kind of like just a little chill. But the second time he went, he was locked in. But that's when he got deep into this corner, you know, of YouTube and stuff like that. So yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, man, we over here just kicking it and just dropping some game and stuff like that. So far as the topic and stuff go, 1 second. So it's usually like for me, I guess it depends on why you travel. A lot of times, like for me, I travel for a peace of mind. You know what I mean? I'm not looking for love. I'm not looking for hugs. I'm not looking for none of that, man. I travel for a peace of mind. I travel to where my head is gonna always be on the swivel, but it feels more peaceful. You know what I mean? It's something different for me. You know what I mean? So that's one thing about that. But like say, why do you guys travel? In my opinion, if you traveling and the only thing you do is going to tourist places, I don't think you're getting a full experience of that of the place that you're visiting, because it's a curated experience. You know what I mean? It's something that they made specifically for the travelers, and you will never get a chance to see the real place of where you go. Like say now, as far as the DR, like I started venturing out in the DR, and I still stay in like well-to-do places, but you could tell, like say, the place there where I stayed. Oh, I still got footage on a place, and I never did it, dropped it. But you could tell it was more or less locals there. Like in fact, when I got there, they had to go find one person on the property that spoke English. You know what I mean? And he was a Mexican guy, and he was like, "Oh, you speak English?" He said, "Yeah." So you from America? I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, what's up, my N word?" Now, me being from down south, it's not no, it's not no, it's not no, it's not a common thing for anybody to use. But from me being able to travel, you got to understand people on the West Coast that they grew up in that community is common language. They didn't mean anything by it. People on the East Coast that grew up, like say, I think Rainier pointed out one time. He said, "Man, we grow up with these people. We go to school together and all of this stuff. So our language is their language. The same way that we communicate, they communicate. They don't just say that to us; they say that to them too. That's just their. That's just their. That's just the way that they speak. You know what I mean? That's just their language. That's just their logo. I mean, lingo out there. So there's that. Let me see. A shout out. He said, "I travel to get." Hey, hey, POV be wilding out in the comments sometimes. Listen, hey, it ain't nothing like kicking it with a beautiful looking female, which gazing like into the ocean, or you got you some rooftop joint type shit, and you can see the whole city is like on top of the world type joint. So yeah, no, I can concur. You know what I mean? But my thing is, it's a peace of mind. Like say, I got some going on with my dogs now, so I should be able to travel soon. In fact, for my actual business and stuff, I'm supposed to be going to a convention in Vegas soon, where it's like a little community thing over there, and it's a lot of people to network with. So yeah, I'll be going out there soon, but I got something up for my dogs. Whether I ship them out of the state or keep them here, I got something coming up, and it's completely on the business side. So it's not predicated on anyone's feelings. You know what I mean? So there's that. Shout out to Foreign Skies. He writes. He said, Charlie Chan TV, you are a pillar of this new space. And this thing of ours is a lot of wisdom and realness. Things, nothing but support and love coming from this way, man. Shout out to you, Foreign Skies. Maybe a lot of time I be reading shit to myself just because that's what I'm used to, but I could read that again if you guys want. Foreign Skies writes, he said, Charlie Chan TV, you are a pillar of this new space. And this thing of ours, a lot of wisdom and realness, nothing but support and love coming from my way. And I want you to know, young brother, is nothing but reciprocated. You know what I mean? I rock with those that rock with me, man. And that's off top. You know what I mean? Like say, I'm not out here like saying, "Oh man, y'all come over here." No, that's why I don't do a lot of people panels. I rock with K9, I rock with Ronan's Travelers and stuff like that. Y'all already know, man. One of my brothers is Ryan, DC. You know, I pull up on them just because those are my people. You know what I mean? But man, I really don't be having a lot of interest on going on other people's panel outside of the people name that I just named, like K9M over there, bro. I had a good time over there, bro. We over there like I was drinking, so a little bit at the end, like little bro went too far. You know what I mean? But we was joking and stuff like that the whole time, and nobody, I can't say nobody took it serious because at the end, bro said something to where like, yeah, we just don't play like that. But other than that, man, bro, y'all go over there and check out K9. Now, I don't know if that was just my time over there when we was kicking in and stuff, but it was a damn good time, man. Like I was laughing so hard to where my face damn near started hurt, you know. So, but yeah, nah, shout out to you, Foreign Skies. Most horror stories you hear about overseas come from men's poor choices. Yeah, yeah, for sure, for sure. My brother and the sponsor of this here stream is Mr. Peppers. Peppers, I didn't get a chance to give you the recognition that I wanted to give you last screen, man. So allow me to do that now. And I would like to also pair that with, man, my sincerest apologies, just because, man, when things started taking off, man, I kind of got sidetracked, but I just need you to know, man, you one of the real ones that I actually rock with, man. Shout out to Peppers, which is another brother that I linked up with in real life, and we kicked it like some karate instructors, man. You know what I mean? For sure, man. Shout out to Pepper, which is this stream sponsor. I'm gonna drop the link so I could go ahead and get that together and stuff like that. Like y'all don't know. A lot of times I be running behind with a lot of this thing and stuff like that. But yeah, man, I didn't get it in my opinion. And I bro don't be, and he don't ask for nothing, you know what I mean, at all. But I didn't give him his just due, and it was only a mistake on my part. You know what I mean? It wasn't anything outside of that. It was a mistake on my part. Like I said, I got sidetracked with everything that was going on, and I didn't give my brother his just due. So that's on me, and that's why he is the stream sponsor tonight. So shout out to my good brother, Mr. Peppers, man. Let me put this in the chat just in case people want to pull up. But pertaining to what Expat just said, yeah, a lot of people make poor choices, and they said YouTube rejected your comment. This is fairly common when sharing a link. You may need to share the link. Another one. They on my heels with that, man. Like I'm literally, I don't know if I can show because shit. Let me try this again, man. I don't know why. I'm probably, and I paid a decent amount of money for a goddamn I'm finna say voice screen. How many of y'all old enough to remember voice screen? Like say that now that's like saying I was young then too, but I was really full-fledged trapping then. Like they whole thing was your first 60s, your first minute is free. Man, I tell bro, if you calling me, you talking about some bread, if it take you more than 60 seconds to say I don't want that bread. You know what I mean? Like say, and that's when you can put minutes on your phone. Like say, man, I would have 500 minutes on my phone for months. Because everything that we need to talk about, you need to be able to say in less than 60 seconds. So but instead of voice screen, this is StreamYard. Man, I know I'm getting old too. I was walking through damn, it's saying that again. Damn, Ronan had told me how to pin it to the top of the chat, but I don't even know shit. I really want to I don't know. Let me try to send it to you, POV, or Mr. Pep, and see if y'all can't put it in the chat. But for some reason, it won't let me put it in the chat. Like I really feel like StreamYard be in my way intentionally for some reason. I don't want to say they hating because they don't know me, but damn, that's crazy. But let me see if I can try to send it to Mr. Peppers or POV. Let's see. We'll create. Oh yeah, then I gotta send what's the name to Prime too. See if he can't send my number to send it. They said Charlie. A certain hotline first minute is free. No, I'm gonna see if I can't find that voice screen commercial. Now you know what? I never ever call those lines just because, man. I used to always think like them girls on the commercial is not the girls that you're gonna be talking to. You know what I mean? Those gonna be some big Rhonda, Sharonda, any chick with big in front of her name. In fact, I used to tell my homegirls back in the day, like, I don't give a fuck how you feel, man. Don't hook me up with nobody that got big in front of their name. Big Shonda, Big Sharonda, none of that, man. You know, and if you gotta, when I ask you how she look and you say she a good person, I also don't want that. If you gotta point out her characteristics when I ask you how she looked? Shout out to Prime. I was just speaking of you, good brother. Oh goddamn it, I missed that by mistake. Damn it. Let me try to send this to my brother. Right. Let me try to send this to my brother POV right fast because man, I really, really want to drop this link. I wonder why are they hating on me like that? Oh, he said but Pretty taught me the ugliest lessons, had me giving more than I was getting. So if Pretty don't come with something, y'all, then I did it. Aubrey. He started putting his whole name up there. Aubrey. Shout out to my let me get through this. What's the name, man? Shout out to the fam bam, man. Y'all don't know, bro. Like, I really, really rocks with y'all, man. They were not other girls in the video. No, they wasn't Chalupe. Then there's like people. I'm gonna tell you this. One of my homeboys, he got in trouble with his mom because he kept on calling the Dionne Warwick line. Now, how old are you? How many are you old enough to remember the Dionne Warwick line? I'm like, ain't she a goddamn singer? And she can tell the future? That's crazy. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. I had another friend of mine to where he got in trouble for he used to always request songs on the box. Now, even if you come on, who remember the box? On Friday when that bitch used to jam, I'm talking about jam like you would call, like say it was 1 to 2 times to where I called, but we was too poor for me to even play with my people like that. But on Friday we would call and goddamn it, we'll order a song. Man, that song won't play for goddamn it probably about a whole hour because so many people done played it. Yes, sir. You said Omaha colors. Yeah, for sure. Nice topic. Well, it's just about is travel. Is it because like say I'm gonna tell you the mindset behind it. I think traveling become too commercialized to where people they going out there and they doing this tourist stuff to where it's not really traveling. Is it traveling if you don't get a chance to indulge in the culture? You know what I mean? If you just going to places where you got to spend an hour in line to take a picture at this famous place just to show that you was there, is that traveling? You know what I mean? So yeah. Prettiest label, man, drink. Yeah, for sure. It has the when a men drinking willingly. Yeah, for sure. Shout out to you, expat. Shout out to Mrs. Pepper. Yes, the box. Listen, y'all. I don't know. Like, say, what a time to be alive, man. Just because to come from that to where we at now, the box. Like for me to be able to be on somebody's computer or TV way in another country to where we had to call in or pay $1.99 per song to get our song played on TV. That's crazy. I don't can y'all see the link? Because let me see. Hey, K9, if you know how to pin it to the top of the chat, you could tell me and I definitely try to do that just because for some reason it's not letting me. Let's say Shadi. I don't. Oh, that sounds familiar for some reason. I got it clear. One day, LOL. Let's try to remain on top until it grows cold. I don't fully understand. Shout out to you, expat. He said, let's try to remain on top until it grows cold. Yeah. Let me try. Y'all give me a moment to try to figure out this link thing. Oh, I'll try to come through on my phone to see if it'll let me do it on my phone. But I think last time it didn't even let me do that. But yeah, I really would like for some people to chime in, especially on the topic. And I'm very interested to know what happened with our good brother K9, because man, like to think that we got people like that in the space that'll come over, because at least that's what I heard. Like he went over and intentionally tried to do that. And I think that's just some bitch made shit, man. Like I'm trying to watch my language, but bro, I can't even think of, and I have vast vernacular, man. And I can't think of no other way that could really give it the weight that it. If that's something that you do to try to go to somebody else's channel and tear down what they built, bro, you're really the lowest of the low, man. We could put you on a level with a snitch. You know what I mean? We could put you on a level with a person that try to backdoor their homeboy. You know what I mean? Like, you the lowest of the lowest to me. And those are the people to where you really need to go in they jaw. So yeah, I'm gonna try this again to drop this link. I'm finna send it to you, POV, just because for some reason I know I can send it fast on my phone, but for some reason I don't know what it is, man. And then I've never remember anybody else going through this. Oh shit! Shout out to my good brother, B Majors. Oh shit! Right now. I'm finna send this to you though, right fast. POV, see if you can't throw that in the chat because that's just crazy, man. They damn near make me feel like I gotta have a damn near a co-host every time. I just shot it to you. Oh, and Prime, if you said Troy, don't die. He's resting harder than anyone ever rested. I don't know what that means, but shout out to you. Either Chuck Norris didn't die. He's resting harder than anybody ever rested. Shout out to you. I didn't see a link. Yeah, because I just tried to drop it again from my phone and it didn't work. But that's the link right there. POV just put in the he just put in the chat. So you guys could link that. Shout out to my good brother, Sick of the Lies, man. How you doing, man? It's good to hear from you, bro. The inspiration is like, is people just like say, is it really freedom if you going and you in a tourist trap? You know what I mean? Or is just another, you know what I mean? Just another thing too. Okay. So we so the link is working, guys. 1 second. The link is definitely working. Shout out. Thanks again. Oh shit, I put myself up there again. Let me pull myself down. Yep. How you doing, X-Pay?
I'm doing pretty good.
Okay.
Been a little busy. Those puppies where we're living at, they wound up getting their version of dog Corvette. So had to wind up taking care of them. The one behind me is recovered pretty well. And you have to isolate them because if you don't isolate them, they just continuously spread it around with each other. So trying to keep 11 dogs total separated from each other is kind of hard.
Also, they had something to where they was passing around.
Yeah, they had dogs they have their own version of Corvette, and they had Corvette.
Oh,
it's not contagious to humans, but it's it's very contagious to dogs.
Right. That's like Pavo. No, that's actually deadly for dogs. Just like say when I buy a crate off marketplace, when I started getting a lot of dogs, I used to bleach them down and set them outside for a couple of days, like bleach them down, spray them down, and set them because although it won't affect humans, it'll affect dogs, and it's actually a deadly disease for dogs. My good brother, Sick of the Lies, say, "Hey man, somebody we gotta help out Sick of the Lies and and have him. I mean, somebody help him put another title up there. But yep. Let me read this right fast. Shout out to my good brother K9. How you healing, good bro?
I'm good, man. What's good, man? Salute, man. Salute, brother.
Man,
Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat, man.
for sure, for sure. Let me read this. What's name and answer my good brother Sick of the Lies, man, because he's definitely a good brother over here and stuff like that. He say, what's the inspiration? Just because I just wanted to know like where people stand on that. You know what I mean? Because are you really traveling if you go to another place and all you do is tourist thing if you're not getting the authentic feel of that place? You know what I mean? That was the inspiration behind that. But real quick, Mo Black said want to see Charlie live stream from international location. It's coming up, bro. It's coming up. I don't know if you just got here. But I found a like and shout out because I was talking to a brother from this thing of ours. He might be in the chat or whatever. Jay, if you in the chat, say what's up, bro. Everybody knows Holiday. But he was like, bro, why don't you use a service like Rover? And I was like, you know what, bro? I never thought about that. Even though I know what Rover is and I know what they do, I never thought about to use them. You know what I mean? So I'm actually in the middle of looking into that. I don't know if I'm gonna try it tomorrow, but I may have to wait till Monday. But if I could look into that, bro, I'm out of here. You ain't got, hey, listen, Mo Black, don't threaten me with a good time. I'm looking for a reason to get out of here, bro. I want to go back to the DR because I left some socks over there. You feel me?
Yeah.
For real,
Hey,
for
I just
real.
figured out why I couldn't. I figured out why I couldn't click your link at first because you're streaming both ways, vertical and horizontal, right?
Right.
So I was on the vertical, I believe, and I had to find the horizontal one, like basically the one where it's like look like it's in landscape setting. I don't know
Oh,
because even like I couldn't see all the chats because like even like when people chat, like I mean send a comment or put drop a comment, then it's like if you're on the vertical, you can only see it on that side, and if you're on the other side, it's like broken up. So I had to go find it the other way to click the link. I don't know why it's like that.
so let me ask you this: did you click my link or did you click POV link?
I clicked POV's link, but his link wasn't on the first way I was watching it. It wasn't
Right.
even there.
Okay.
When you clicked it, when I clicked the one you dropped, it just said reporter black. So that wasn't it. And I'm like, why isn't it? So what I did was, since I'm subscribed to your channel, I had just, because I had seen it flash that you was going live. And then on my phone, I just typed your channel in and went to it. So it brought me on
Okay.
that side. So then I went back to the notifications on my phone. And it left me two notifications. One was the horizontal and one was the vertical.
Oh,
And I
that's
clicked
crazy.
them both and I found the one where, yeah, I just figured that out right now. I was like, oh shit.
Yeah. Now I'm learning that. See, only reason why, because I know sometimes it's confusing to a lot of people that don't necessarily do YouTube. But you being a YouTuber, I don't know if you then went vertical, but it actually helped with the numbers. Now I got damn near double the numbers I need to go live. You know what I mean? But I'm still lacking on the subscribers and stuff. But like as your boy was saying last time I was on your live, man. Shout out to you, bro. That was a great live, man. Shout out to you.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
tell.
man. Y'all was over there cutting up. It was funny though. I had a good time. As
Yeah,
usual.
me too, man. Pops, what you mean? I can't even read your first one, but you said ONG fam, respectfully. What do you I need some for you to elaborate on that. Foreign Skies, what's up, good brother? How you doing?
What's up, Charlie Chan? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear. Loud and clear. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm just popping in. Shout out K9. Shout out the other brother on the panel. Charlie Chan with another banger. Good to see you, brother. Looking strong and healthy.
Man, try to stay that way, man. I've been hitting the gym, man. My biggest thing is trying to be consistent, man. You know what I mean? Once I start getting
Yeah,
consistent, I can focus on the growth. But I'm just trying to be consistent, trying to keep up with my good brothers, Prime and Ryan, man. They out there putting in numbers, man. So it's very
yeah,
motivating.
for
Shout out
sure.
to Prime and Ryan.
Well, one thing about it,
Salute,
Charlie
Foreign
Chan,
Skies.
you hey, salute to you, K9 too. One thing about us men in our 30s, 40s, and 50s, even 60s, this is still our prime. And all we got to do is just continue to take care of ourselves and strive for the best, and we'll live a happy life.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I agree with it 100%. Shout out to Misha pulling up, showing love as always. Appreciate you, sis.
Shout out Big Meech.
Adding bro to the panel. Right there, what it do, good brother?
Shout out, man. Fuck all that shit you talking about. What's good, man?
Man, we chilling, man.
Shout out right there, man.
Yeah. I told people I'm trying to watch the vulgarity on here just because YouTube be holding me back like the Rick Ross song. Man, how the troop doing, bro?
Man, we outside, son. You know me, man. Like, man, it's jumping on the jumping, yeah.
That's a fact, man. I responded to one of your instas. Man, look like y'all out there doing y'all thing.
Man, we outside like the shit bananas, yo. Like, yo, this shit right. Like, all right, I ain't gonna front. Like, it's cheaper than DR, but the girls in DR get it popping more. But the women here get it popping too. It's just that the tickets is different. You know what I'm saying? Like, they be on some hourly jump off, yeah.
Oh, word?
Yeah, but they rock with you. Like, we have some jump offs rocking with us, and it was like, forget about the hourly rate. We cool. We rocking with y'all, but I don't like to hear the hourly rate because when you holler at them, they talk about the hourly rate. It makes you just like, I'm not dealing with them. But
Right.
then if they deal with you and then they like you, they be like, yo, we're not charging you about an hour. We chilling. We just want our bread. You know what I mean? Whatever. You know what I'm saying?
That's a fact. So real quick, the question everybody want to know, man.
What they want to know, man.
Have Colombia took another brother from the DR, man?
Oh, we don't know that yet.
Nah, we've only been out here for like a couple of days, but you gotta give me my time. Let me spend my time with you. I mean, but listen, man, we having a good time. We at CTG Rooftop Columbia. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't no plug. This is just real truth.
Nah.
We
could definitely plug bro now, no.
Nah, it ain't no plug. You know what I mean? This is the truth. Plugged out plugs just be plugs. This is the truth, right? So every day we wake up, our clothes is washed, our room is good, the food, our breakfast is cooked every morning, bro. We tip them because that's what you do, but the shit is love. And then every day we go out, Jay and Miguel with us, man. So that means we solid because they wouldn't come outside every day when they trying to run a business and build with us and chill with us and have a good time with us, man. Yeah?
No, that's a fact. Shout out to Jay and Miguel, man.
Yeah, shout out to y'all.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey there, Misha. I know y'all out there kicking more shit than a cattle farmer, man.
Yeah, we've been out here since Monday, but I haven't recorded nothing, and the reason for that is I really take this trip right here. It's like it feels personal.
Okay.
You go somewhere and you just gotta keep some shit to yourself. That's how I feel. But I've been recording some stuff. It's just I haven't been recording much.
Yeah, facts.
You know, and I'll let y'all know if I converted or not. And I'm gonna be real with y'all. You know, like.
Yeah.
I ain't gonna lie to you, Misha. Sound like they already got you. They sound like they already got you, man. Damn. You
don't know that yet. You don't know that yet. But yeah, it's like that out here. Like the girls, like they definitely top, definitely passing the DR. Shout out to the DR. I love
that's crazy coming from Meech though. That's crazy work.
Nah, they gorgeous. They super gorgeous. Like super.
Damn, man.
Okay.
Classy as hell, and hills all day on the motos with bodies. Like they different.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Meech, real quick. We was waiting on that live too, because your first live was fire.
I didn't go live. That night went really, really well. Rainier did his thing. It all went really well. I just didn't want to kill the vibe of what was going on. Like I said, like it's a lot of stuff that I just been keeping to myself because it's so like genuine. It's so like
the females don't really be on the phone tip though.
Yeah, they had their phones down. They was enjoying the vibe so much. They was like, "We not even gonna charge y'all about an hour type shit." And I was like,
"Oh, that's love."
I ain't want to f up the vibe like that. So
yeah.
and Rainier has something nice.
Man, I already know, bro, out
So
there doing his
we about
thing.
to hit Rooftop Republic. They got an event going on tonight, and we about to go in there. We about to get ready, take showers and stuff, and then we gonna head to El Centro and do what we do.
That's what's up, man. I know y'all doing y'all thing out there, man. I seen you had went live for like 45 minutes. I had just missed it.
I live 2 blocks from here. Yeah,
Yeah, Charlie, that was alive.
Yeah, I was coming in at the end of, I think you froze, Misha.
What I wanted to say earlier is if you really want to truly experience another country's culture, walk the unbeaten path. You go to the tours and the holiday spots and stuff like that. That's not the true essence of the country. It's catered to the people that visit.
No, I agree, but sometimes going the unbeaten path could get your ass beaten. You know what I mean? So you gotta know where you're going when you're going there.
Yeah, that's why you do your research and then you figure out what you call, fly zones. And you don't go there.
Sometimes it's unbeaten for a reason. Like, just being honest. Shout out to Miss Connor pulling up in the building. How you doing, ma'am? I haven't seen you in the chat in a while, man. I hope all is well with you, but I definitely appreciate you pulling up. She said, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. She said, you're sure, what's that say? Oh, hold on 1 second. It says, Yo Sugar says, greetings. Oh, okay, so you guys must know each other. Shout out to you. Who is that stunning woman? That's Misha. You know Misha, Miss Connor. You definitely know Misha, man. But they out in Colombia right now. And guys, I'm gonna go out on a limb, man. Right now, I'm gonna say it. Charlie Chan is calling me. If I had to bet, Colombia got Misha already at least. Now Rainier may still be on the fence. He may still be on the fence, but I feel like Colombia got Misha already because she, yeah. So. But that's Misha though. She like I guess a lot of people over here is used to seeing Misha like just at the crib kicking it and stuff. This is a stepping out, Misha. This is you could tell they out on the go and stuff like that. But what I will say is you can see the smile on both of their face. They got like a little aura around them right now. You know what I mean? You can tell they're really out there doing their thing. Real quick, it said Pep said she waving the Colombian flag. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Pep. If I had to bet, if I had to get on DraftKings right now, I'm betting that the DR done got Misha, y'all. We done lost another good one, man. Not the DR. Colombia done got Misha, man. We done lost another good one, man. She was an ambassador in the DR, man. Yes, sir.
I already booked the trip to the DR for Halloween, and I'm working on another trip. Either I'm supposed to be actually trying to book a trip tonight. We'll see how it happens with my partner to Colombia. So we'll see what happens, bro.
Now, I mean, I might pull up, like I say, with me learning, and then I'm gonna introduce my good brother KB after this. But then at the same time, I definitely want to get into what went on on your panel, like saying with old dude and stuff. But real quick, man, I definitely want to.
Wait, I don't even know who you. I don't even know who you talking about. What did somebody say that they try to sabotage my stuff or? What was
Yeah. That was that's what I got. Dude came over there and he was using all type of derogatory language and there's certain things to where and a lot of people over here would know is that somebody said something over here and it was a cool individual, but I had to drop him down immediately just because there's certain things that we just can't tolerate. You know what I mean? Because it could be depicted as hate speech. You know what I mean? Especially when you're talking about somebody's sexual orientation. And that's what they said about your channel. It was a dude over there and he was just going, even though we was just joking over there on your channel when I was talking about old dude. Now, mind you, that was all jokes because what a dude do in his spare time, I really don't care. But those was jokes, but I never used that derogatory language and stuff. You know what I mean? So there's that.
But talking about earlier, when you travel, you need to do your research and find the place that's right for you, at least that you think, and then you go travel for a short time to see if you like it. And if you like it, you can travel back there. But there are many places all over the world you can travel to. I think
Well,
there's
yeah,
what
for sure, for sure. Well, for
93
sure, sure.
countries.
Okay.
I think it's a total of 93 countries the U.S. can travel to without too much trouble.
Shout out to you for that. I never even thought about that. But yeah, see, my thing is this: like the DR. I was on my third trip before I started venturing out of Piantini. You know what I mean? I started staying in Bella Vista and other places. So if you're just going somewhere for the first time, I wouldn't just recommend just going into like places you're not super familiar with. Like say when I don't know if y'all guys know Passport, but he's another good brother from the travel space and stuff like that. Shout out to Passport if you watching. But I went to his name. He stayed there. He lived there now. He have a house there. And I went to his crib and stuff like that. And mind you, that's the time to why I told the Uber just go, well, it says I'm here, so you can have to get out. I'm like, listen, bro. For one, it's night. For two, I don't know where I'm at. For three, bro, I'm not getting out of this car. You know what I mean? Like, you finna really have to. I'd rather fight you than somebody I don't even know what's going on. So he was like, "Nah, bro, you good?" He said, "You see the store? Just go to the store. I'm like 2 doors down. I'm finna walk down there and meet you." But I didn't want to get out of the car because I don't know this area, and it looked like if something happened over here, it's just a lost cause. You know what I mean? So I'm saying all of that to say you got to really know what you're doing, opposed to just venturing out. It's a lot of people that ventured out and it didn't end well for them. You know what I mean? So yeah. Real quick, Mr. Pepper say DR for life. I know that's right. Lee Major say, I told y'all. Lee Major, elaborate on that. What did you tell us? But also another thing is shout out to KB. How you living, bro?
Man, I'm packing right now, and I like to clean before I leave. I'm just kind of cleaning everything so that when I get back, it's a clean house. So yeah,
Yeah, I love to come home to a clean house. Cause I didn't live
yeah,
so many times and left my shit in the rain. I came back, I looked like somebody broken my shit. And it was just me. It was just me.
yeah, yeah. So yeah,
There,
about a week from now, I'm out to Bogota for like
Oh, you got you
15.
a victim. You got somebody kidneys you finna steal.
No, I already planned it months in advance. So
Oh, okay.
oh yeah, it's about to be
Shout
crazy.
out to KB. Shout out to KB.
Yep.
there's two things I like to say. One is don't pack your bags and hope for the best. You go up there and don't do your research and stuff like that. When you go overseas, you're going to be disappointed. And two, if you have a confrontation with a local, it's best to walk away because if it turns where you start to fist fighting each other, if one can't beat you, two's going to join in. Two can't beat you, 10's going to join in. 10 can't beat you, 20's going to join in. Then result, you're the one that's going to get messed up and you're the one that's going to go to jail, whether you right or wrong. So it's
I
best
agree
to
with
fly,
that.
it's
Yeah,
best to
I
fly
definitely
on
agree.
the radar and stay out of trouble.
Yeah,
Well,
real
here's the
quick,
thing.
real quick.
I
Charlie Chan,
go ahead.
real
What's
quick.
that?
2 seconds, 2 seconds. What Expat living overseas said earlier about traveling and stuff. So it depends if you're traveling on a surface level or you're traveling to immerse yourself in the culture. If you're traveling for a surface level, you're just kind of doing the normal tourist things and you're not really trying to dive too deep within the culture. But once you realize where you want to like kind of build that and the country that you like, then you start to travel for, all the other quality things that will make you damn near a resident of the country than just a tourist. So I meant to say that earlier. My bad. I'm kind of delayed. I just want to say that real quick.
No, you good, bro. You definitely
Yeah,
good.
I agree.
Yeah, I
But
think that's
what
great insight.
but when most people travel, they go to the what I call the tourist bubbles. And then you have a lot of people that are expats. They create little expat bubbles and communities and stuff like that in the nicest area, and they tend to stay within that area, and they dread going outside of it. They don't try to adjust to the culture and stuff like that. They try to stay in the expat bubble where it caters more to foreigners and stuff.
Oh,
And that's not the real experience of it
Yeah,
of
for
another
sure.
country.
No, I agree, but safety is paramount. Safety is 100% paramount. What I've seen go wrong tragically is somebody out of the country, they pull up on you and they got the drop on you. That's always been a long line saying. You know what I mean? I get it, or you feel like you Superman, but man, bullets are hot, man. I done seen where people done like say been in Colombia. Well, let me because I don't want anybody, especially my good brother Lee Majors, feel like I'm talking down on Colombia. But you can be in a place like the DR, if somebody pull up on you and they got the drop on you, i.e., they already got their handgun trained on you and things of that nature, and you want to fight it, is I really don't too much see it working out in your favor a lot of times. So man, call them all type of names and be mad in your hotel room once you get back because you could live to fight another day. You know what I mean? It's people that been out there, they thought they was going to defend their stuff and stuff like that, and it didn't end well for them. They got deleted. So I'm saying all that to say somebody gets the drop on you, they want your watch, whatever in your pocket, give it up, bro. Give it up. You know what I mean? That's my thing. Like, give it to them. You can always get that shit back, but one thing you can't get back, your life, man. So shout out to y'all for that. Lee Majors also say Columbia over the DR all day in my Tupac voice. I don't know, Lee Majors. I ain't went out there yet. Hold on, real quick. K9, you been to Colombia before?
Nah, I haven't been to Colombia before. I've been to Dominican Republic and I've been to Thailand.
Yeah, well, I've been to Thailand and Colombia. Like, I'm probably
Charlie Chan, I could tell you why people want Colombia. I mean, people prefer Colombia over DR. I could just give you some reasons why, and I haven't been there either.
Go ahead.
Do you want to hear it? Or, okay. For one, on the beauty level, by default, Colombian women are just more beautiful than Dominican women on a default day-to-day basis. Then you got to understand, DR women are more wild than Colombian women.
Oh,
but
hold
DR,
on now. Hold on, bro. That I don't know about that. Hold on now. I had to stop you there with that one. I don't know about more wild. Nah, bro. That can't be true.
Okay, hold on, wait. So I'm gonna give you my opinion, and then I'll let you rebuttal. So, so to the eye, people who haven't been there, and then the people who have experienced the Dominican Republic and Colombia, what they're saying is, it seems like women in the DR by default, places like Sosua, Santo Domingo, Boca Chica, it's just they're more wild as far as personality. And in the DR, it's a rushy type situation most of the time. In Colombia, it's more laid back. It's not as rushy. The women are perceived more beautiful, and but it's not more safer. The DR is more safer. So it's as cheap as the DR. The women are more beautiful. You're not being as rushed, and the women look like they clean up, dress up more cleaner, right? This is just what I have heard and what I have observed. But the DR is just more safer.
Well,
hey, that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot, though.
I agree with everything he says except the wild part. That's the one I gotta disagree with. But everything else, I agree. Yeah.
Hold on, Wilder. Well, here's the thing, KP. I think it's to be said. You're going to where they say is the most dangerous part of Colombia, which is Bogota. They say that's where they really get down at.
Remember, I was in Medellin for a little while. About like 6 weeks, month and a half.
Right.
Yeah, bro, they're not. Or you see some stuff, man. It's some of it you could talk about on YouTube.
Call. When you walk down Sosua or you in Santo Domingo, it's the demeanor of the women. Yes, you could find modest women who are more preserved, clean and stuff like that. But when you're in the red light areas of Colombia, the Cartagenas, the Medellins, those places, when you see no women walking around, it's their demeanor and the way they carry themselves. I'm not talking about when you get them behind closed doors. I'm talking about just the initial in public. But then when you're in DR, it's just the way them women present themselves, the way they look, and the way they communicate and carry themselves. They just seem more wilder than Colombian women.
All right, explain a little bit what you mean. Like, what do you mean by wilder? Do they just start grabbing, or like what you mean?
Get something to drink. Go ahead. I'm listening though.
Okay, so what I mean by wilder is like the way they party. Okay, I've been to Sator one time, right? I never been to Colombia, but all of my information I have got have been from men who traveled to Colombia and me watching videos, right? I can only go by what I see and what I have heard. What I'm saying about Wilder is their personality, their demeanor, as far as like in public, the way they party, the way they talk to each other when they're in groups, the way they drink and smoke, and they be more down with more what's the word I'm looking for? Deviant activity than Colombian women. This is not fact. This is what I think. No. Carl, I never listen. I never been to Colombia. So whatever you about to correct me on, you're
No,
right.
no, no. I'm not
Maybe right.
correcting you. I'm not
But at the same
correcting you, bro.
time,
We're having a
I'm just
good
telling
time.
you
Come
by
on.
observation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm not correcting you. Like, oh, I'll tell you. They more wild than Nah, come on. Nah,
Yeah, right.
it's
Well,
just that when I went to I don't know if I could even say this on YouTube. Like, that little pink thing that they got. I don't
No,
know if you know.
hold up, bro. What are you doing? What is you doing?
Nah, not like that pink thing. I mean the pink thing. I don't know if you know what that is.
He talking about Lil Wayne nickname.
What? No, it's a powder,
Okay.
bro. It's a powder.
Oh,
No,
you
Lil
talking
Wayne
about that
nickname is
devil's
Tunchi.
breath?
No.
You
It's
talking
No,
about
something.
Tunchi?
Yeah.
Tusi.
So
Yeah,
like
we're
if
gonna
you
call him Tunchi.
Tunchi,
That's
yeah,
what we're
Tunji.
gonna
There we
Tunchi,
go. Tunji. Yeah.
Tunchi, yeah, man. Casually, I remember that's like super popular with those girls, like to the point where I've been offered it on like several occasions. Girl comes over to my house, she's like, "Oh, you want some?" I'm like, "Nah, I can't. I gotta go drug test when I get back." But yeah, they be, bro. They'll hit. Colombia is a place. If you've ever been to Parquieres, if you ever walk there, they have designer crack pipes, bro.
Bro, come on.
I'm
well,
not joking. I'm not. They got designer crack pipes, bro.
Let's
I
not
mean,
use that word though.
that's exactly what it is, Charlie.
How you know
I
what it's
ain't had
for
no
though
other
if you
words
don't
for
use
you.
it? If you don't
You know,
use it, how you know what it's for?
huh?
How you know what it's for if you don't use it?
Bro, you can tell. You can tell because it's a little thing at the bulb. You put the little thing in, and they got the little artisan ones. They got dolphins and
That's
beer
crazy.
mugs and the ones that kind of look
That's
like
crazy. You gotta
hammers.
send me a picture of that, bro. I want to see that.
Oh,
Charlie Chan. I get
Yes,
it,
sir.
Charlie Chan. All I'm saying is that when you see the women walking around, the Colombian women, they just look less wild, more cleaner, more laid back, more, you know, uh elegant. I'm not even talking about when you negotiate and you get them behind closed doors and their personality come out. I'm just saying when you just initially looking at them walk around. That's just what it seems. That's all I'm saying. And I
they
land
more
my
white.
plane.
Dig that.
I
Really.
just
Go
I
ahead.
just say traveling mainly depends on what you're looking for and where you go. That also decides where you go. Two,
Well,
you see all these content creators. They show off all these women that they're with, nice hotels, nice bars, nice restaurant. Most of that stuff is either from girls and stuff like that. They're written them for by the hour. Secondly, most of the stuff they putting on credit cards going into a lot of debt. They flash off like they got a lot of money and they really don't.
that's a fact. Shout out to Tam. Shout out to Tam. I just seen her pull up in the chat, showing love as always. Guys, let me read a couple of these, and then I want to ask K9 a couple of questions. Lee Major say, Chalupe say Bogota is not that dangerous. Just stay out of the bad parts. I would agree. I mean, that's anywhere you go, you need to stay out of the bad parts, but that's just like the movie to where, what are everybody running for? And then they get hit up across the head. You know what I mean? So yeah. Lee Major say, funny Ray, he said, I'm going to Bogota in 4 weeks. Yeah, shout out to you, Chalupa. That's just what I've heard. But once again, I'm like foreign skies, I've never been, but I'm going. But I'm not gonna even lie to y'all. When I go, I'm trying to go with somebody because I feel like for one, it's safety in numbers. And I was already talking to one of the brothers in the back. I was like, bro, we could take shifts. Like You drink one night while we linking with the chicks, and I drink the next night. We got to, you know what I mean? We can't allow them to get us both, you know? So there's that. That's the way we're looking at that. But yeah, no, like in the DR, I've never felt like I was in danger of somebody doing that to me. You know what I mean? Because if that was the case, I'd have been scoped 3-4 times by now. You know what I mean? Like, shit. In fact, I was sick.
Yeah, that's a fact, Charlie.
You feel me? Like, I think the DR really make people like giving them a false sense of security, especially if you leaving the DR and going to Colombia. Not literally, but if you're used to the DR and going to Colombia, it's a completely different vibe. You know what I mean? Them chicks out there, you got to watch your drink. Like, if you forget and you walk out of the room and leave your drink, don't even drink it no more. It's
that. Talking about drinks, that brings up two important things that you should know about. One, a lot of drinks that have ice in it, you need to make sure that it's filtered water, because sometimes they create ice with unfiltered water from the tap, and most travelers know not to drink the water, to drink bottled water and stuff. So you need to make sure the ice is right. And if you get a drink and that ice is not floating, better not drink it, because there's something wrong with that drink. It usually has something in it. So you need to
I've
be
never
careful.
thought about that though, X-Pac. That's a good observation. We're gonna dive into that a little bit more real quick. I'm gonna get through a couple of these. Y'all, for one, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say this. Lee Major hate the DR because he do not rock with the DR at all. Shout out to my good brother Lee Major though. He says Sasua women look dusty. Their spandex be dustier. Come on now, Lee Major. Come on now, Lee Majors. You gotta let them live. Yep, that's what they were talking about.
No, they spandex be shiny.
And the other thing I said, if you're in experience of traveling overseas, and you can go on living over there, when you go out and party nights and stuff like that, you should have a couple friends with you, especially one that has a little more experience than you. They can pick up you and teach you what to watch out for. You need to stay on top of different types of scans they have, the things that happen, and the areas. Some areas can change their call them a no-fly zone. So you need to stay on top of that. If you're going to go out and party all night and stuff like that, if you go to a bad area, and then something happens to you, that's your own fault, because you didn't do your research or take the time to talk to the other foreigners that's got more experience than you. You know, if something happens to you, that's on you. You know, you have to take responsibility for your own safety overseas, because nobody else will.
Absolutely. I had said that before on one of my streams and stuff like that. Chalupe say that wasn't a drug pipe, that was a marijuana pipe. That's what he was saying with that. Lee Major say love you, Tam. Tam say love you, Lee. Yep. But real quick, K9. So you say you planning on going to Colombia?
Yeah, I'm actually trying to book a trip there next month. I mean, for next month.
Where are you trying to go?
By yourself?
You said what?
You going by yourself?
Just me and another cat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Me and another. Yeah. So, you know, I'm a solo traveler, but you know, if cats want to go and they like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I feel the same way. It's just my first time going to Colombia. I'm definitely gonna be with somebody. But listen, real quick, my good brother on here, KB, he gonna try to get you to go to Bogota, bro. Don't go, because they gonna steal your organs, man. I think he running a racket. he running a racket out there, man. K9 is. I thought he was getting a little bit too much money to be that young, but we figured it out. He's selling organs on the black market. So there's that. If he asking you questions like, how much do you smoke? Do you drink a lot? You know what I mean? Those are, I want your organs type of questions, man. So
yeah, what's your recent medical history?
My shit's already abused, man. They not worth much. You know
right. That's why I tell him, like, yeah, no, you gonna goddamn it. You steal my liver and you're gonna end up putting it back in there, because you're gonna be like, man, he done drunk too much already. Like, I don't know how his shit's still working. What you said, do I keep in my head is swear I have two girls that can relax. Yeah, I heard that, man. See, but at the same time, I've also in Colombia, I've also heard of people that was saying, well, a person say he got his chick that he was rocking with for 3 years, scoped him.
Oh
Like, can
yeah,
you imagine?
anybody could get got there, bro. You need to. It's unfortunate, but
Now
yep.
this is a thing I think about messing around, like dating overseas or chilling with chicks overseas. It's like I feel like I will never get to the point where I trust them. Like I don't even trust American women like that, but to the point where I trust American women, like I would, just because it's like if I make significantly more than you, how could I ever really trust you? Or you know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's good because like even when I deal with women, right? My feelings don't never get overly involved. You know what I'm saying? Like
Hmm.
I'm all the way on point how I need to be. You know how dudes they mess with chicks in the States, they be feelings involved. She done messed them up, they money up, they finances, they got all this drama going. It's like it just is better when I go overseas because it's like I feel like I don't got no real skin in the game. Like I don't really care that much because you know how they could say like it could be another one of you here, not by tomorrow, in the next 15 minutes. I don't care. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But if she's a vibe, it's cool. So like when I move, I don't never trust them. I'll never get that comfortable. I have a good time and try to treat them how I treat the chick in the state, but never would I leave out something. I put all my valuables up. You know what
Nah,
I'm
that's a
saying?
fact.
I don't. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't leave them in the spot, my spot by themselves. I remember being in Thailand. People like, man, you could trust them. Like I left them in the house, and all my she was still asleep when I came back. But I said, even if because like Thailand, they're like way probably like more. It's like real more safer, but I don't even want to practice bad habits in case I'm
That's a
somewhere
fact.
else. You see what I'm saying? I'm gonna always
Yeah.
practice being on point. You know what I mean?
No, that's
Hmm.
a fact.
Yeah,
Real
Well,
quick,
I
guys.
got a
Real
word.
quick,
I got a
hold on,
word of it.
okay, KB. Real quick, I miss Riley Joe, man. Shout out to you, Riley Joe, man. My bad, bro. I was somebody was saying something that I was very in tune with, but shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you pulling up. But go ahead, KB.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Like I was saying, with most people, whenever you're going to places like Colombia, Venezuela, those types of places, you gotta understand like you're in the top echelon of people there, regardless of what you think. And when you get there, you need to kind of move a little bit different, where you got to think of it from a perspective of circles, where if someone's not in your inner, like if you have some kind of inner circle, you keep that inner circle, and that's how people move and operate around there. And if
Mhm.
that person can't really, cause it's a mind shift, because we're so used to in America of just hooking up, or we meet someone on Tinder, or we cold approach, or we met someone at the bar or a club and something happens, and then we're with that person and blah blah blah. In Colombia, you just can't operate that way, where even if you're banging a girl and she's like a thought or something like that, it's better to just be like, hey, just give me your friend's number, I'm just gonna bang your friend, and going out and trying to find some kind of random, as crazy
when
as it sounds.
when finding your circle overseas, you need to find out which people are real and then figure out which ones is trying to take advantage of it.
But
Mm-hmm.
I think what
Take your
KB was
time.
saying, and maybe I misheard him, but he was like saying if you over there and you are looked at as a millionaire and you going and you hanging out with people that's only making, let's say, 20, $50,000 a year, you're gonna be looked at as fool. And that's even in America.
Well, and you're gonna be looked at as a fool too. You're gonna be looked at as a fool, because they're gonna be like, "Hey, look at this idiot hanging around with these people." He doesn't know, like, you don't understand the culture, so it's like he doesn't know that these people are just bottom of the barrel. Because a lot of
Mm,
Well,
the times when these guys are getting like set up, like K9 was saying, like, was it K9 or Charlie, where he's like, oh, he was in a relationship for 3 years. A lot of the times, the people pressuring that girl to go in and scope you or do some fucked up shit to her is not even the girl. It's her family, it's her brother, it's her cousin, and it's her friends. So, if you meet a girl and you like her and and she's cool, it's better to get a referral from her than try to meet anybody new. Because you gotta just move completely different in a place of school.
I mean, I'm not like
Everything
that.
is relationship based there.
I'm
Everything.
not a sensitive ass person.
So
Real
yeah.
quick. Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm gonna touch back on that because that was kind of crazy the way you said that. What it do, right near? Right near, can you hear
What?
me?
Yeah, what up? You hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to be on with y'all brothers. I'm in the shower, so I just wanted to hear what was going on. Cause I want to talk about it.
Okay.
Well, I'm going to say something that's a little bit harsh, but it's true. If you're a simp back home, you won't be a simp overseas. If you don't work on yourself before you go overseas, whether it's traveling or deciding to live over there, you made mistakes willingly. Don't do your research. Take your time to get to know people. You can't blame others for what you allow. If you go over there leading with your wallet, you can't complain about people treating you like an ATM machine. You
Yeah, I
know,
mean, but this is the
you
guy
have to
who
take
knew she knew for
responsibility.
3 years. 3 years.
Yeah, and I think that's valid too. Where KB was saying now, what you were just saying, expat, I also agree with. Like, you're not gonna be a simp in America and you just get over to anywhere out the country and you automatically done one. Life just don't work that way. But I think KB bring in a good insight to be like, she probably didn't even want to do it. It's probably her family was forcing her to do it. You know what I mean? Like, oh, we
Family
out
has a big
here.
influence on the person that you're dating.
Right.
Family is very important. Family is everything in another country. Where back home, if family does you wrong or whatever, it's not that you don't love them, but you can kind of cut them off, love them from a distance. Over
Okay.
there, family is tight knit. And if you decide to have a long term relationship with a woman or get married, you create a separate bank account from where your main money is, the joint account with that person, and you control how much money goes into that monthly. That
Yeah,
way, if
I
something
think that's
happens, they can't take everything, they get you mad. The first time they drain that account, abuse that money, that's a red flag for you to decide whether you want to be with them or not.
Yeah, I think that's a good point too. But then shout out to K9 because he bring, like, let's not practice bad habits. You know what I mean? Because if you used to leaving your I don't know if anybody played football growing up or any type of sports or even what type of coach that you have, but we always had to go hard in practice because the coach always said what you do in practice is what you're gonna do in the game. So always go hard. You know what I mean? But real quick,
Okay.
guys, shout out to Mr. Pepper. He say not impressed by Colombians with more European features. Chalupe says utilize the room safe. Yes, I do have a travel safe. I urge everyone to get one. You know what I mean? And it's not gonna stop. That's just like us having something on the door. Back from my hustling days, we'll put something like those barriers on our door, and we know it's not gonna stop the police. It's just gonna give you more time. You know what I mean? So there's that. Like the travel safe or even the room safe is not going to stop somebody, but it'll give you more time. You know what I mean? If somebody really
Like
tries, go ahead.
like locks on doors and stuff like that, that's only for people who follow the rules and the laws. Anybody that really
Exactly.
wants to get into the place where you're staying at, whether you're there or not, they're gonna get in there one way
That's
or
a fact.
another. It's not
Can I
gonna
say
stop.
something real quick?
Yeah, yep, for sure, for sure. Then we go to I know Rainier wanted to chime in as well. So yeah, go
All
ahead.
right, just real quick, Charlie, because this is crazy. I'm gonna say two things. Number one, I think that when you travel to Colombia and you're running across these degenerate women who's trying to rob you or take your life and stuff like that, I think it's a different consequence for them, or they think twice when you live there versus you're just traveling there for a brief time. I think they think twice if they know that you live there and the investigation goes way longer, way harder, way farther because you live there. So you got nothing but time to track these people down and track the person down. But if they know that you're going to be leaving anyway and they're going to disappear or scatter or go into hiding, they don't care on two fronts because not only you got to leave the country at some point, you're not going to be able to find me. But like I say, if you live there, it's a different ball game for these women. Also, traveling to Europe, traveling to Asia, traveling to some parts of Africa, we don't be worried about uh, 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 getting harmed. The most we worried about is, are they trying to scam us out of money in the tourist areas? Are they trying to up the charge on something? If they don't want our life, when I'm thinking about traveling to Thailand, Vietnam, Cambodia, etc., I don't need to go with nobody. I'm not thinking about who's going to try to smoke me or harm me or not like that. The most I'm thinking about is if they try to upcharge me on something because I'm a tourist. But other than that, I'm cool. The same thing with Europe. I don't be thinking like that. I don't need to travel with nobody. I just need to get some good information and make sure that I do things the right way. But it only seems like the Panamas, the Costa Ricas, the Colombias, the Venezuela, Ecuador. These are the places where not only you're getting upcharged, but they damn near trying to take your life, and that's crazy.
Well, the thing is when you travel or live overseas, in certain areas, pay attention to where the locals shop for a number of reasons. Usually it's cheaper. If it's like food, whether it's at a food stall, restaurant, or whatever, the food is cheaper. And if it's a bunch of people there, that usually means the food tastes pretty good and it doesn't make you sick. you know. And if you have a girl that just seeing whatever it's for a short time, or you potentially gonna have a long term relationship with, pay attention to that girl, because the right girl is gonna try to help. It's going to try to help you find the same stuff that you want, but take you to the place where it's cheaper. The girl that is kind of a bit of a gold digger, she's going to go to the most expensive places that where you can buy the same thing cheaper. They're going to take you to the place that's the most expensive. They want to spend and show off the money. So you have to be safe.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I agree. Go ahead.
I was looking at buying a wooden bed. It's all wood. It's had big wood on it. Like I went to a market. In the market, it was 10,000 baht, $300. I went to a shop in a different area. The same exact bed. It was made the same, looked exactly the same. They wanted 30,000 baht, which was $1,000. So they wanted $700 more because of the location in the area where tourists hang out more. So you have to look around. Once you get experience, you can tell which places are more expensive and which ones less. And most of the time, if you don't have somebody that's with you can help you with that, pay attention to where the local shop.
Agreed. Real quick. What's there? Riley Joe said, "Travel safe. How heavy is that? It's not. I was trying to. I thought my the thing that it's not that it's heavy. It comes with a wire, like almost an uncuttable wire like this that goes through the safe, and you could hook it to something like say something that's like that's heavy that just can't be moved easily, or you could hide it. Like say I hooked mine to Brazil. I hooked mine to the window and put it behind the curtain. Now, like I said, they could get it, but they're gonna have to break the window and then leave with the safe because, like say, it's just giving me time for us that go. But real quick, Rainier, you want to chime in?
What we talking about, man? Talk to me, man. What's going on? I'm in the bathroom. I'm in the shower. Get ready to get this club tonight. What's up?
Yeah. No. You can go in the shower, bro. We just talking about being safe in these different countries, especially when you go off of the beaten path. That's what we're just talking about. Just like being safe in certain areas.
I think
Now,
the main problem is a lot of people go over to another country and think it's going to magically fix their problems when they unwilling to fix themselves first and do their
yeah,
research. That's the main problem. Another thing is I've been seeing people that stay here long term. They go to the red light districts and rent a girlfriend for an hour or two. Girl pays so much attention they fall in love with them, and then they marry them, and then they wonder why everything turns out to cause some misery. And it ends, everything ends bad. They married the wrong type of girl.
All
yeah.
right, so
Yeah, but
look.
it depends on what you're looking for, but it
All right,
it
look.
depends on what you're looking for.
All right, look. Right. So.
Well, to put it more simpler, you can't blame others for what you're allowing you to learn. You have to take accountability for your mistakes and learn from them.
I agree with that. Right there talking.
Y'all can hear me?
Yep, you good, bro. Oh, real quick, shout out OTO. How you doing, brother? But go ahead, Rainier.
All right, so we was talking about what y'all talking about being safe.
Yeah, just in different places in general.
I mean, it's my first time in Cartagena, right?
Right.
So I didn't wear no jewelry. I ain't come out here with no shines, no jewelry, no nothing. You understand?
Right.
But I'm chilling like a villain. But the thing is, it was my man came out here yesterday. He flew out here, and they was going through some shit. Took him about 2 days to get here because tornado weather's in Florida, whatever was going on out here. And he came over with some gentlemen, some white boys, cool white boys from around our way in the county. And this motherfucker got robbed twice so far, and it only been here 2 days.
Damn, how you get robbed twice though?
Cause all right. See, I don't know because I don't want to sound like somebody stupid, but a lot of some people that come out here, they come out here to fuck with that party favors. You understand?
Yep.
See, we come out here to play with the chicks. A lot of these other dudes come out here to play with the party favors. They don't talk about that though. You know what I mean? Because either some people don't know about that, or some people just don't deal with the chicks like that neither. You know what I'm saying? Like they deal with a chick every now and then, but they don't deal with the chicks like that. Or they chicks be like little girl looking. You know what I mean? Because all these dudes we seeing dudes dealing with little looking bodies, like little girls. These girls look little. You understand what I'm saying? They don't look like women. They look little. But some people like little looking girls. I don't know.
That's weird as fuck to me though.
Yeah, I mean it's weird, but some people like them. They don't like bodies. They don't like women that look like a certain size. I don't know what's wrong with their confidence, something, but something weird going on. But that's neither here nor there, right? So, go ahead. I'm listening.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I know a guy that was complaining about going to different countries, saying they won't no good, blah, 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 and all this. What he's doing is he would take girls back to his hotel, rent a girlfriend for a certain amount of time. He gets drunk or they slip something in his drink, and they wind up robbing him for everything they wanted, and plus take his visa and then hold it for ransom. That happened to him in multiple countries, and he was blaming the people in the country. He never took the time to look at himself, that he was the one that put himself in that position in the first place.
No, I understand because see, when I came to Colombia, like I used to go to Cali. So when I came to Cartagena, I was a little bit on point. But the thing is, I don't got to be too much on point because I'm buying my own bottles, I'm buying my drinks, and I'm drinking them myself, right? Unless they miraculously throw something in the air and blow it and it hits me. You know what I'm saying?
Right, for sure.
But other than that, we having a ball. Like, and then Jay and Miguel with us everywhere we go. Some places they're not with us, but for the most part, everything is love. Like, we just came from the beach, Playa Hollywood, took my man them out there. Then we went to this beach club. Now we're going in the shower, getting ready. Then we're going to go to Delirium. But,
yeah.
It's love, though. Like, to me, it's love. Like, man, we out here having it our way. You understand what I'm saying? Like, have it our way. And as long as you're listen, as long as you're a person that don't got no walls up, you know what I'm saying? Just like America, like when people go to America, they got walls up because they listen to the media. And then while you got walls up, you kind of shutting down meeting good people because you got too many walls up. So you really shorten yourself. But it could go either way. But the thing is, if you know how to read the room, you should be able to talk to a couple of people. And then the first 20 minutes, you can figure out if I can keep talking to this dude or not. Some people don't got that gift. Some people are just lost.
Well, like if you go somewhere drinking, it's either best to buy your own and open it up yourself, and pay attention to who bring to your drink, whether it's the bartender pouring your drink and giving it to you, or the waitress giving it to you. If you have like girls and other people just coming up to you giving you drinks and you drink it, you don't know if that drink is actually safe for you or not. You know, they could actually put something in it. So
yeah, but I'm just trying to say, but if you buy if you buying your own drink, if I'm buying drinks and I got my own bottles, I don't need no female to pour my bottle. You understand what I'm saying? I'm a man. I can pour my own drink. I drink every day.
Like like me now, I'm currently married. You know, I don't mind my wife pouring me a drink with soda or drinking alcohol.
Yeah, but that's different though. That's different.
Yeah,
I'm married too. That's different. That's different.
Yeah, I agree. It's completely different. So, you know, it's you also, like you were saying, you got to learn how to read people and read the room where you stay, where in the area that you're at. You know, you have to be good at reading people, and a lot of people don't do that. What's sad is a lot of people go overseas making the same old mistakes that they did back home in their own country. You know, they don't learn, and then they wonder why everything goes wrong, why nothing changes.
Hey, I would just say, Adam, real quick, Charlie Chan, before we get obstacles in there. Hey, Rainier, but shout out to you, bro. I really, really want to figure this out, right? Because when I'm thinking about going to Asia, I'm not really thinking about, yeah, we do have a decent brotherhood in Asia to get information and, you know, to get the lay of the land before you touch down. But I don't really feel like I need a brotherhood to go to Asia. I don't really feel like, I never really heard of a man getting scoped that gotta watch his drink or anything in Asia. I never heard of that in Europe. Africa can be dangerous, but in certain parts, I never heard of that either. I never heard of a people unaliving somebody or somebody getting snatched up in these other places. So I'm asking you, why is it only in the Caribbean, Hispanic, or the Latin countries we gotta do all this extra precautions, but when we go outside of that, it's almost like non-existent.
Well, it does happen in Southeast Asia, but usually it's less of it that happens there. So that's why most people don't hear about. It's other countries. It's a lot of other countries you see it happen more often, and that's the places that get the more attention. That's what you see in the news, the media, or hear other people that have lived there for a while they tell you about. You know, that goes back to what I was telling you about that old guy. When I was in Chiang Mai and I was part of the expat group for a year, he come over there and he found out that you could buy a Viagra from a pharmacy without having a prescription. He didn't look like he was in good health. So we recommended him to at least go to a clinic that was inexpensive to get checked out, see if it was safe enough for him to take. He told us to mind our own effing business, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. About 4 or 5 days later, we hear that he really and the girlfriend took her back to the hotel and wound up dying while they were taking care of business in the room. Now, did it come from the Viagra or not? Who knows? You know, you have to take care of your own safety.
Well, probably not, because that I mean, probably so, because that has happened. We'll let's let Rainier respond to Foreign Skies, and then I would love to hear OTO chime in, because he's definitely pulled up and haven't chimed in yet. So I definitely I'd love to hear from that brother. But go ahead, Rainier. You want to chime in on Foreign Skies question? I think Rainier just dropped down. Okay. OTO.
All right, well, go ahead. My bad, Charlie.
Yeah.
No, that's all good. Shout out to everybody. I just think they're different cultures and they do different things. I mean, I spent over 5 years in South America living, and I spent over maybe 5 years in Asia living, and the cultures are entirely different. The crime is committed entirely different. I think even the criminals here, let's say like in Thailand, for instance, it's more so the police, and they more so have a better professionalism around how to keep the tourism pumping. And if people are getting roofied and scopolamine, that's not going to be good across the board for tourism, which is the major GDP contribution. And so I think that's the very smart part that makes it vastly different from somewhere like in South America. On top of that, you also got to realize that scopolamine is readily available through the natural habitat. So it's something that they can easily get their hands upon. And then you have criminal organizations which really don't get brought underneath law enforcement and punishment, or organize itself in a way where it kind of, shuns that type of activity because it doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things. I remember making many trips as a Marine down to Tijuana and Rosarita, but even though the cartel was heavy, they didn't have stuff like that happen often because, of course, they got a certain amount of money that the businesses were doing profitable in the area. And businesses won't be doing profitable business if there were things and events like that going on when people went and had fun. Sometimes they would have some violence spill out into the atmosphere, but the cartels made sure it didn't happen often. So people could know they could go there and be somewhat safe. Of course, it's an entirely dangerous place, but still they made it so that it was doable and allowable for business. So I think it's just difference. Those things totaled up. That's why it's different. There's many variables, but at the end of the day, yes, if you come to Asia, it's way less that will happen than anything else.
That's what I'm saying, brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm just talking about black. I ain't trying to make this a skin color thing and nothing like that. When it comes to black American travelers, I have never heard of a man in Europe, Africa, or Asia getting scoped or drugged by women or some type of cartel group snatch them up and kill them. Haven't heard. I'm not saying it don't exist. I haven't heard it.
Well, that's because they don't have racially ambiguous big booty broads. If they did, then but Latin America does. So brothers are willing to overlook it. They're willing to get scopolamine. They're willing to get kidnapped by the cartel.
Bro? Africa, Nigeria, Kenya.
Nobody knows about that. I know you know that. I know we know, bro. I know we know that.
Okay.
Right? I know we know that, but readily available. In a 6-hour to 3-hour flight is racially ambiguous big booty broads. And what you're talking about is deep chocolate big booty broads. And that's vastly different. Ask most black people, they probably think, Africa has got a bunch of high HIV levels and don't know it's really Brazil and America that lead. But at the end of the day, there is some, I guess you could say, ignorance and lack of knowledge. And it takes a long time to get to Africa. I mean, Austin will probably be the first mainstream actual YouTuber. And I don't mean he's the first one and only one, but he was the one kind of promoting it in a way where brothers never even thought about it before. But I knew Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia, South Africa, these were hitting spots well in advance. But most black people, unless they're like some Garveyites and wearing dashikis, they don't know much about going to no damn Africa. And especially still, racially ambiguous big booty broads trump all that.
I think what most people need to understand, nowhere is a perfect paradise. Every place has its own problems and trade-offs. You have to decide which one is right for you. And as always, you have to take accountability for the choices that you make.
Yeah, fact. But I also say there's levels to the game. There's levels to the game. And I often say that because I worked so many years in security. So people often say, oh, yeah, there's violence everywhere. There's a big difference from people being dipped in acid that you could find in South America that you won't find in places of Asia. So the violence is highly different and at a higher level and there's more threat. That is freaking real. There's no such thing. There is numbers, homicide, suicide. All these things are real. You can't just say, well, it's the same everywhere. If that be the case, nobody would go to Dubai because there's violence everywhere. Obviously, people know that the crime is extremely low in Dubai and then that's why they go there. So there's a difference, and there's levels to it. Just go look it up and let the data lead you, and then you make a decision based off the data and the compromise you're willing to make.
I agree. Not every place is the same, but like I was saying, every place has its own problems and trade-offs. Some are similar, some are different. You
To add
got
on
some like
Mhm. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm finished.
Oh, yeah. To add on to OTO's point, and one of the people they had a question earlier. It has to do with the history of some of these places. Um, I don't know if you know. I know in Thailand, I don't know if it's the Philippines. Even something like drug dealing is a death sentence, automatic in those countries, and in China and places like that because of their history with smugglers and drug trafficking and gangs in general. They put such a crackdown on it that it literally can't exist. It's not like Colombia where you had half the country ran by the cartel at one point, or you had one man basically running his own government outside of the Colombian government. The Chinese Communist Party and those governments in Asia, they would never allow it. Never allow it. I mean, even the Yakuza for a time had all their teeth removed by the Japanese government. They just they just don't play. So usually with these scopolamine types, it's usually a gang, and it's usually just more than one people working together to drug this guy, come in, rob all his stuff, take his phone, get access to his bank account, all these different things to steal money. That couldn't exist in China. You know,
Um,
they would
not
hang them. They would hang them 1,000%.
not too long ago, there's a guy that went to the south part of the Philippines, and that's not really a good area. And the reason it's not is because they have the pirates there that are in their own gangs and stuff in there. They reside in that area. He went there, started going on YouTube, lashing stuff, talking about how he's safe in there with his girl and all that. And then in the end, he wound up getting kidnapped, and he wound up getting unalive there. So you always got to stay safe. I mean, I've heard people go to like the south part of Thailand where there are more Muslims there, and they want to get themselves in trouble there because the people there they have like you have the Buddhist faith, a little bit of Christianity, and you have the Muslim groups. It's basically all areas you need to stay safe and call you no fly zone. If you go there, something happens, that's your own fault.
Hey, but real quick, okay, let me go a little bit more in depth. I can deal with the police trying to bribe me for some extra money. I could deal with them marking up the prices on something because I'm American. But I can't deal with a woman or their family. Not necessarily saying they're trying to unalive me, but they're trying to make me unconscious so that they can get whatever it is they want from me, and I end up losing my life. That what I cannot deal with. On top of being upcharged and scammed and bribed in the country. See what I'm saying? That's like a double thing versus something that you know what I'm saying? Like, do y'all kind
Yeah,
of see what I'm saying?
one is permanent, right? Once you get unalived, I don't think you could come back. So that's pretty serious. Once you get taken advantage of and price gouging, you'll be all right. So that's what I just say. I say it's a realistic threat. I love Brazil. I love the Brazilian people, but I just don't like the crime. And so I'm willing to make that security risk in order to be down there. The answer is an astounding no. That's it. Now, people can come in and there's going to be people in line and tell you, well, there's crime everywhere. That sounds like a argument that a woman would make. Like, yes, and there's levels to this. And so you just need to know the levels, know the risk, and move accordingly. It's not to bash any country. We're not into that. We're telling the truth about violence and crime and compromises. So if you're just being smart, make your decision and then know the actual risks that lie before you and move accordingly. But don't try to disassociate yourself from the risk by saying, well, there's things that happen all over the planet. That's stupid.
Hmm. Hold on, Charlie. I don't know if Charlie remembers the story that I told him before. You know how deep, because on foreign skies point, it's a cultural problem. Like I am gonna country bash because in the same way you can say Americans are big and fat because there's a McDonald's at every corner. You know, you can say like somewhere like Colombia, the scam and grift and theft is ingrained. I got a story about that too. I might have told Charlie before. I was in I will the first time I ever went to Bogota, I was in downtown. So, I'm looking around, I turned the corner and it's the Santa Fe district. So I look around and I'm like, I see all these girls standing around. And I'm like, okay, so I'm just kind of walking around, looking around. And then I see two police officers there, right? And another one shows up. I'm like, okay, so I mean, I guess they police in the area, cool. And then from the corner of my eyes, I look over, I see a police officer. He really runs into one of the working girl's arms. Literally runs into there and goes straight into the room with his full police uniform still on. And both and both his partners, both deputies watching him doing it the entire time. The entire time. While another one of the police is on a stool over there sleeping on the job. There's just a lack of professionalism in these countries where it's like you look at it and it's just an absolute embarrassment,
I wouldn't.
So it's an embarrassment. Go ahead.
You know what? It's funny that you said that. When you said I'm not going to quote you, I said that to be more politically correct and diplomatic, but I would agree with what you said. But that's just the thing about expats specifically. They don't want to listen, bro. When it comes to saying something about another, they'll rag and say how dangerous America is all day. But when you go overseas, all of a sudden, it's not dangerous, or hey, we can't say this and we can't say that. Let's not be rude. So
Yeah,
I agree with your point. You just got to talk about it in the open because it just is what it is.
yeah, yeah. My Spanish instructor said the same thing. He's like, "Oh, you can buy guns in stores at Walmart here." And I'm like, I don't disagree with you, but over here, you're not gonna. I got a second story, and this one happened in Medellin too. So I might have told this story on this channel before. So these three girls, in Parquilleras, they're sitting around. They just sit down, right, and they take out a little baggie and start snorting, right? You know.
Hey, KB, we can't be so like visual with the language, man.
Well, let's just say whatever they were doing, it wasn't legal in Colombia. You know.
Right. Okay.
All right. And it was going up the nose. And the police, they see them. So it's two officers. I'm like, all right. So they doing their little thing. I just ignore them. And then two of my friends were standing there talking. So we're huddled up. I'm looking at the street, and then two of my friends are looking behind me, and we're just talking. And then two officers show up, right? The first officer, the officer comes up, starts questioning and talking to the lady. And then the second officer is just kind of walking around, watching his back. This officer, he looks me dead in my eye. I look him dead in his eye, right? Dead in his eye. So he sees me, I see him, right? While we're talking. So he starts talking to this girl and he's like, oh, let me search your bag because I think you have something here. And then she opens up her purse and takes out 20,000 pesos and just gives it to him. He turns around, puts it in his pocket, and he looks me dead in my eye. I'm looking him dead in the eye, and he's like, whatever. Puts the money in his pocket, and then if it was just that, I would be like, whatever. So he goes ahead and takes her number for a little, date afterwards, if you know what I mean. All in the span of like 15 minutes. Like, I'm sorry, but Colombia in many ways, Colombia is not a. It's the fact that he was not even embarrassed. It's the fact that he was not embarrassed. There wasn't even like shame. Like, it was just another day for him. And it's like, this is what I mean. Colombia is not a serious country at times. These people, they put on the badge and the uniform, and Bugs Bunny can become a police officer there. They don't need to know anything.
Hey, Carl, can I say something real quick, brother?
Go ahead.
And this is something crazy to say, but I live in Chicago. And I feel like I'm safer in Chicago than I am in a place like Columbia because
You're
in
not though. You're
Chicago,
not though.
hold on. I see what you're saying, but hold on. Because I'm American and where I'm at is just a lot of American people that look like me. But when I'm in Colombia, I'm American and I'm actually a target.
Mhm. And the thing too is you need to ask if it was revealed and someone caught on camera, eyewitnesses caught a police stop someone and someone fishes through their wallet and gives the police $200 to go away. That'd be a huge scandal. Huge,
Do you think
right?
so?
Yeah,
I don't
that
think so.
would
I
like
think that's just
if
business
I
as usual
promise you,
though.
if you have proof that this officer was accepting bribes, you can take that to court and you can get yourself a nice settlement for that. A nice settlement.
Bro, yep, no, that's the Americanized you talking. You it sounds like you go over there and you think you got American rights over there. Like I get to say what I want. I don't think that's the case out there, bro.
No, no, I'm talking
I
about in
just don't.
America. I'm talking about in America.
Oh
Over
yeah, in
there.
America that happens, yeah.
Yeah.
But in
Yeah.
Colombia,
I'm not talking
no,
about
no way.
that's what I mean. In Colombia, that doesn't exist. The corruption is
Oh,
so
okay.
it's the rot is so deep that that's something that happens and they'll do it in front of other officers in public and the officers will pretend like they don't see anything in
Hey,
public.
do you think you're more safe in a tourist area in a Colombia or like or like one of these Latin countries than you is in your actual home city?
I feel safer at home for sure. Yeah.
But this is for
And
everybody like this on a panel though. You know what I'm saying? Like to answer the question.
um,
That's like in Thailand, for example. You go to Chiang Mai and you go to Pattaya. Which one do you think is going to present more risk to you?
No,
You
I'm
know,
not talking
it
about
depends.
Asia. I'm talking about strictly Latin countries like Mexico, Venezuela. Well, we ain't going to Venezuela, but Mexico, Colombia, like Costa Rica, places like that. You know what I'm saying? Like to
It,
where it's more common.
yeah, it's more common, but it also mainly depends on where you travel to over in those other different countries. That's why I said certain areas are considered my no-fly zones. You wouldn't catch me going there. You wouldn't catch me going to red light district in any country. But everybody chooses their own path in life. I just say be happy, without no regrets.
Yeah, but I'm
Yeah.
talking about a tourist area, like the tourist
Well,
area for tourists that go there, and the police are there to protect you from all of that stuff. Do you feel more
Yeah,
safer there or where you're from in your home city?
well, yeah, no, I get what you're saying, but let me just like just take it back to reason why, like say with you like bringing up Chicago specifically, let me take it to there. Reason why I think a place like Columbia is like safer when it comes to things like that, because in Chicago you could be in the wrong place just wearing the wrong color and it could be like dire to your health, you know what I mean, to your survival. But long as if you go to Columbia and you don't indulge in none of that, the extracurricular activities, I think you will be fine. Now there is a case that people have talked about in this space to where it was a person just jogging and they got goddamn it scoped like jogging or whatever. But as far as that go, those are few and far between. But people get unfortunately gunned down in Chicago every day, damn near. You know what I mean? It's like a highway chase in LA. You can wake up every morning damn near and see one of those.
bro, in
I
Bogota,
would say,
some people died like 3 weeks
yeah,
ago because they popped out with a grenade. How the hell did
yeah,
they
yeah.
even
It's
get a grenade? They threw a
it,
grenade into the damn crowd.
And
I'm
it's
sorry,
unique
but
that you say
people
that.
from Old Block don't got grenades.
No,
Somehow you
it's
got a
unique that
grenade.
you say that because in Chicago, it was this one dude that they was looking for because he was taking pictures with a grenade launcher.
yeah, but that's a picture with a grenade launcher. But what I would say is just Look, both of them are dangerous. If you actually look at the statistics, of course, Bogota's a little bit more dangerous than Chicago, but they're still both dangerous when it comes down to crime. They're counting homicides, they're counting robberies and burglaries, like official statistics, not, man, it was this one guy, he took a picture with a grenade launcher. And in this story, in that story, just the statistics speak that they're both pretty dangerous. But of course, you're going to have a little bit more dangerous in Bogota. Now, if you're a foreigner, maybe your profile is going to be a little bit different too because you're a soft target, because you're a foreigner, and they assume you have money. So that's going to create a little bit more risk. So that's probably an extra factor, but it is dangerous. That's why Colombian people run. That's why Venezuela, like those people run from the country from the danger. Like, what do you mean? They actually file asylum in different countries saying, hey, I'm leaving this country because it's freaking dangerous. So I think sometimes we just be in our own bubbles swearing that everything is Gucci, but it's dangerous there.
Bro, Charlie,
Well,
For
think
the
about that.
locals,
He took a picture in a grenade with a grenade launcher, and they went and found him. Some motherfucker threw a grenade in the crowd, and they still haven't found him. He just threw a
yeah.
grenade and just drove off.
But if you leave it up to blackies in America, they always gonna act like there's some problem. Oh yeah, it's the worst. So that's just what that is. They always gonna
well,
say it's bad.
a lot of people use their passport to go travel or live overseas. And one of the major problems is they think they're entitled. You know, they don't realize overseas you have to follow the laws back home in America, not only back home in America, but you have to follow the laws within the country that you reside in. And they don't notice that. And to give a sample, have y'all heard of the jet ski scam in Thailand, where they got the jet skis in the water and up under it, it's damaged, and people will rent them and drive them around, and then when they pull it back up, they blame the damage on you, and you knew that you didn't cause the damage. They want a certain amount of money, and then they call the police, and then the price goes up. Why? Because the police are in on it. They use that to make money. And what's the sad part is there are people that know that, yet they still ride around and use the jet skis. The same with like renting a motorbike here. You know, before you sign that contract, you don't give them your passport, you give them a copy of your passport. Secondly, before you sign the contract, you put it on, you take a bunch of pictures of the motorbike, any damage that you see, and on the seat of the motorbike where you can see the plate number, you take a picture of that. So you at least have some protection against that. If you give them your passport, they got completely control over it. Plus they can hold your passport and tell you if you don't give them a certain amount of money, then you're not getting your passport back. And if a good police officer will probably, help you out. But there's a lot of them that are in it to, make money from that. The police are not always in your favor, where it's back home in America and other countries. But it seems to be more police over there willing to scam and take bribes in other countries. So you have to be aware of
Mm-mm.
Yeah. And I also highlighted that I think also it's a problem just across the board. People. I don't even think it's an American thing. I just think it's a people thing. People
that.
obviously come to America and they violate American rules. Like
Yep.
they overstay their visa. Just like I see people over here, gringos overstaying their visa, abusing the immigration rules here and there in that country. So it's just a thing. All people do it. It's not specific. I hear
Oh
most
my
people
god.
who say ignorant Americans come over and everybody does that shit, man. What the hell? Everybody like legitimately violates laws of another country because they're just moving through it and just doing whatever they want to because they're self-interest and self-preservation focused. Like at the end of the day, it's just a thing, and you got to decide: do you want to be a part of the ignorant crew, or you want to be a part of the informed crew that moves accordingly and moves smart?
Well, I will say, like, immigration, like in America, they don't really enforce the laws. You have less people that are illegal in Thailand mainly because they enforce the laws. Does it still happen in Thailand? Yes, but it's more or less of it. And look at all the problems of immigration where they don't enforce the laws in America, and the problem is it's created within the country. You know, people look at that when you talk about that like it's a bad thing, but it's the honest truth.
Yeah, and I would also add to it, enforcement is an element, and then also the society, the culture is an element. Like I don't see Thai people arguing with the immigration police because they're trying to find foreigners that overstay their visa. That's a thing that we have to think about in America because that happens, right? So you don't have the locals in Thailand or in Asia or Japan stopping immigration from finding foreigners who overstay their visa. That's not a
Yeah.
thing. They believe in borders. And so the people plus the legislation plus the enforcement all come together to make something happen. Even though in America, that might be the law, but enforcement and then also the people don't agree here and there. And so that's where you get the issues. But again, the foreigners still violate, period. They're okay with breaking the law, period, even though they're still breaking it. So that's an observation. Just like you can go to any country, they might allow you get away with some things like pay for play is illegal here. Now you decide what you want to do, but still it is illegal.
I
Now the
say
enforcement allows it.
I say laws in general are for people who abide by them. The people that don't abide by the laws, they don't care regardless either way. You know, it's a lot of people can get away with it, but others get caught. You know, it's just a matter of time. You can do something a million times, and that million and one time that you do it the next time, you can get caught. If something happens, it'll completely ruin your life. I've been seeing a lot of people go overseas and wind up become homeless and can't get back home. They, you know, the embassies will help you out to get back to your country, but at the same time, you got to pay that money back. And a lot of people can't afford it, or they don't have family back home that can help them out. So what happens? They get stuck overseas.
Hey, but real quick, I meant to say earlier that when it comes to the resources, they don't have the same resources that America have. Like our law enforcement, they don't have the same resources for their law enforcement in these second or third world countries, as they call them. You know, the Mexicos and the Venezuelans and the Colombians, stuff like that. So when they come to them actually doing everything they can to get these guys, quote unquote, and a lot of time it'd be a hit or miss.
Yeah, a
That
lot of people,
if they want to investigate too.
a lot of people say third world countries, and they say that relates to poor countries, but that's not the actual truth. Like first world,
I mean,
second
from an
world,
economic law enforcement resource type way.
Yeah, we know
like
what you mean.
first world, second world, and third world countries started back in the Cold War. And that first world countries is Americas, and that has similar values and ideas. They shared it. Second world countries were the communist countries that were against America and other countries that had similar ideals. Third world countries was the ones that wanted to remain neutral. So third world countries are not necessarily what you call poor. I just say they're less developed. So that's why I call them developing countries instead. See the little puppy here? She's being annoying.
Damn, work.
She wants to
But
co-host
yeah,
while I'm on here.
but yeah, so basically, I understand that you gotta learn how to move no matter like where you choose to go, especially when it comes to like, you know, countries that have that type of crime and, things like that. Because I can go into detail with certain things, but like when it comes to like if something happened to you in one of these countries, like you know how America is when it comes to the response time. It takes forever for damn near ambulance, fire trucks, police cars to get to you if something happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you know, it depends on the
So in
location.
another country, even though let's say you do decide to, leave out of the tourist area and you want to explore a different part. And I'm not saying that, let's pray to God nothing does, but if something does, what is the response time going to be for any type of law enforcement that's called, or you need an ambulance or you need to fight? You know what I'm saying? Like
Nigga,
that matters as well.
it's whoever's there, bro.
Right,
It's
you know what I'm
whoever's
saying?
there.
But
If
and that,
someone's there, then
but
you're lucky. If
Paul,
no one's there, it
that's
is what
more
it is.
ruthless to me though, bro. You kind of see what I'm saying? That's more ruthless to me than that's why I kind of say like I fear like okay, I'm not scared to go to the country, but I fear that more than I fear it in America. You know, kind of see what I'm saying?
Well, there's like a lot of people that go over to another country and they flash money, and then they complain about they get robbed because they went to a bad area.
No,
I
I'm
can
not talking
say,
about flashing money. I'm
yeah,
talking about you just being American. Somebody finding out that you are American and they just trying to be on a come up because they have nothing, or they
Hmm.
just a really bad person, a part of some bad stuff, and they decide to target you,
well,
they or him or
I
one.
can,
You know what
I
I'm saying?
can, I can give a current example of that with the Iran war. So
What?
the oil is actually starting to affect Thailand here, probably affecting the Philippines first. The people in my village know that I'm American, but those people in the right area understand it's the government and not me personally. Uninformed people in their areas or people that don't care either way, they'll blame the American, and they can take it out on that person if they find out they're American.
I mean, it ain't exactly wrong for blaming Americans, but okay.
Uh,
Nah, they
I
wrong.
I didn't condone the Iran. I didn't condone the American war with Iran that's currently going on here. Either way, whether I agree or disagree, I don't have no say in the outcome whether we go to war or not. That's either way. I have nothing to do about it. It's nothing I can do about it. So
Well,
you know,
somebody voted him in. I
yeah,
mean,
but it was
it's not like exactly like maybe he doesn't know it's you, but I mean, he got 62 million votes. Somebody voted for this.
well. I gotta. Well, I'll just make it simple. For actually going on with the Iran war, it doesn't. It wouldn't matter who was president, whether it's Democrat or Republican. It still would have happened.
Begs to differ, but
No, it mattered because if that lady would have been a president, we would have had no respect and it would have been worse way
No,
faster.
but you gotta understand, Democrats, Republicans are the same. Two wings of the same bird, serving their purpose. You
we,
think you
Yeah,
got
the American Eagle, and I love it. So shout
Hey, can
outs
you
to
name a
America, period.
country? Can you name another country that has a female president right now?
I think Thailand
Japan.
has one.
No.
Like,
Japan.
Thailand doesn't
Ja-
have presidents; they have prime ministers. So yeah, they did have
But
a female
Japan.
prime minister for a long time.
Japan?
But
Japan,
Yeah, Japan is bigger
Mexico.
than
but
there.
now she done lost her position and she's on the court for some of the actions to determine where she's going to go to prison. They have
Yeah,
a new prime minister now.
Mexico, Britain. Um, before I think of the last five prime ministers in Britain, three of them were women: Liz
Italy.
Truss, Theresa May, and
I bet. So do these female presidents or ministers or leaders or whatever, do they get the same respect that the men leaders, yeah, that the men leaders get?
Yeah.
yeah,
Like the presidents
The
in the
prime
case like
minister
that.
in Italy does.
yeah.
Okay, so one last question. If we would have had her, right, and we already know We all know who we talking about. If we would have had
Yeah,
her
yeah.
as president, do you think we would have got the same respect?
Yeah, we would have gotten respected to get effed up. But
Well, I
no.
mean, I think we would have had more respect. I don't really like the way things are going now. And
But
not only
yeah,
that,
I
but
agree with
I
that.
think Donald Trump is a predator too, but okay.
Yeah, let's not go
Yeah.
too far into that just because this is someone else's house. But what I will say about that,
Mhm.
I just got back from the store, so I couldn't fully engage into the conversation. I see I missed a lot of chats and things of that nature. But what I was saying about that, my response about like say with the thing with the grenade launcher and stuff like that is they pick and choose over here. And a lot of stuff is over here is your own kind doing it to you. People that look like you is the people that you're more in danger from. You know what I mean? Just unfortunately, especially when you're coming from a certain like demographics and things of that nature. And not only
Affinity
that,
crimes.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Affinity crimes.
Type shit. Like say we like okay, just comparing the two. If I went to I just put on my hoodie because I went to the store or whatever. But if I went to a certain part of Chicago dressed like this, somebody that looked like me would press me because I'm dressed like this. And when I say like this, just the colors that I have on. You see what I'm saying? I don't know if that's a thing in Colombia or Thailand or somewhere else. You know what I mean? A lot of those places, from my understanding, you damn near have to make yourself a target. You know what I mean? Opposed to if you are in America, and you go somewhere like say if you ever been to LA, you know hats are a real thing. You could wear a hat with a fish on it and somebody will press you just because it looks like it's a part of this certain demographic and stuff like that. So my whole thing is like America is not as safe as people want it to be, and also, I mean, what portray it to be, and also they have pick and chooses. Like they just talking about they say they solved Tupac's murder, but how long did it take for them to get Brett Favre jerseys back?
What they solved Tupac's murder? Who did it?
They said it was well. Everybody was saying, "Oh, they should have been caught on to that and stuff like that," but they were saying Keefe D did it, and I think he just went to jail in the last 2 years. Tupac been dead, goddamn it, damn near
Yeah,
2 years.
you know what's funny? I always find about America is that again, it's because I worked at the embassy and I've seen the documentation. You
Right.
guys are so comfortable. The shit y'all be talking about, they just solved Tupac's murder. There's people who are being dipped in acid. There's people who get hung from bridges. There's people whose bodies get chopped up and hang from bridges for the neighborhood to see so that they can stay in line. It's terrifying overseas, bruv. You guys don't know. Y'all freaking arguing about R. Kelly, maybe an island exists. Like the nonsense is ridiculous. When in overseas, when you go in and you really tap in, it gets worse. It gets devilish. You don't know because you're not from there. And you often just probably chill in the resort and enjoy. Sometimes you might pack out to the favela, but it's dangerous. Like Beanie Siegel told Charlemagne, it's dangerous and you don't know. So the type of violence, they had RPGs shooting down helicopters of the police in Brazil, bruv. They on some real militia type When the police go in, it's arms up, bruv. They just shoot and pray. Like it's no game. You get lit up. It's that dangerous.
Brazil,
The Brazilian
Colombia,
cops got to cover up
Mexico.
their face in order to move. They can't show their identity because their family might get body bagged. That's how deep it is. It's
Absolutely,
extremely
absolutely.
dangerous.
But you're
That's a failed
referring
state.
to, in
Why
my
would you want to be
opinion,
in a failed state?
yeah, but you're referring to, in my opinion, people that indulge in a certain life. You know what I mean?
No,
And
that's regular people who's getting caught up. Again, I worked in the highest law enforcement office inside the country for extensive years. This is not just people who are in the life. These are regular people. Same thing people cry about in America. That other people in casualties of war. What you're trying to say now is that these criminals are the only individuals in the galaxy that put
I'm saying
violence
for
into
the
the
most
world,
part.
and there's no casualties. Everybody is a casualty, and everybody can get rolled on and does get rolled on and fall victims to the crime.
Yeah,
It's
for
dangerous.
sure. And I can agree with that. But for like say, just further to drive my point home, because my thing is this is I'm not saying in certain places it doesn't exist. Like I say, I visit the favelas, and what they were screaming about that there's no crime there because there's one penalty for every crime there, and that's death. You know what I mean? And the police
There's
don't even
crime
come.
in the favelas.
They say that. Well, that's what they're saying. Like, if,
I don't know who what and what
it's
tour they took
organized
you
crime.
on.
No. Let me restate. It's organized crime because they say the favelas is ran by the mob or something like the Brazilian mob, and the police don't even really go in there. Like, so, I also what I was told while I was in there, like, is people that didn't live in favelas and never come out because they're wanted people. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying all of that to say everywhere do have its, upside and downside and stuff like that. I'm just saying for the most part, like, say, I could go to a place here and not even know that I'm in the wrong. You know what I mean? In Brazil and stuff like that. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was saying, no, go ahead.
No, I could go somewhere here in America and not even know I'm in a bad place, and it could just be normal. But that's just, well, like I say, that's the reality that I grew up with. You know what I mean? And not saying that it's not somewhere else and stuff like that. But yeah, I get it. They have people that do this, that, and the third in other countries. But it's just when people want to make it seem like America's so much safer than other places. I just don't see that all the time. It's safer for people that live in Hollywood where foreign skies were saying, it takes the police certain time. Do you know they say in Hollywood the average response time for the police was less than a minute?
Yeah, but the one thing I try to highlight, especially with black people, because they perpetrate this fraud, is, bruv, you get shot on the corner over some violence, cool, but you don't get dipped in the acid and your family don't get erased. Cut it out. And that's what happens down there. That's how dangerous it is. So there's a big dog in the room, and it ain't black Americans with your sneakers and your Jordans and your cell phones. It's way worse down there. It's gorillas and apes and orangutans and chimpanzees and silverbacks. It's a really entire different game. They don't have no color thing, and you guys play around with that, and you got your snapback on. It's dangerous. They got AK-47s. They got highly lethal weapons, RPGs, and I'm talking about little kids who bang. And they don't go out and play games in the street with cars on some Chicago shit. You Chirac. This is the real Iraq. So there's a big difference in the violence and that's committed down there. And I'm just trying to highlight that because we go into flights of fantasy, assuming that, hey, man, it ain't super safe. It's super safe. It's super safe. And ask a real immigrant who comes to America who tries to escape that deprivation and actually says, oh, this is what y'all call the ghettos. This is a joke thing, man. There's no doors where we come from. There's no roofs where we come from.
Absolutely. It's certain parts in America like that, though. It's certain parts in America.
Like that. It's not like that. It's not like that. It's not like
no. What I'm saying is, it's certain parts in America that's the real ghetto. Then when you go to other places to where they say this the ghetto, be like, no, bro, this seems like the.
So wait, hold on. You're saying that the ghetto in America is just the same as the favelas? No, that's a stretch.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it's places like in America to where you go and it's the real ghetto as far as America go, and you go to somewhere else in America and they say this is the ghetto, and the person that's from the real ghetto will say like, no, that's not real. You see what I'm saying?
Hold on now, Charlie. He did mention RPGs. I don't think you can get one of those in America.
You actually. Here's the thing. Let me ask Foreign Sky something. Have you ever heard about the crates that be popping up in the alleys and stuff in Chicago, Foreign Skies?
Yeah, bro. I done heard that shit a couple times, like imaginary shit just popping up, like
it's out of nowhere.
And basically how they getting their hands on this military grade type shit, and it's like
supposed to get
exactly talking about So they call it hitting the train. But
hold on. I gotta interject because I think OTO is right. When was the last time
OTO was wrong though?
Oh, okay, but I feel like you grasping at straws a little bit. Because
he's just building on what happens in America. I think
hold on. Like, what exact? Like, when was the last time you've ever heard a U.S. gang going to war against the National Guard? Like a battlefield.
That you're not gonna hear. But here's the thing. What I'm saying is like, say, especially when you guys talk about like, say, also I heard in the car when you're saying like Americans in Thailand, they're not protesting people getting put out of their country because the people that's in office are all there for Thailand, but people that's in office here is for people around the country. So you have go ahead.
Thai people would disagree with that. So you get what I'm saying? I've been traveling across the world. Thai people will not agree with that. They don't agree for the most part. that even
You
their own
have
politicians are on their side. They
you
don't.
have
Nobody's comfortable with their government for the most part. If you go across the planet, people are just going to complain about it. So they're not thinking
and
that they're pro Thailand first. They think they're influenced by the Chinese. They think they're influenced by India. They think they're influenced by the Russians because they have 90 days instead of 30 days, because they can open up the businesses and they can operate for such a long time. They have their issues. And so they wouldn't say that. But I get what you're trying to say, which is basically like, yes, it's a little bit more so than America, where they say, hey, look, they're protecting our interests a little bit more.
well
I get
in
it.
Thai
No,
Okay,
everything.
okay.
in
Well, I
Thailand
can accept that. Go ahead, expat.
in Thailand they have two main groups. They call the red shirts and the yellow shirts. And they have their own agendas and what they believe how Thailand should move forward. But with that, with them fighting with each other, you got to realize not only do they have their own agendas, the government and the king of Thailand has their own agendas as well. It's the same in America. You have Democrats and Republicans, and then you have what the government actually really wants.
And I think
Yeah,
the last point is I would say at least in other countries, I know I can't speak for other places, but I know at least for Japan, there's still trust for the government in the institutions of the government. I feel like in America it's eroding or
To the
eroded
extent,
past
that's why
tense.
they just ousted the last prime minister and they got their new one. So there was no trust with that guy. But I would agree, everybody has their issues, man.
Major say not true. Go ahead.
It's really bad, period. But what I would say is the things that you did bring up, Charlie, is they make sense, right? Like we have our issues and it's not perfect. So if somebody's saying it's perfect in comparison to Colombia, that's crazy. It's just differences and there's big nuances. And I would say there's a big landslide difference. But when we look at it, right, when it's Chicago and Colombia versus robberies and break-ins, they're about neck and neck. They're both bad places to be in, period.
Well, I appreciate that, OTO, but like I say, and I guess it depends on what you can look at. Because do you know what they say that most crime happens? Now, this is just crime; it's not the deadliest crime and stuff like that. But they say the Vatican, because pickpocketing is a real thing out there. Like it goes on all day, every day. You know what I mean? So I guess it's the scope that you want to look at it through. I'm just saying for me, and I guess where I be, I don't feel as safe in America, where I guess where I'm from and where I be from in America, than where I be out of the country, if that makes sense. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, no, I know, like say something could happen to you and your people will never know. You know what I mean? In fact, I was like, this is back in the days. Once again, I don't do that. But like say I was somewhere to where I was trying to handle some business with somebody, and it dawned on me, if something happened here, bro, you're done. Like I was in a place to where the police don't even come. For real, like
Well, I would agree, especially you said you feel like, and then I would agree even in the think like, if you were in Chicago at a certain place, of all the things that you said, right, having a hat, having this, having these things, that could be an issue. But if you go to Thailand and you're just as smart as you were being in Chicago, right, you probably wouldn't have those issues, period. It would be a safer environment for you to live in based off of all those metrics that you just said, right? So even if you were being smart in Chicago, right, trying to watch your hat, trying to watch your shoes and your colors, right? You could still end up in a predicament. Less so if you were being sane, like having security awareness and was moving in Thailand, you probably wouldn't have an issue. And so net, I think that's a smart statement that you said, and it's actually valid. You go to Colombia, you probably won't have the issue because you're being smart there too. It's just you won't have that likeness that causes the issue when they say you look like the enemy to those people in that construct, if you know what I mean.
So can I ask a question real quick?
sure.
Okay, so you know the really bad places in America, you know, the Memphis, the Chicago's, the Louisiana, you know, like the New Orleans,
Beverly
you know, like
Hills.
yeah, like all that, right? Do
He
you
said,
think
yeah.
more people die a day in those places than a place like Colombia, Venezuela, or Mexico or Brazil? Like on a daily basis,
Delete.
like by how? Well,
On a
my bad.
daily basis? I
Delete.
think that's an interesting
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, on a daily basis, Charlie.
It's a good thing that you said think, because like I say, I have no like infinite proof to back it up, but I would think more people just like die here on a daily basis. You know what I mean? Just like but that's just my thought. Like say like from crime and stuff like that. Yeah, I would
Yeah,
think more people.
crime, homicide, stuff like that. Yeah,
But all of that is like, once again, in my opinion, by design. Because do you think if that many people that was dying in Chicago a year, if those was white people, the government couldn't stop it?
come on, Charlie. Now you know.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So I think that's by design. But to answer my question, I think more
Yeah,
people
yeah,
die here. I mean, to answer that question, I think more people die here. And once again, it's where you at, because in Minnesota, we rarely ever see car chases, although there are real things since the Kid Boys come out. But when I was on the
right.
West Coast, you see a car chase on the highway damn near every day.
Facts. Yeah, facts.
So I guess is where you at. But in my opinion, and everybody else could chime in as well, I think more people like perish here in America just on pure nonsense than in other countries. And that's just my
See, but
opinion.
that's the thing,
Well,
Charlie. We come from certain backgrounds. Hold on, just real quick. We come from certain backgrounds. Like I'm coming from Chicago, you coming from the South. You know what I'm saying? Like certain, and we come from them areas where we didn't seen, saw, heard, and experience some of the craziest things as far as people breaking the law and doing things to people. So
Right.
it is expected for us to have a certain understanding mindset, head on a swivel, on S alert. You know what I'm saying? When it's expected of us because we are supposed to be green. But then you got them people who, they come from the city, but they don't come from those type of areas. They come from better areas. What about them
well,
people who,
That's a good.
when they travel over there, right? But they more green, or they don't really know about this and know about that, or they don't have the same on guard as we will have because of they haven't experienced those type of things. What do you say about that?
Hmm?
I have to say other countries more people used to normally die. And one example I can give of that, is when they in Somalia when they was trying to do the genocide against the Christians there not too long ago, and Trump intervened in that. They were mass genocide and unaliving Christians over there in massive numbers. A lot of countries have a lot more corruption. They have a lot more poverty, a lot more illnesses, and a lot more problems than the normal average American does.
Agree. Yeah, yeah. Well, when he was talking about loss of life, yeah, I think absolutely when it comes to like life in general, like yeah, for sure. They listen, people talk about slavery and shit was this bad, that, and that bad and shit like that, which I'm not debunking that and stuff like that because that was a part of American history. But slavery technically still going on to this day. You got children working in cobalt mines, getting paid pennies.
There are other countries where slavery currently exists, and that's the truth.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. So yeah, no, I'm not saying America, goddamn it, is so bad. So I would choose. I still think America is one of the greatest places on earth as far as making money and stuff. But like, come on now, if we're talking about as a whole, yes, it's places to where if you don't have a connection or influence, you're gonna die poor if you was born poor. At least in America, you could be born poor and die rich, and that's for the most part. You know what I mean? I heard somebody say just today, like, because I watch a lot of financial things, stuff like that. It's not your fault if you was born poor in America, but it's definitely your fault if you die poor in America. Just
Yeah,
because you.
that's true.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, OTO.
No, keep cooking. And then I think Expat was going to talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, I
I
was
would,
just saying, like, yeah,
I just say,
I don't think it's
I just
that
say
bad here.
every,
Go ahead,
I,
Expat.
I just say everybody is responsible for creating the life they deserve. Is it going to be easy? Is it going to be fair? No. You know,
No, that's my point within itself, though, Expat. It's like some places you cannot create the life that you want. You
yeah, and
cannot.
I do agree with
How
that.
hard you work. It's people. Come on, man. Let's just be honest. Like it's people that work hard as hell, way more harder than people in America, and they're not gonna be able to see that. What's the word I'm looking for? They're not going to be able to really reap the return of their efforts like we can in America. Like I say, you could be born poor. Let's take Jay-Z, and I get it. A lot of people hate Jay-Z, but this is just a case study right here. For what he had made in his lifetime, which he came up in the projects and stuff like that. So he say what he made in his lifetime, he's going to be able to feed his grandchildren's grandchildren. And I fear in a lot of places around the world, you can't do that. Like they say, even America as a whole is the world's middle class. Like the poor people in America has nothing on poor people in other countries that live in landfills and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Bro, that's a fact. That's a fact.
I agree with that. People can't expect to have a bountiful harvest in a toxic wasteland. The difference in America, most people have a choice to choose the environment or the state. Is it easy to change? No. But in a lot of other countries, they don't have that option.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I say
I often do say, though, I try to shy away from that for other countries because I do believe other countries have opportunity now. Now, the world 2026, they have good amount of opportunities because the global marketplace. Prior, it was a regional or it was a domestic or national marketplace entirely. So the scales have changed slightly to increase their odds. But net at the end of the day, yes, there is a big alpha and upside in America. Hence why most capital outflow is in Asia, is in Africa, but most capital inflow is the United States after UAE. So most capital is running to America. That goes for millionaires and billionaires. Most billionaires in America are self-made and first generation, not because of inheritance. Most of them are even immigrants. The richest African-American and a person in the world, Elon Musk, he came to America with not much, and look at him now. So I think that the example of having social, mobile, and economic opportunity in America is the greatest, because even when you go to other countries that have good middle classes, it doesn't have so much upside on your actual return on investment. So I think there's massive amounts of potential, and it does have a middle class. And so unlike most places, it's either you have or you don't. And that's basically it. They don't really have a middle class built out in a lot of countries. China is still attempting to get itself to a middle class where they have a substantial amount of people in the middle class. So again, I think that's one of the good things about it. So you can do good, even being average, but you can also have that great upside to America.
Real quick, because I know when I speak to like brothers like OTO, even KB, where POV, if you still in the building, I want you to elaborate on that because you said KB is too smart to be acting like this. Shout out to you. I think that's.
I ain't even saying anything. What?
No, he said that a while ago, so I want you to elaborate on it. But what I was saying is OTO, like say when I speak with you, I know I gotta have my facts together and stuff like that, just because like it's something that I like, not saying that when I speak to somebody else, I don't have to have my facts together, but with you, I need to have the owner. And I just looked up Elon because I thought Elon Musk didn't come from obscurity. His family was actually well off.
Yeah,
his father was okay, but again, in consideration to the money,
developer in
he lost a good amount of portion of his wealth. So they did have to live a different life. Plus, when his wife or his mom took him away, then he was brokey. He was back to being a brokey. His father gave him maybe about $5,000, but that's about it. No more than that. No more. I
don't think he was a brokey. That brokey is a little bit.
When he went with his mom, he was a brokey, bro. No, he was a brokey. When the mom took it away.
It almost sounded like when Donald Trump say that his father gave him.
No, it wasn't in the millions, guys. Look, this is what I'm saying. Y'all always want to talk yourselves into some situation instead of looking at another man's victory. You're freaking trying to figure out the chink in it. Well, you came from a rich family. He didn't have millions. It's not like Donald Trump. I wouldn't say same thing about Donald Trump, right? Because his father did give him millions, and he did have access to networking connections. It was not the same for Elon Musk. If it was, I would say it. But that's not the case. Now
Well,
y'all
I'm
could
definitely gonna,
speculate on
we're gonna
emerald
revisit this
mines
because
and
I
all
haven't
that,
looked into
but what I'm
Elon
just
Musk
saying is
has.
just not the facts. You want to promote Jay-Z and shit and ride his, like, come on. At
It's
the end
not
of the
riding his
day,
coattail. I just no, that wasn't because words have meaning. When you say riding his coattail, yeah, no, I could say that for numerous. Well, I can even because Shaq come from a great litter of people don't know Shaq come from a great litter of siblings, like all his. So I wouldn't use Shaq in that situation. I wouldn't use. I would use probably Kanye West or something like that. So it's not just riding his coattail.
good
Is
example.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Not that good examples, yeah.
Yeah, these are just people that they came from the bottom and made it to the top. Essentially, like $1 billion is a lot of money. And
yeah, that's a lot of money.
Huh?
No, I was saying, yeah, that's a lot of money, but so is Elon. Like I said, considering the wealth, he did not get millions. So if it was, I would say it. If he was Bill Gates' his life, that would be different too. But that's just not the case with his story, just like anybody else. Like you mentioned, Kanye, Jay-Z, all these are great accomplishments.
Yeah, real quick, POV say good night, y'all. Like and subscribe for sure. Let me take the time to say this, bro. If you've been here this long, just hit the subscribe button, man. We talking about starving people around the world, and you won't hit the subscribe button. It costs you nothing, man. I promise you, it's free. That's what I thought, Chalupa, because like I said, I'm not well versed enough to just go back, but I'm definitely going to look into it because it's some things that just live rent free.
Watch this. How many people have parents that are electrical engineers, but they're not billionaires? So again, y'all, people always make the, like, bro, Martin Luther King, his kids are who? My point exactly. Like, who are the kids of Michael Jackson? Nobody knows. Who are the kids
Blanket?
of
Everybody
Shaq?
know Blanket.
Nobody cares.
Know Blanket.
No, I mean, Blanket don't get money. Blanket ain't no Michael Jackson. Cut it out now. All right.
Yeah, no.
So what I'm saying is most of the kids from even those people are usually nothing themselves. So again, just by saying his dad was an engineer, what I'm saying is this is the poverty mindset. Y'all guys always have it. It's a situation where somebody else is a billionaire and you're like, well, his dad owned a mine and he was an engineer. What does that mean? Does that mean he gets to become a trillionaire? Like, that's a big fucking difference in between.
I'm saying that to say
I think Charlie's saying what is being passed down.
Not just
nothing
that.
was passed down. What was passed down from electrical engineer?
Hold on.
Hold on, KB, just 1 second.
Because I checked the Carfax on that real quick, but go ahead.
Okay, but guess what count? They say your altitude determines your altitude. Your net worth determines your net worth. What I'm saying is whether you was like, let's just say, they say Donald Trump was in the whole 400 million, a bunch of millions of dollars, but he still had his net worth, and that got to count for something.
I would not say. I just told you if it was Donald Trump, it'd be different. I wouldn't say that.
I use those. I linked those two together because if his dad was rich at one point and he did lose money, he still got his connections.
But most millionaires and billionaires don't come from that, anyways. So what I'm just trying to emphasize.
Elon Musk, though.
Exactly.
Hold on. Let me allow me, because I looked into it a little bit. And this is from the horse's mouth, Errol Musk. So yes, he did own that apartheid emerald mine, and yes, he stated that the money that he earned from that emerald mine, he was funding Elon Musk's his undergraduate program, to the tune of about $28,000 a year. And I remember this specifically because there has been situations where people were saying, where it was proven that Elon Musk did rent out a mansion while at this time in Columbia or Wharton, and he was hosting parties at that mansion as well. So evidently,
now, again, how many people go to school and have parents pay? That's mostly most people who go to school. That's nothing new.
Well, I mean, come on. I understand what you're saying, but come on. I mean,
go to school.
To
most
the point
people
where
have their parents go to school. So how did that translate in becoming a trillionaire?
Listen,
why don't you just be? Why don't see? This is what I'm saying. This is the inability of brokies with poor mindset. And brokey doesn't mean we're talking about your bank account. We're talking about your freaking mindset, right? It would be no problem, like when Charlie just said with Donald Trump. He had a family. and etc. A network connection. He gave him only $1 million. I'm not up here arguing against that. But there's a whole different thing between his dad was an engineer and he had an oil mine and he paid for his school. Okay. And how many other people get their school paid for? Now, how do you go from there and become a trillionaire and be like, well, his school was paid for. That's why he made $1 trillion. So everybody by default who has a family member that pays $30,000 per year should be a trillionaire because their father paid for it or their mother.
I don't think that's what. Well, I know that's not what I said, and I don't.
What are you trying to say?
Hold on. Because this is why do you ascribe more intelligence or capability just because someone is wealthy?
Because usually when someone's wealthy, they have probably created a structure and a system that creates value, not only for themselves, but for other people. And I also say, not only just wealthy, it's called resources. They also usually create more resources for themselves, for other people. Like Jeff Bezos has 300 billion, but Jeff Bezos has created 2.1 trillion for other people in their retirement accounts, in their 401ks, that has allowed Americans to retire at a comfortable age and have a great life for the hard work that they dedicated over the years. That's why I highlight it, and that's why I say it does give them value. Not only the money that they have, the money they created for other people.
You got hold the thought. Let me read this right fast. Shout out to POV. He may be gone now, but he said I need to follow O2O. I think it's OTO, but we get it. He said he be spitting facts for sure. OTO is goddamn it. You can tell he's an educated brother, but he be hitting different a little bit sometimes. You know what I mean? So yeah, I fucks with OTO, man. He definitely you can tell what he talk about, he knows for the most part and stuff of that nature. But I think he's moving the goalpost a little bit here. If I'm being transparent, I think he's moving the goalpost a little bit. But you know, that's how them people that think they from the South move sometimes. You know what I mean? So there's that. But real quick, he said, I didn't say he was super wealthy, but he didn't come from nothing. Also, he says, you, as in OTO, he said, you making it seem like Elon Musk came from nothing. And he said, I don't know any intelligent homeless people. I'm quite sure. Well, here's the thing. And I heard somebody else say that. I think that was Jim Rohn or maybe it was him. But it said, just because you're a rocket scientist don't mean you understand how wealth works. You know what I mean? So those are different fields and stuff like that. Like, I just land there. But yeah, I get it. I'm sure there's intelligent people. There's people with a lot of skill and stuff like that. How many people that you think that live in the ghetto that can play basketball better than Jordan? It probably was. But guess who had the discipline? Guess who had the wherewithal to not get caught up in the stuff that goes on? So there's that. But KB, you want to respond? My apologies, bro. I just had to get those out.
It's just something that it's like I don't really know how to explain it to people at some point. There reaches a certain point where it's just people just got to understand, listen, man, you're closer to the homeless man than you are to a billionaire. That's just facts. Mm-hmm. If you fucking, you know, reach a point where you don't got anybody in your life and 1 year you get cancer or you have a stroke, you could very well end up homeless in the span of 1 year.
Yeah.
So it's like I'm not saying that America is a place where you can't get ahead, but I'm just trying to shatter that delusion that a lot of Americans have where they just think that they're just temporarily embarrassed millionaires. No, bro. You're not a temporarily embarrassed millionaire. You're poor. And there's going to be a certain amount of you, regardless of what you do, no matter how many different ways you try to slide the scale. Unless maybe you get out of the country. But I mean, we don't have to be rocket scientists. We can look at people's retirement accounts. We can look at people's retirement accounts. We can look at people's 401ks. We can see where we're at, where they are in aggregate. In about 20 years, we're going to be seeing a retirement crisis where we have whole swaths of old people living in poverty, just like in the 1920s. And this time, there's no family to save them. So it's like they got to get out of that mindset, man. They got to get out of that mindset because that mindset, in my opinion, it's one of those kinds of mindset where it's just like, oh, don't worry. Everybody's gonna fail. Most people is gonna fail, but I'm gonna be the few that succeeds. And it's like you look at someone like
Yeah.
Jay-Z and you see his success, but bro, how many people who are just like Jay-Z that we don't even know their names and they're just behind a jail
For
cell right now?
every one
How many
Jay-Z, there's
people who
100
are
lazy.
rappers?
For
Man, I have
1,000
people in
lazy.
high school who are rappers right now.
That's
SoundCloud
crazy.
rappers.
But you're
They're
only
just
12 though, bro. You make it seem like you our age, man. Like that's not that far fetched.
I
There's
mean, listen, if you
rappers.
pass 24 and you ain't make it in the rap game, it's probably not gonna come on, man.
Come on, they say
Them-
D-Lo was older than that. I think they were
I
joking,
don't
but
even
they
know
say
who D-Lo is. Who's
they
D-Lo?
say he's 38 or some shit like that. I'm just
I don't even know who that is, bro.
yeah, he's a popular rapper. Well, he at least he was last year or whatever. But
Who is D-Lo? Did he make anything I know?
Boss Man D-Lo, he came out with Shake Some. Then he came out with 50 and Flow eating hibachi. That was a very popular line for a couple years. You know what I mean? But
Hibachi.
damn,
I don't even know
elaborate
what
on
that
that.
is.
She put a rooster or something up there. Shout out to Tam. She also said he's only 12. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, no, it's my thing is this. I think John Hope Bryan said that. If you guys don't know, you guys know I'm a big fan of John Hope Bryan. He's actually a man out there that's doing the work. Not only that, he's from the West Coast, but he also have a Hope operation here in Minnesota, and I've seen it with my own eyes to where he's actually helping people get homes, helping people start businesses and things of that nature. So, but he got a saying, and I'm not saying like he got a saying to this, and he also sold his business for I think it was $112 million. I know that's not a lot of money, guys. I'm just saying he sold his business. But he got to say, he said, I cannot guarantee you that being positive and working hard will get you rich, but I can guarantee you that being negative and doing nothing will keep you poor.
It will keep you goddamn poor and having a doomsday mentality, because when you actually look at the actual statistics, things have always been getting better. How many times have we heard Gaza going to war with Israel is World War III? Ukraine went to war with Russia is World War III, the world's over. Y2K, the world is over. Like computers are going to take over the world with the internet. Like, bro, people are just pessimistic and doomsday from the jump. It's just a brain bug. And then that's all they see the world through. No matter how much better the world is getting, they always talk about the negatives. Remember, now they're talking about the population decreasing, right? Like, oh, the child rebirth rates and the replacement rates. Guess what they were complaining about in 2018? There was too many people. So it just always shifts to something. 1 second is too many people. That's the problem. Next, now it's not enough people. 1 minute is Y2K. We at church praying because there's supposed to be some big shutdown of everything, the whole entire world. Like people just keep moving from point to point like that. So going back to the thing, I got more in common with the billionaire than I have with an extra buster that don't think there's no future and destiny in the USA. You know why? Because it is the billionaire who creates value in most people's 401k. It is the billionaire who creates most value in pensions and everything else, sovereign wealth funds. They're the ones who actually create a company that changes the lives for other people in the economy, that creates new
like
jobs that people didn't even say. It's been like that throughout history, but people have always hated on those people all throughout history. They have always gotten into tribes, whether it's black and white tribes or whether it's class tribes. You guys keep moving from tribe to goddamn tribe. It doesn't matter. 1 second is black versus whites. Then it's the next. Well, it's goddamn the rich versus the middle class. You're always in some tribunal fights instead of realizing the biggest enemy is you, your mindset and your mentality and how you approach. Yes, you need hard work. You're right about that. But you also need smart work. That's always been wise, is to be smart and to adapt and evolve. Those are great 3 traits that you can never lose when you do that. So I have to add on a plus hard work doesn't get you nowhere. Yeah, hard work without smart work will not get you anywhere. You know what hard work gets you? Being a slave. But hard work versus smart work gets you freedom and liberation. So it's no problem. You already got the hard work down. Now you just need the smart work. But instead of effing listening and saying, dang, I hear you. Okay, how did that work? Okay, he didn't have a big contribution to money. Well, how do I run my play? You want to argue and say you ain't got nothing in common. You know what I got in common with a billionaire? I own the same assets he owns. Yes, he owns more. But if his money increased by 1,000%, my money increases by 1,000%. I use my money and resources to buy my freedom. I don't have to trade time. My family doesn't have to worry about an emergency that's going to put them in a situation where they're thinking about how do I pay my medical bill? Plus also, and I ain't got to wait for Biden or AOC to change that. I change it as the man in the family. So when they say, hey, we got a problem and we need to take care of ourselves, I have the resources to take care of that. You don't see me in no Lamborghini. Do you see me flashing a Rolex right now? I use money to buy freedom and liberty. Do what I want to do on my terms. So that's the difference. That's why money is important. Not because it's my God.
Check out my $3 watch.
Oh, we selling watches now? I got a G-Shock. Yeah.
That's no, those are Rolexes, and that's a Patty. What is that? An AP?
No. I don't. Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
I don't need a Rolex to
wait. Hold on.
the same time a $3 watch can do for me.
What about a phone? Why you got the watch?
That's a fact. Well, here's the thing. If we're talking about things like that, and OTO brung up a watch, there's some watches like I just was watching something yesterday to where like Rolex is on the gray market. You could buy one and literally damn near sell it for more than what you pay for. So everything is, and when I say finesse, people think that I'm referring to people scamming. I'm just saying it's an unconventional way of doing things. Everything is a finesse. I was watching this one documentary to where it was a dude that I think he's in the UK and he was extremely rich. He was like, at this point, I can't even get rid of money. He said, if I throw it out the door, it'll come in through the window. He said, I wasted on cars and the cars accumulate in value. I buy houses and the houses go up in value and things of that nature. It's all a finesse. You know what I mean? Like, say, if you know how to buy your house, like I also seen something too where if there's a developing neighborhood or something like that, you could go in and buy the house there at a discount and just wait for it to be built, and just buy like that. The property, when it get done being built, the whole neighborhood, it'll be more than what you paid for it just off top. You know what I mean? But real quick, guys, because OTO looked like he want to respond right fast. And real quick, the way that you pronounce Buster, OTO, damn, I like, damn, he says, you busters. Like, okay, yeah, this family, bro, just let us make it a little bit. But POV said my music just starting to take off. My rap career just starting. Yeah, shout out to you, man. Who say you can't be 50 years old and be a rapper? You know what I mean? Why not? Like, now you making rap albums for the old people. Like, it might be jamming at the BMW. You know what I mean? Nobody knows. They might be jamming you at the retirement home. Shout out to POV. Let me be in the video or something. He said, you said you were going to bed, POV. Yep. He said, I'm going to be old living in Colombia, but I'm going to be half broke. Shout out to you. Our rap career. He said, I am Tam. Okay, yeah. So, but yeah, no, you go ahead, OTO. You look like you wanted to respond to that, or
no, I was done.
Okay, but yeah, no, I believe now, just fundamentally, it's a difference between to being broke and being poor. Broke is temporary. Poor is a mindset.
Let me ask you a question, Charlie, or to the panel.
Sure.
When we say, for example, are we talking specifically about, business owners or business creators, or are we just specifically talking about billionaires? Because there is a distinction.
Absolutely. I'm me myself.
I want to know what the distinction is. Is that okay if you describe that?
Okay, sure. So you can, for example, a person who owns a business, for example, let's say you own 2 rental properties, you can come in, fix them up, rent them out, do whatever it is that you need to do, provide whatever services that it is. The problem that I would say with that type of accumulated wealth, that type of specifically billionaires, is that you reach a point where that person's work no longer really correlates to the actual value that is really being brought. This person has founder shares, or this person has X amount of shares, And then because of that, it's determined that he gets X amount, not necessarily correlated to that particular person's efforts. One example that we can use, that's a very good example, is WeWork. After that said business collapsed, the owner still walked away with about $980 billion.
980 billion, not a
Nah,
million.
my bad, million.
Oh, like
Billion. I
God
mean, shit, it's
damn.
all the same. You can't spend it, man.
Well,
You can't spend
no,
it.
that's a large difference. There's a gap in
Fair
between
enough.
them.
Fair enough. It's a large. It's a 1,000x difference. It's a 1,000x difference. But it kind of demonstrates to you that there reaches a point where the capital multiplies so quickly that if you were to give someone, say, $100 million, they could just live off they wouldn't really have to work or really do anything.
That's a fact. And
Yeah, but
I
think that's a shallow understanding of the market entirely as a whole, because the capital, he'll lose it if he's not doing anything with it. So what you mean is he'll have to invest it, and if he invested, he's going to be taking risk with it, and with risk comes reward. And so the capital market is not. It's called yes, it is, and it's called capital contribution. And so the contribution is stacked in many different ways, whether you trade time, energy, attention, or capital. I call it MEAT. Shout out to Coach Greg Adams. Money, energy, attention, and time. But you don't have to always contribute time in exchange and doing tasks and services if you're exchanging money. That's why people have GPs and LPs, limited partners and general partners and sponsors. So all of them have a different role in a stack to create value, but they all are risking different things and leveraging different things in order to get said return. So you can't just judge it and say, well, you ain't did no work. You ain't pick up a hammer, so you pointless. No, because if it doesn't work out, I lose all my capital, and then now the money's gone and I don't recoup anything. So that is a risk.
Well, hold on, Charlie. I got to respond to that. I'll respond on 2 points. Go ahead.
Real quick. Yeah, I'll just be 30 seconds. I won't be 37. Well, that's not that far.
Yeah. We know what you mean. Go ahead.
Well, I just looked up the average return of the S&P for the last 30 years has been 9 to 10%. So that's not much of a risk. It is a risk, I admit, but it's not much of a risk.
What do you mean? It's been 9%.
Hold on.
So there's not a risk.
To elaborate. Well, yes, you're risking the capital, of course, because you have the potential to lose the capital. But here's what I think, right? And I'll divide this into 2 points. I'll first talk about the risk, and we'll talk about risk for the first one, and then for the second part, since you mentioned GPs and LPs, I have some private equity experience, and I can illuminate on that too, and talk about that a little bit. So for the first one, yes, when you go into the market, you risk your capital, but it's not really a risk. It's really an illusion of a risk. And let me explain. If there is ever a point where there is a widespread distress or issues within a market, it's often the case nowadays, I can't say for the past, that the government gets involved. And we see that in 2008. Many of those billionaires and people who invested into those assets should have been wiped out, but they were made whole by the government. And then we saw that in COVID. Many of those assets and people should have been wiped out, and then they were bailed out by the government. In each iterative form, we're continuing to see that even when these assets go to value and they crash due to malinvestments, the government steps in to bail out. Even in the case of a recent bank collapse with SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, many of those people, beyond their $250,000 that is FDIC insured, they were made 100% whole. So if you had $120 million in that bank, the government stepped in and matched it 1-for-1 to where those people were all made whole after the bank collapsed. And number two, so this is what I mean a little bit about number one, where it's like, is it so much as risk? I'm not talking about small business owners, but I'm talking about billionaire class, people who own large amounts of assets. They often ask the government for aid and help in actually developing their own business, and it's capital from the public that's flowing into there. And when those businesses are distressed, the government also helps in to help them to prevent them from going under. And the second one between GPs and LPs, a general partner, this is a private equity term, and I'm not trying to make this any boring, but when we talk about a GP, a general partner is someone,
I'm fucking with you.
yeah, a general partner is someone who comes in to lead a particular fund. There's typically one or two general partners, and everyone else is a limited partner. So an LP in that sense is major institutions or high net worth individuals. So, for example, the University of Virginia might come into a private equity deal with a general partner and bring money in. You, as a personal, through your personal funds, you can contribute 3 million, and from there they hash out a contract. Even within those private equity deals, the typical structure for these types of deals is cash, all capital return, 8% preferred, and then past 8%, you receive the GP starts actually making money. So a lot of the times what a GP will do is the private equity firm will come into a business thinking that they can come in and turn around the business or change something within the business and turn a profit. But obviously, when they buy the business, their expertise isn't necessarily in what the business is. But because of the debt that was incurred to purchase the business, now they need to become whole. So what the GP will do is purchase a lot of those businesses. And then when they can't sell those businesses for the asking price, those businesses will either stay on the books, or to cover up the debt, they'll actually take loans out to then pay back those LPs, creating the illusion that they're being made whole, while simultaneously having that particular investment sit on their accounts for years and years on end. So it's very, how do you say, it's very doubtful if any real value creation is actually being made in that sense in those types of deals. At that point, it's just you buy up a particular investment and you're really just hoping and praying that it works out. I'm talking about not in cases where private equity firms invest directly into stocks or particular assets. I'm talking about when they come in and to try to take over those types of businesses and make them function, thinking they can bring some kind of operational efficiency, which often doesn't happen. And to expand it a little bit, it's not just private equity that does this. I've seen this type of thing over and over and over, in many different circumstances, in many different businesses. And a lot of these types of businesses and, investment vehicles, they're bubbles. But if
all right.
the bubble will pop, government is also going to step in to help. But I digress. I know that was a lot, but I hope that makes sense.
It was a hell of a lot.
In
Real quick,
general,
OTO. Before,
go
we'll
ahead.
let expat go, then OTO go. Then I want to read some of these comments. But go ahead, expat.
in general, risk means that the necessary investment isn't guaranteed. So you, as a person, you gotta see if the value is worth the risk. And then
I
you
think
take
that's
responsibility for that.
That's for sure. Go ahead.
But are there variables to that? Sure, it is. It depends on the individual and who they know and who helps them out. Some people have help, others don't. You got to take all that in consideration.
Facts.
Absolutely.
Facts.
Go
And
ahead,
then
OTO.
I think, yeah, man. So I'm gonna talk through those points so I can go ahead and just address it. It's just a mindset, guys, and it really is just tearing a lot of people down. Your life can be fundamentally different once you leave these ideas and mindsets behind. So the government does bail certain particular things out, but bail is a bad word because in all of those situations, the government also makes an investment. They don't tell you how they convert the money, and then they have actually convertible notes or shares or etc. It structured the deal different. So even when they bailed out the banks, the actual government got their money back plus made profit. So it was a net profit situation. The American government and other governments, they bail out everybody. It's not what you call a corporate America only situation. They bailed out normies when they gave them mortgages from 15 to 30 years. They had to extend it because
say
a lot of people were
normies?
defaulting. Yeah, normies, like regular people.
No,
No,
they,
I know what normies
Normies.
are. I just didn't think you would say that. They bailed out normies.
Yeah, they bail out normies. They bail
That's
out
just
corporations. It's just a thing all governments do. So it's not nothing nuanced to them. And even now, when you get like Freddie Mac and Freddie Mae, they still haven't gave that back over to the private market because it has made a lot of money for the government once they decided to take it over because it was a distressed asset. So those situations happen. There's no narrative where it has to fail and go through that. There's distressed assets that get bought up all the time. Again, I think it's not Illuminati conspiracy theory. If you got a better way to run a market, then go create your own country, go create your own island, and the scale that you figure out that's best for the entire planet. But according right now, we are doing pretty good as far as geniuses go, and this is the system we have. And so it's best to understand it than to come up with some old Negro economics from the back seat of your house and say, hey, look, I'm about to take over the world because I got a better solution to the entire planet and how they should run. Because these things are easily explained. And whether it's an investor investing passively or actively, they all create their own value. There's no such thing as guaranteed. If it was, all investors would never go broke ever again because all returns are 100% guaranteed. You lose money, you take a risk. Anybody saying the opposite is just, all right, cool, congratulations. But at the end of the day, there's a risk that comes with it and there's value that's created.
Absolutely. Well, real quick before you go, S-Pack, let me read some of these. Chalupe say we need new people. I'm assuming we need new people in America so they could fund my Social Security. Tam says thread today was Dominicans versus Black people. Shout out to Lee Major. He sounds listen, it is what it is.
Who's talking about?
Well,
man, I thought Foreign Skies had fell asleep on us, man. Shout out to you, Foreign Skies. Anytime you want to chime in, please feel free to. But go ahead, X-Pac, floor is yours.
What I wanted to say earlier is I found it funny that the government bailed out banks from debt, then turn around, the government borrowed trillions of dollars afterwards. That was the funny part.
No, let me say this right quick. Shout out to OTO because a lot of what he say, I feel like I could learn from him, and just because I feel like the man that knows anything know that he don't know anything. But with that being said, I am a curious mind, and I can never just take anything like just one person say. Like if facts are facts, no matter how you look them up. You see what I'm saying? Like if a fact is a fact, it's a fact everywhere. But sometimes I like say I don't get everything that OTO be saying. But like I say, I feel OTO and stuff like that, but he come off like there's almost no conspiracies. There's everything in America is on the up and up. I'll tell you this real quick joke that I heard from comedian Riff. He said, I don't like people that don't believe in no conspiracies. He's like, yeah, I get it, aliens and stuff like that. But if you think the government has never lied to you, it's crazy. Because he said, I got a son and I lie to that little nigga all the time. He's just one person. You know what I mean? So I get it. He made a joke of it, but it's just I'm just saying to think that they're always on the up and up. Think about the Boeing situation or the Bill Ackman situation, which I always refer to, because how come he's not in jail? Because he's a billionaire. You see what I'm saying? And Boeing, no matter how many mistakes they make, they won't let them go broke because they can't afford to.
You know why we got a justice system?
Law abiding citizens.
No. You know why we have courts?
I agree with that. X-Pac. Go ahead.
What'd you say, X-Pac?
For law-abiding citizens.
See, because let's not act like it's some people that.
So wait, hold on. So let's roll to this. So we don't need courts, and you think that just people can administer justice on their own? You think that would be a great way to run society?
No,
I don't think that's what they're saying.
Nobody said that.
No. Let's just ride with me. You didn't even know what I'm about to say. I'm asking you a simple question.
To your justice system. one system for the rich and one system for the poor.
No,
That's what they
the
need.
poor get out of stuff. Everybody gets out of
Just let
stuff
them
too.
land, KB, and then you can respond.
Stay there. I don't care. I really don't care if you stay where you're at, right? Like it's completely fine. It's the perspective you have on life. You'll die with it, and you'll die living the life you're living. And if you're good with it, then cool. If you're not, then maybe you should change. But at the end of the day, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as governments doing conspiracies. There's no such thing as what I'm saying is everybody does it. You act like you're undiscovering fire. You're not, bruv. So whether it's the government doing this, and everything they do is not a conspiracy, and in some things they are, there is. All billionaires are not some evil demons trying to call the population. You don't even have the evidence of that most of the time. You're just making accusations. The reason I asked about the justice system and a jury and a processing, because what I'm saying is, if you leave it up to the people, they're just going to accuse expat of something and take them outside and beat them up. And then it's the end of it. Find out later the expat didn't even do it. But the justice mob system, they didn't care about no evidence, bro. They got emotionally charged and they just took them out. Somebody said they seen them do something. They took their for the word and took care of the man. So that's what I'm saying. Sometimes you have to be careful for that. I'm not saying nobody does nothing wrong and the government never mess up and all this other stuff. But also, I don't think that they're really messing up when they do that. I just think entirely different, bro. I held a top secret security clearance. I know about plays and strategies, bro. But they're taken from power. Power has always done that. So y'all talking about it like it's something new. Like, man, they out here conspiring to do this and this. Of course. But also you forget that people get bailed out. They don't bail out the people. There's not free money and subsidizations for normal people too. There is. So when you say it's just for the rich, that's when I say that's outlandish, because I can show you massive amounts of examples that average people get subsidies too. They have to bail you out too. If they don't, y'all probably all get mad and storm Capitol Hill and take them out. So they have to bail out everybody in order to get leverage and sway. Duh. That's what Republicans blame Democrats for, right? Man, they immigrating all these immigrants so they could sway them and vote Democrat for the next 100 years. So everybody has some perspective and angle. I just don't call it conspiracy. I just say that's life. You get what I'm saying? Though that's why when it comes off, when I say stuff, you be like, man, you sound like you ain't got nothing against the government.
No.
Bro.
I'll tell you a great with
you don't believe
sometimes.
In conspiracy theories. I just don't call them conspiracy theories. I call them plays.
Go ahead.
Y'all notice that sleight of hand?
Say that again, KB.
I said, y'all notice that sleight of hand?
It was real quick. It wasn't quick and subtle. Hey, OTO is
What's subtle?
What
Let me know. What's subtle? I want to know. I'm talking straight to you. I'm not trying to be subtle. I'm talking to you straight as a man.
Go ahead.
There's no hidden agenda here.
Long as there's greed and corruption in the world, there are going to be conspiracies.
And guess what?
Agendas, and that happens in all stages and all levels.
In all classes.
Exactly. I agree. I mean, but those things now, those are things that are universal truths that we can all agree on. But to say that, like, say, that the government has, because I think what's more prevalent today, which I've said a bunch of times, what's more prevalent today is not racism, it's classism. You see what I'm saying? That's more where I standpoint. Is racism still a thing? For sure. It's gonna always be a thing. In fact, my mother brung up they had a back in the day, back when they call them trackies. You know what I mean? Like, say I had some siblings. My mother used to watch Star Trek growing up and stuff like that, and I always thought it was weird, but she loved it. And she when she a conversation of segregation was coming up, and just like they had an episode on Star Trek to where people was black and white. One side of them was black and the other side of them was white. And she said how they found segregation, it depends on what side of you was black and what side of you is white. People are going to always find a difference in people. And in fact, when it comes to money and stuff like that, I always teach my younger nephews and brothers that's younger than me. when it comes to a lot of business and things of that nature, especially when just an average business, people are always going to figure out how they deserve more and you deserve less. That's just the way life works. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, like every country does that, like subsidize the people. But what I say when I bring up Bill Ackman, people should look into that, because what happened with that was to where he made billions of dollars off of, where they deemed illegal, or it wasn't morally right and stuff like that.
Market manipulation. He put a huge put on an auction, and then the next day after announcing it, he sold it.
You see what I'm saying?
Okay, so that's unethical, right? That's unethical. But that's just about as unethical as Jay-Z, and even probably worse for Jay-Z selling drugs to people.
What? How did we even get there?
Because what I'm saying, you said that's morally wrong. So I brought Jay-Z up because it's somebody who's seen also as an icon in certain ways. Now, what I'm saying is it happens at all levels.
For sure. But did Jay-Z make billions of dollars off of what he did?
So wait, okay, so watch this. Okay, let's go there. So the number matters. So I can sell somebody drugs and murder somebody as long as I don't make $1 billion. That's completely fine. But if I make $1 billion,
not what I said.
Then
You changed it there. You added murder on it.
Okay, again? Drugs. Let's leave it at drugs. Okay, no drugs.
The pharmaceutical company?
So the drugs is okay? No. Drugs, hardcore drugs. I don't think Jay-Z was out here selling pharmaceutical. He was selling that cocaine. Okay, so what's the difference? So now, what's the difference between a Tylenol and crack cocaine?
What's the difference between crack cocaine and opioids? What people get addicted to.
Okay, but what I'm just saying, okay, drugs, opium, whatever, my guy. But what I'm just saying is $1 billion and then selling opium. They're both morally wrong or no?
Absolutely, 100%. I'm not arguing that.
Okay, so okay. But I guess you're saying it's worse because he made $1 billion. So the opium thing is less worse.
No, sir. Allow me to. I'm saying like, and maybe I'm too close to it or whatever too. But I'm saying when you doing something to survive, opposed to doing something just because you gorging, because you already a billionaire and you could do it. I think.
Okay, now watch this. Okay,
I'm not saying
cool.
each one of them is cool.
But again, here you go, and this is the way you're categorizing it, from my understanding. So you're saying, hey, you already got $1 billion, and you're doing bad, unethical things to get another $1 billion, whereas he's doing the opium because he's trying to survive. So that's less bad.
What? The point is not that it's less bad. It's just that you have a choice.
Is what then?
One.
Is it more bad or just the same? What? Is it the same?
I think one of them, you don't have your basic needs. If you're hungry, you're gonna have to find some way to.
Is it the same or not? You could just. That's an easy yes or no. Yes, it's the same. It's not the same.
No, it's not the same.
Okay, so which one is worse? It's not worse, or it is the worst.
It's if you make $1 billion off of it, I would argue that it's worse. Yeah,
I would agree.
Okay, so somebody being addicted, selling opium to somebody, that's less worse than making $1 billion scheme.
No, okay. Let's look at it let's look at it as far as scale go, because I get what you're saying, but let's just say at best Jay-Z touched 100,000 people in a negative way. At worst, Bill, the opioid touched 100 million people. Which one is worse?
Yeah. The opioid. You said it touched 100 million people, but you saying Bill Ackman ran opium on 100 million people?
No,
I didn't say that.
No, we're saying that what he did was highly unethical and immoral, and that most people would find themselves behind bars for it.
Absolutely. Okay, and no, they're not. Most criminals are not caught. Most criminals are not behind bars. Criminals, middle class, regular people get away from fraud and scheme too. You're just arguing about the scale. Okay, cool. I'm not saying that's a wrong argument. But what I'm just saying also is the end result is someone doing the moral indeed, right? Like they're doing something that's wrong. and we all are saying it's wrong.
You're
No,
basically
no,
talking
no, no.
about
Opium's wrong.
morality.
The
Hold on.
opium's wrong.
The argument is that there is a two-tier justice system where you have one set of rules for people who have a certain
Bruh, there
money.
has always been a two-tier system for those in power, those who don't have power. You are talking like you invented electricity
No
or
one's saying
fire
that they're
or the
that they
steel.
I
invented
don't think he's
You're
saying that.
describing
No
life.
one's
Wait, hold
arguing
on.
that.
So, wait,
No
hold
one's
on. Let
arguing.
me
But
say this. Let me
okay,
say this. Let me say this. And let me
it's
say
a
this.
double
Let me say
bind.
this real quick.
It's a
Let
double
me
bind.
say this.
Pointed
Let
out.
me
They,
say
Hold
this.
on, KB. Hold on, KB. Let him land right
Because
quick.
it's
all right,
always the system
Hold on,
doesn't
KB.
mean
Hey,
that it's
everybody,
right.
everybody tap in. Everybody listen. Let me tell y'all
Yeah.
something.
Then we'll let
The
KB
sky's
respond,
blue.
and then X-Pac go
Gotcha.
after that. Go ahead.
The sky's blue. There's oxygen and we breathe it. There's water in the ocean and it's called H2O. There you go. You can go, KB.
I think you just broke the mold with that one, bro.
Yeah, I just dropped it. Just new stuff that nobody knew before. I'm gonna tell y'all a secret, an unknown
Yeah,
secret,
no.
that the sky is blue.
I gotta call a spade on that one.
That's how I feel. That's how I take it. That's how I take
Yo,
it.
I gotta call a
The
spade on that.
sky, the
Y'all
sky
explaining
is
shit
blue.
that people know.
hold on,
Okay,
Chuck.
I said KB could
Go
go
ahead.
next, and
Oh,
then
no.
then we're gonna let X-Pac go. Go
But
X-Pac.
Chuck, this is kind of what I'm noticing. It's a double bind, right? On the one hand, you can talk about the CEO, I don't know who the exact CEO is who was selling the opium, and they knew that people were getting addicted to the point where when
Bill
I
Ackman
went
was
to
involved in that.
shit.
Allegedly. Yeah,
Okay.
for sure. Look it up. It's a whole documentary on it. But go ahead.
Okay, but you see what I'm trying to say now, where when you point it out and say, hey, this person, this poor person who sells opium, he goes to prison, or whatever drug he decides to sell, he goes to prison for 7 to 12 years, and don't let it be his third strike. But this other person who sells people billions of dollars of opium knows that people are getting addicted, and at the executive level is having entire teams pushed and sent to hospitals to push opium sales. You know, he shouldn't face severe punishments for that. He should just be allowed to pay a fine.
No, because
But hold
order
on,
exists.
hold on. But when you mention this to OTO, it's kind of like, okay, yeah, but it's
Yeah.
always been going on. What does it matter if it's always been going on? It's a double
Then
bind.
go stop it. Go stop it,
It's a
crime
double
fighter.
bind. It's a double bind. Like you're gonna be like, okay, no,
Go fight it.
all right, come
Go
on,
do
it's a
something
double
there.
bind,
Go
man.
do something.
It's a situation that you can't win.
Go do something. Go
It's a
do
double
something. Stop raging on the internet. Go do something about it.
like
And
come
the
on.
same thing is that's like me saying there's girls who can getting themselves into trouble, but because they look good, they get out of it. They don't receive punishment.
That's not the same, OTO.
No. Yes, it is. What do you mean? A girl who steals, a girl who's beautiful and steals, or she hits and assaults somebody, she gets away with it because people don't give her the same level of punishment.
No,
That's what do you mean that's not the same. That's somebody getting away with a crime. People get away with crimes. Wait, hold on. That's what black people complain about. Black people complain, we're black and we've received more severe punishment. Do they not say that?
No. That's not what nobody said. In fact, it's not even.
Wait, hold on. So wait, hold on. You mean there's no black people in America that say because we're black, we don't get punished
I'm saying
more.
I cannot
we get
speak
more.
for everybody, sir. You know that.
No, hold on. That ain't even everybody, bro. You saying that blacks don't say that's not a black talking point. That we face more harsh crimes.
That's not a talking point on the panel tonight.
That's not just them talking. That's objective.
I didn't say man, everything we talking about is something we weren't talking about tonight. Look, what I
said that's something that we're talking about tonight. Like say, yeah, we didn't say it was black or white. You know what I mean? We saying if a white person get caught,
yeah, because
black,
you the victim. You go into the next structure, which is blame the rich.
No, because I never brung up black or white. I just brung up people that I
No,
know.
you did. You said, hey, we need to stop having these differences. You might have not said black or white, but you said we need to stop having these differences because it's really a class issue, not a race issue. That's what you said. It's not a race issue.
OTO, now we got to call a spade on that because you
didn't say that.
No, what I'm saying is I said that exactly, but in what you just said, you admitted that I'm saying it's not a black or white thing. I'm saying it's more of a classism thing. That's not black or white because listen, right? And something else you didn't say that people might know. Water's wet. Water's wet.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Breaking news. Look, I'm not against that position. What I was just giving an example. I didn't say you said the black thing. I didn't say you said it. Charlie.
But that's
You get
kind of
what I'm saying?
moving
Take
the
it from
that's
me.
kind of moving the goalpost when you do that.
No, I was trying to give you an example, but we can go
Okay.
back to that, and I don't need to use that example. You get what I'm saying? We were just having a different conversation. We far removed from that when you said it's not a race thing, it's a class thing, right? And what
Don't you
I'm
disagree?
also trying to say, let me go back to that one. Yes, I disagree. It's not a class thing. There's people who are millionaires and billionaires. I'm one of them. That I spend my time all the time talking to digital nomads. I make people millionaires. I make people more financially secure. I was just on a call yesterday with DJ Hamp in his school, and it was 20 people in the room who after that left and went into the other room and said they're doing different with their 401ks. They're doing different with their IRAs. And I'm rich, and I'm not trying to steal from you. I'm not out here taking advantage of people, but you'll throw me in the same fire pit because I got a certain net worth instead of actually looking at the content of the character. So what I'm saying is there's foul plays on all levels. And so just because Bill Ackman is of an issue, there's other billionaires who aren't. There's other millionaires who aren't.
Yeah.
They're out here trying to help people on a daily basis and put more work than majority of these people chatting stuff on the internet about billionaires being evil. So you're falling for the same banana in the tailpipe that you was when you thought it was a race issue. It's not a race issue, and it's not a class issue.
Well, what's the issue? There's no issue.
No, I didn't say there's no issue. It's a what?
It's a you issue.
Thank you. It's a freaking human issue. And this is what Martin Luther King tried to tell y'all, but y'all don't want to listen. It's about the content of the character, not the skin, not the wallet, not the campaign and political, not the tribe, not the gender. It's none of that.
You saying his name in vain. Ain't no way. Nah. His name in vain. No,
I would like to say.
Hold on, my bad. But this has to be said. There was a reason Martin Luther King for many years was called a communist. In fact, after the I Have a Dream speech, he was talking about the economic situation of blacks and how they needed to do collective action and how the government needed to get involved. So come on, bro. Let's not pretend like, you know.
I said the content and the color of the skin is about people's character. That's what I said.
Hey, listen, real quick, let me say this.
I didn't say nothing about no poor people's campaign because then he moved into the same BS, thinking that it was the
what
poor
I hear
versus
is
the rich.
listen to Adam
Expat, 1 second, and then I'm gonna bring it to you. These are the type of conversations that I like, even though they like say we and for everybody that's watching, when I say we could disagree, but we still could have civil discourse, this is what I mean. Because you can see like everybody is strong in their opinions and their thoughts and their feelings, but nobody's getting like aggressive or calling anybody out of their name or being trying to be a tough guy. Oh, I'll knock you out. There's none of that, man. So if we got to relate to a conversation to where what I mean, like say we could disagree and still be respectful of each other. These are the conversations that I'm talking about. And I land there. Go ahead.
Yeah, definitely shout out to the panel for sure. Fire,
yeah, for sure.
Fire show.
Hold on, OTO. If you were just talking, you muted. I think I didn't, or maybe you muted yourself. My bad. But go ahead, Expat.
Never mind. I don't need to go.
Okay. Yeah. No. Go ahead.
Keep saying it's my next time, but yet I'm the one that always have to wait out there. Everybody has their round, and then y'all talk more, tell me to wait, and then it's the next round. So I have several things I could say, but y'all can move too far ahead. It's pointless to go.
The floor is now yours, and sometimes in the middle of the conversation, it does get a little not heated, but a little bit exciting. So yeah, I'm sure
but
just everybody else. Go ahead.
I do agree, but you are the one the next one says. The next one that has the stage is me, and you need to tell me to hold on 1 second, and then y'all go around again. And then I get ready to talk again. You tell me to hold up another second. And then go around.
Yeah, that's only when, like, say, only time I would say I would do that is, at least to my knowledge of what you're describing, is when I'm trying to say something. Just because when I'm trying to say something, it's something for the complete panel or a quick rebuttal. That's why when I say it's just 30 seconds, I try to say what I want to say. I need to say red fast and then go. But at any time,
yeah, but it becomes an endless loop.
Yeah, that may be true, but it's what I want you to take away from that expat is not anything that to be.
I'm not saying anybody I'm not saying anybody disrespect me. Don't get me like
Yeah,
that.
no, it's nothing intentional
It's,
because everybody on the panel has done that except Foreign Skies because he's been very quiet tonight. But everybody on the panel have done that tonight. You know what I mean? So it's been a time to where I say, oh, OTO go next, and then you will go into a point and you will make a point, and it'd be a valid point, but that the same thing go for everybody. So this is not a panel of everybody's being perfect. Just sometimes it happens, and I want you to know that it's not on purpose. It just happens. But the floor is yours, sir.
like I said, it's what's the point of going back when we already moved forward?
Well, once again, I have one back. Like, say, it was something that was said when I was on the way to the store, and when I got back home, I addressed it. So, once again, if I get if you don't want to address it now, but yes, sometimes we do go back just because if it's a point that I want to make and it's a strong enough point, I'm going to bring it back up, and so have KB. I can't say that for everybody.
Well, I won't say what I was going to talk about, but what I was going to say, it would agree with. Everybody's talking about difference, but the way I was going to word it, it'll put it all together. But now we're talking about different things, so it's pointless to go back. So I'll just leave it at that. We just continue on, and I try to chime in on the next subject.
Well, yeah, for sure. And once again, don't take anything personal from it. It's just the way that comes time. But at the same time, like I was saying, these are the conversations that I like to foster and things over here and stuff like that. So it's been a time or two to where I know, and it hasn't been intentionally, but I've skipped over OTO. I didn't see him put his hands up like, damn, I was just going to say something. You know what I mean? So it's nothing. It's nothing that's personal. And I have actually cut KB off a couple times during this call, and that is just is what it is. But my
yeah, but I understand. I just reckon we're going to just have to go around the front panel and raise our hand when we want to talk, and then we wait for our turn.
Well, as I've said many a times before, I'm always open to suggestions. I've never claimed to be perfect. I just claim to be working. That's it. You know what I mean?
None of us are perfect.
Yeah, for sure. So with that being said, us as humans is going to make mistakes. And one thing, only reason why we got off the subject, because I was just giving kudos to the panel, to everybody could have a strong opinion and still not be disrespectful to each other. And this is a whole class thing on here because OTO rich, pretty sure you're rich. KB on his way to being rich. I'm poor and fucked up, and I don't know Foreign Sky's status. So there's that.
I wouldn't say that what you call rich. I'm well off where I don't have to worry about it.
Well, in some places that would be considered rich, my good sir.
Yeah.
What are you drinking?
Orange juice. Orange juice.
Okay.
With a little bit of
Yeah, there we go.
But why do you think I'm slurring or something?
No. I just saw you was drinking, so I was just like, "What you drinking?" Nah,
okay.
Your performance.
If at any time OTO you think I'm off my square, please call me on this, sir.
I'll say it on the private back chat, but no.
Okay. Well, no, these, like I say, these are the type of conversations that I love to have and things of that nature. So there was that, and it was another thing I wanted to bring up, and that even happened to me, X-Pac. Like, say, people be talking, and I forget to bring up stuff, but it was somebody that said they couldn't find your channel, OTO. If you put it in the back chat, I'll try to post it to where people could go straight to it.
Well, in general, I can see a lot of people on the panel, what they're saying in a certain circumstances, in their point of view, they are right, but it doesn't apply to everybody. Everybody lives a life differently. Everybody has their own belief systems.
I agree. But at the same time, I think what KB and I was kind of, and me and KB, we bump heads all the time. Like, that's when I say he's 12, I'm only saying that for one, because I'm being facetious. And for two, we're probably bumping heads at that point, man. And when he say, like, my knees blown out and shit like that, it's probably because he feels like, goddamn it, we bumping heads or something. So it's always fun, and, just like.
Hey, Charlie, real quick.
Yes, sir.
So this is what happened. Uh, OTO and Carl was having a real, back and forth dialogue,
Hmm.
and they were trying to get all of their points out, right? And I
Yeah.
understand that SPAC wanted to chime in at time, but it kept getting to the whole on because they was having more like a back and forth debate,
Yeah.
and they really didn't let them get in like that. So by the time
Yeah,
they really got done, the topic was already kind of on something else.
No, and I
yeah,
agree. And
and
I
that's
could probably go ahead, expect.
and that's what happened. But what was happening also, he said, "Well, let this person talk, and then I don't have the panel next." But the thing is, it kept going, and it became an endless loop, and then the topic changes, and then and going farther back, that's it. Just becomes pointless to say anything at that point because we're
Right,
moving
and SPAC, but
backwards
that's what we're
instead of
saying
moving
that it
forward.
happens.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yes, it
saying? It
does.
happens. Like
That's
you can have
that's why
a
I'm not.
back and forth with me and you, or Charlie can have a back and forth with him and Carl, and it just go that way sometimes. It's not intentional, but it just go that way sometimes because
Yeah, I
people
think
Oh,
really
I,
trying to
expect
get
know
their
that.
points out. That's all.
I
Yeah.
don't hold no ill intentions against anybody because it ended like that. I understand things happen like that, and I don't hold anybody responsible for anything. I just kind of pointed it out because it happened multiple times, and a few times I don't mind, but when it's multiple times, and I'll easily speak up, and it's not because I feel disrespected or I'm trying to disrespect anybody else. I'm just putting it down.
Well, if I'm pointing, oh my bad. Was you finna say something in rebuttal to that, Foreign Skies?
No. Only thing is, I don't really have a dog in that fight as far as the topics that they were debating. So that's why I was mostly quiet and,
Yeah.
just letting them kind of really get their passion out for the topic that they was discussing.
Yeah, I think you should get involved just because, like, say, these are conversations that should be regular in the community. You know what I mean? Like, say, we can all learn something. In fact, what KB said about Bill Ackman, I always thought that we was on the same accord, but he was talking about another faux pas that Bill Ackman that had made, and I have to look into. So it's
Yeah,
always for
Charlie,
me,
but I
at
don't
least,
really know too much of what they were talking about. So I'm more listening, trying to
right?
learn something than trying to have an
An
opinion.
opinion. Yeah, for sure. Understood 100%. But always feel free to chime in and just rebuttaling to what you said. Expat, this is not the first time you said something like that. It's been a time or two on another panel to where you said, "Well, you said I could go next, but such and such win. I guess I'll just wait." You know what I mean? So that's sometimes just calling attention to it. So once again, it's nothing that's
Yeah, I was just calling attention to it. I didn't mean, I didn't want to feel like saying that I'm disrespected or I'm trying to disrespect other people. The only time that I mention it is when I notice that it continues, and it happened multiple times. That's when I usually say something.
Hmm.
yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
I,
hold on. I
I
want to
don't,
apologize for that too, because yeah, I kind of got
no, it's not,
it's
it's not y'all. Y'all don't have to apologize for anything. That's the point.
Well, I now here's the thing. It's another discussion because if you pointed out something to where you felt slighted, and the person is saying, like, as KB just said, shout out to you, it was like, well, my apologies, it wasn't my intention. Like, that's just the conversation. You know what I mean? Like, if you felt like that, he's just letting you know, like, he wasn't trying to make you feel like that. And
Yeah,
sometimes,
yeah, yeah. You
debates
don't.
they get spirited. How about? I think I like that. They get spirited. You know what I mean? It was just a
That's that
spirited.
passing, Charlie.
I'm sorry. Say that again.
I said that's that passing.
That's that passion. Yeah, for sure, for
Because
sure.
you
But
gotta
there,
understand when you're talking about something that you're passionate about, you really gonna kind of go hard through the conversation, through the debate.
Absolutely.
You're not trying to cut nobody off. You're not trying not to let nobody talk. It's just, especially when the other person is like, saying intelligent things as well.
Yeah.
That's just how
Yeah.
it goes.
Yeah, and then if I must bring up, that's just like when OTO said Buster. I felt like he was in my front room calling me a Buster. Like, damn, what I do to you, my guy? Like, damn,
And
you
I
we
would,
Buster.
I would, I'll be
We
back. I
also
got to go do something, but
Okay.
also too, my apologies to expat because too, while Charlie is the host, we are guests, and then we could have had guest etiquette. We could have did some pure. So you did try to get in a couple times, but me and KB was just kept going back. So of course, I would say the same thing in Memo KB. I like this channel and this panel because we all are civilized. I don't feel like you be hating me afterwards because I didn't agree with you. Other people be like that and you don't, so at the end of the day, we kind of were just going back and forth and not giving them people the option to talk. So that was my bad also. So me and KB would agree with that.
Yeah.
Well, I think we all been guilty of it, and also we got to take in consideration we live in different areas. Like me, I'm completely overseas, so it might not be that somebody that's necessarily trying to interrupt me or passionate. It could be a leg issue. From my internet service reaching y'all's internet service. There's many variables into that.
Yeah. And then also too, I don't know if it's like that tonight, but a lot of times I be on delay. So by the time I start talking, somebody else is already talking, and it's not in purpose. It's just like I have a delay. But at the same time, like I say, man, and the only reason why the subject somewhat changed is because I was just giving kudos to the panel. You know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm not just talking about the topic, or I'm just talking about subjects in general. Sure.
No, I'm just saying, like, reason why I would like say that I guess that changed kind of the atmosphere. I was just giving kudos to the panel because you could tell like KB is he a young Thundercat, and whatever he feel intensely. Shout out to him. And OTO is doing his thing, and he's an older gentleman, and he
I'll be back, Charlie.
All right, for sure.
I got Bill Ackman giving me a call, so I'll be back.
Oh, he in trouble, guys.
All right, OTO.
Well, okay, I guess he's pretty gonna handle something, but yeah, no, I think my thing about Bill Ackman, it's a whole documentary about like how he was involved in the opioid crisis, and he only had to pay a fine. And the fine that he had to pay, I really like say when we talk about money and things of that nature, companies that get fined for being in certain businesses or doing certain things, they don't even get fined for how much they made being in the felonious position. You know what I mean? If you made $4 billion and you only get fined like, let's say $400 million, that's a fine worth paying. And that happens a couple times throughout the financial industry. And I land there.
Well, when y'all was talking about two-tier justice system, that has existed since the beginning of civilization. The question is, what can any of us do about it? If anything that could have been done, it would already been done. So you try to adjust your life and move on. And then you have to deal with the problems of the world in which you personally face.
You know what? I don't agree with that. And I'll tell you why. Because if everybody was like, well, we can't do nothing about it, so let's just live with it, then we have a 400 years of slavery.
Okay, slavery is different from a two-tier justice system. You got to understand, slavery is
I guess
many years before America was ever established, and it still exists today.
Well, exactly. That's why I say I guess slavery hit differently because, like, the person that's saying it. But I'm just saying is numerous injustice going on by the higher ups, and people just be like, well, those are people that's higher up. There's nothing we can do about it, so let's just accept it. And I don't necessarily agree with that.
I say that it's more wrong in both the two-tier justice system, the upper one and the lower one. It's morality, based on morality. What can you, if anything could actually change, why hasn't it changed since the beginning of civilization? I'm talking way before America was ever established.
Well, humans by nature are greedy.
Greed and corruption rules the world.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Greed and corruption rules the world.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what I mean? And in fact, have anybody on this panel ever read Outwitting the Devil?
No, I ain't never
No,
heard
I
of that
haven't.
one.
Napoleon Hill.
Yes.
To be honest, I don't even know who Bill Ackman is. Living
He's a
overseas.
billionaire. Like he's a I think isn't he a multi-billionaire, KB?
Yeah, multi-billionaire.
Multi-billionaire. My
I mean,
no, he
his
said
damn
billion.
name start with Bill. Come on, man, cut it out.
Have, have y'all ever noticed that politicians they go into office, they're not rich, they don't make much money, but after a few years in office, they become rich. You don't think that's through corruption?
Absolutely. How do Nancy Pelosi worth over $100 million and she only get a salary of 100,000 plus a year? You know what I mean? But as they say, politicians or Americans royalty. Otherwise, like if that's the case, simply pointed out by you got families like the Kennedys that been in politics for the last 50 years.
That's why I say you got people out there willing to sell the soul for a profit.
Yeah, and once again, we have good. I don't think every politician is corrupt. I think the vast majority of them are, but I don't think everyone is.
I agree.
Jody, how you doing, love? Appreciate you pulling up, baby. Hit that like button for your boy. We getting
I
a little.
want
We probably finna start winding down in a minute. I was just telling one of the brothers that called and checked on me earlier because I haven't had a live this whole week. So a couple brothers called and checked on me, like, bro, you good? You ain't went live all week. Like, what's up? I was telling like, bro, with these long lives, it'd be hard to be extremely consistent because going live for 5 hours a day is just not sustainable, especially when it don't really I'm doing this out of this is a labor of love. As much as I enjoy it, I also enjoy having a place to live. So there's that.
Well, I can say that I enjoyed the live because I didn't realize that the live has been going on for 4 hours now. It feels like 30 minutes to an hour to me.
That's how
But
you
I
can tell
knew it.
when you're having a good time.
Yeah, and I still want other people to chime in and give their point of views
Mhm.
on the panel and stuff like that. You know, so anything to say, you agree, disagree, or have a different point of view, please share. That's how we learn.
Yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Hey,
Also,
Charlie Chan,
go ahead.
I'ma get off real quick because I do gotta go to work. But yeah, this was a good little live, you know what I'm saying? Smooth little live, some like a little pregame for you hit us with some heavy, you know what I'm saying? When you got
And
time.
I got something in the works
Uh
too, bro.
yeah, thank you for letting me on the paddle. Shout out to the panel, shout out KB, shout out SPAC, shout out OTO. This was fire, and
Hold
I'll
on.
see y'all on the next one, bro.
Hold on. I want to say something to you before you go too, as
Oh
well,
yeah. Go ahead, KB, go ahead.
because you said something that I think needs to be mentioned. Right
Yeah,
earlier, we're like, well, you don't know that much about a topic and about the topic, and it doesn't affect you. And I want to say to you too, like, yeah, it's good that you listen, but make no mistake, the topic, you're part of it too, in a way,
yeah.
because all this is gonna
Okay,
affect
okay.
you in a way. Yeah. I'm not saying that what Bill Ackman is doing is gonna, Bill Ackman's gonna reach into your bank account, right?
Uh,
But at the end of the day, when the government's making a decision or whoever's making that decision, even if he plays a small part of it, it's gonna affect you too. So when even if
right.
you don't use the information, you know it, and then you can say, okay, I know who this guy is, I know what he did, and maybe he wants to become a politician in the future, and you can be there to stop that, if that makes sense.
Right.
Just an
Okay.
example.
So just real quick, I don't think I ever said it wouldn't affect me. I think where the aspect I'm coming from, KB, is when I don't know about something, I'd rather listen than try to give my opinion until or do some research after what I heard so that I
Hmm.
can have a better understanding. So if that topic or that conversation comes up again, I can have a more in-depth,
Nuanced opinion.
intelligent opinion instead of just blabbing, trying to be a part of a conversation. So I was listening, but I was listening more to understand what you were talking about or what y'all were talking about than it just input just to be a part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for
That's how
sure.
I operate.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
for sure, and I agree with that because Foreign Skies, I have been on here even on my own panel and on other people panels to where they'll be speaking of something that I have no knowledge of, and sometimes I think just as important as being a teacher is just as important to be a student. So a lot of times, if I don't know something about a subject, I will be quiet and listen as well. So shout out to you.
And don't be
Yeah,
afraid to ask questions you don't know. If you don't
Yeah,
know,
ask people.
if you don't know, there's no dumb questions. You need to find out the answers.
yeah.
So, and when you listen to people, don't always take people's word at face value. Be willing to do your own research and find your own truths in the world.
That's a
I
fact.
appreciate that. Expat. But yeah, like KB is, an intelligent person. Charlie got his wits about him. You know what I'm saying? Expat, you bring what you bring as far as your wisdom and your experience, and I value it all. So shout out, like I said, shout out to the panel. I'll see y'all on the next one. Charlie,
Shout out.
thanks for having me.
Appreciate you
And
pulling up, man, and being a part of this thing of ours.
You too.
hey, you
I
already
hope
know,
you
man,
come
this
back
thing
on the
going.
panel.
Oh yeah, definitely. I will be back. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for
So
sure.
shout out to y'all and I'll see y'all on the next
All right,
We'll
bless, bro.
get you
You have a
some
good one.
rest so you can go to work. You have a
one. All
good
right,
night's
later.
sleep.
Shout out to the young brother expat, man, that always pulling up, man. And like I say, he one of the brothers that's a part of this thing of ours, man. And like I say, it's been a pleasure to watch that young brother evolve. You know what I mean, and become a better version of himself, even in the little time that I have known him. So X-Pac is well on his way, man. Shout out. I mean, my bad. Foreign
Yeah,
Skies
I
is
know who you meant.
yeah.
Yeah,
Uh, Foreign Skies is well on his way, man. So shout out to that young brother, always showing love. But with that, I land.
I say, regardless of the circumstances you face, try to make the best of each day. People always think that they have more time in life. Tomorrow is never guaranteed.
Yeah. They say prepare for tomorrow, but live for today. I was believe it or not, I'm gonna share something with y'all. And maybe it's just because no, I don't think y'all I don't think I'm ready for that. But
Well,
go ahead.
usually I say don't allow your past to change you down. Use your present to create a better tomorrow. Do not worry about the future
Yeah.
because that's forever changing.
Okay. I tell people this also. Especially in America, it don't matter where you start. It only matter where you end.
You know? The
Like
life,
go ahead.
sorry, I say the life you deserve is the one you're willing to bring. You
That's a
know,
fact. That is a fact. But we're gonna get ready to close out in a second. KB, you got anything that you want to add, bro? Like, say that I'm tell you, KB. Let me give you your flowers too, bro. Like, I really fucks with you because if you believe something, you don't believe in nothing half-heartedly. Like, you believe in anything you say with your whole spirit. Like, cats are dogs and dogs are cats. You believe it and you will argue it to the death of you. So, I really dig that about you, young brother.
I mean, Charlie, it's not a matter of like belief. It's more of a matter of like, I think about these things a lot before I just say them and do them. You know what I'm saying? So it's like whenever we talk about these topics, none of these topics are new. Like I think about these things for hours and hours, and I read books about it and try to inform myself as much as I possibly can about these particular topics. Before I go in and say anything about it. So that's why when we talk, it kind of irks me. I'm like, come on, it's like we're talking. It's a good. He's a great orator. He makes great speeches, but there's a point where it's like, okay, the information good, and are we I mean, come on, is this something that is practical. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Well, I didn't mean it looked like you were going to say something.
No, go ahead. The floor is yours, bro.
You know, I don't always agree with everything a person does or says, but however, I do respect their right to live the life how they want to. That's their life. It's not my responsibility to control it. It's not, I can give my point of view, but it's not my point to criticize them on how they want to live their life. If they're happy with no regrets. Who am I to judge?
Um, to overseas expat. Yeah, overseas expat. Well, if someone says, for example, they love traveling, for example, like they just love cars, and they want a Ferrari, they want this, they want that, it's fine if you want to live a certain lifestyle, whatever that lifestyle may be, whether it's overseas, whether it's here in the United States, whatever it is. Maybe there's some people who they like granola, some people like cereal, other people they can't stand this, they can't stand that. Those are all differences that we can have that we can all agree on, right? And not agree on, but like if you eat the yogurt with a fork, it's not a big deal, you know. But when you but when we disagree on things that are just matter of fact, like when we start saying for like if someone came in and said, "Hey, the Earth's flat," I'm like, "Bro, it's not a." At that point, it doesn't become a lifestyle choice. It's like I'm not gonna allow you to just come around and start allowing like, "Hey, the Earth is flat." It's either it's flat or it's not, you know. And if it was just you saying it's Earth is flat, I could just ignore you, whatever, this dumb whatever. But when you hold certain ideas in your mind and then you express those ideas to other people, you're having an effect on the world. You know, if certain people, like if you were to say, for example, hey, slavery is like my lifestyle and I really enjoy it. I mean, that's a way to live life. But if you are putting that idea out, then, you need to kind of fight it. I'm not saying that we're talking about anything as close as like slavery or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying. But what I am saying is that when you have certain beliefs like, hey, this person might be better than this because he has X amount of money, or we should bend society or change society for this because this person produces something and this other person we think doesn't produce anything. I got a little bit of a problem with that.
Well, we're talking about certain topics, like Colin said, talking off the wall stuff, stuff that doesn't fit normality. A lot of times you just can let them keep talking and then we're not digging their own graves.
Yeah, I agree. Now, and that be the thing too, like especially when it comes to this traveling thing. Like I say, I have to, I will, and that's why a lot of people know me because I've called out of quite a few people in this space when they spread misinformation about places overseas, especially like when it comes to the DR. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, I'm not gonna allow anybody to like come on any panel that I'm on and say that certain things like, oh, all of these women they in love with me, but you're paying them. Like that doesn't make sense to me, and you're selling a false narrative. And I feel like I wouldn't be genuine to who I am if I didn't call that out. You know what I mean? It is what it is, but let's just be honest about it.
Well, I'm going to put one truth out there, whether people agree or not with it or not. It's the truth. Most women overseas, they're good women. They're seeking marriage. Things that are leading to marriage. They're not really looking for a good time. Just being with a guy that's over there for a holiday experience. So what does that leave for the rest of the men that go over there, that's go over there today or rent girlfriends? What type of women are those? It doesn't mean that they're all bad because they're in that position. But what can that possibly lead to?
Yeah, I agree. KB, you wanna chime in on that? Where you said most women overseas want relationships. Do you agree with that? Or good women?
Most good women want
No,
relationships.
you said most women are overseas. I mean, my apologies. Would you reiterate,
It's
expect?
it's I reckon to Tom, I'm mainly talking mainly in Southeast Asia where they
Okay.
more traditional family. Other countries they're a little more lax of it. Every culture has their own priorities. So it can apply, but it isn't really. It can apply to all around the world, and at the same time, it cannot. It just depends on the individual. But it's more in Southeast Asian countries.
Okay. Yeah, I think that what I've just been watching stuff and then throughout my just observing and stuff like that. I think I'm finna really give Asian women a shot, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Even though maybe they're not the aesthetic that I want, but they make up for what I want in other areas to where it might just work out. You know what I mean? Like
Well,
go ahead.
I get what you're saying, but there are Thai and Filipino women that cater themselves and try to create the body that black men like. Why? Because they're into black men.
Yeah, and that's what I'm looking for. That's why I'm gonna get out there. You might see me walking around your village one of these days, Impact. Hey, and you
I
ain't even gonna
doubt
see
it
me.
because you probably afraid. I doubt it because you probably afraid of snakes,
Oh yeah,
monitor
okay, yep,
lizards,
yep. That's the way to keep
equality.
me That's the way to keep me out. Like, no, we got snakes just hanging around. Like, yep, nope, you want to see me around that
Spiders
joint.
big as your hand.
Who's big as my hand?
Spiders in Thailand, they have some spiders
Why,
big as your hand.
why are they that big?
I have no clue. Maybe next time I see one, I rarely see one, but next time I see one, I'll take a picture of it. They have monitor lizards here that are 6 feet long, and the
Yeah,
Thai
no.
people call them crocodiles. And they do have small crocodiles here. It's just not throughout the whole country.
Okay, expat. Just say you don't want niggas out. I mean, just say you don't want people out there, because you said all like, we got crocodiles, we got lizards, we got spiders. Just don't come here. Like,
We got the black scorpion, the bark scorpion, cobras.
hey, maybe if I go somewhere and I put my roots down like that, I might be like that too. Like, listen, y'all don't want to come here, man. The water's brown. They got spiders that talk to you like Charlotte's Web. That wasn't a myth. They
Oh,
just really talk. Go ahead.
I'm not trying to scare anybody away. I'm just just giving them a fair warning ahead of time, and then they can decide whether it's not. Give me a second. I go see if I can find my snake pole that I have here. It's like a little long gripper that I grip snakes with that I
That's
deal with here.
crazy. Bro got tools for snakes, man. That's crazy. Shout
So,
out to DMV. Go ahead.
you know, I don't know how true this is, but I heard it online, so I guess it's true. Yeah, they're like, oh, the bigger the spider, the less dangerous it is. So they're like, oh, if it's a big spider, then you don't really got to be that scared.
See what
But
I'm talking about? That's how hey y'all, that's how we know KB grew up in a good neighborhood around like white people. That ain't no shit nobody gonna say for real. Who gonna say that? Like, how we gonna find out? You don't see us on like National Geographic, goddamn it. Look, it's a big fucking koala or fucking kangaroo. We don't do that, man. Come on, that's how we know. Talking about the bigger it is, the safer it is.
I searched up what the biggest spider in the world was, and it's something like a non-tarantula spiders, and they're like, oh, it's the banana spider, and I'm like, dang, that thing big as hell, and they're like, nah, it's harmless.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's crazy. Nothing that big gonna be harmless. Let me read these. DMV writes Charlie what flatback. He said, yeah, Charlie what flatback. What has the world come to? No, here's the thing. Okay, I think that's gonna be my next live, man. Do you guys want a seven, a 6 or a 7 that's real live cool to link with, real live cool to oh shit, X-Pac dropped down. Okay, there you go. God damn it, my bad. X-Pac had popped back up, and when I hit to bring him up, he dropped back down, so it had removed you. But no, it's just like, here's the thing. I think that's gonna be okay. Okay, I allude to a live that I've been considering. If you think about these Latin American chicks that's in America, bro, they are fucking problems. Look at the shit with what's the chick name? God damn it, Safari baby mama. What's it? Erica Mendez. Look at the shit with the chick that just came out talking about she want 50 bands a month. Like the fact that she wouldn't even say that. Listen, I sell cars, guys. I've sold a lot of cars in my day. In fact, that's one of my hustles. And from time to time I put a car on marketplace. Somebody will hit me up and start so far away from my what's name. I'd be like, don't worry about it, it's good. People hit me, oh, that was just my starting thing. You never know. We could have came. No, bro, you started so far apart to where I don't even want to do business with you. If I got a car on here for 6,000 and you offer me 1,000, I don't even want to talk to you. You see what I'm saying? We're so far apart to where, bro, before I sell you my car, I set it on fire and just get warm from the heat. You confuse me for somebody that actually need the money. You think I'm gonna go to jail or something? That's not the case. It's only here because I do this. So with you starting so far apart, I don't even want to do business with you. And I'm saying that to say about the chick that talking about she wanted 50 bands a month. That's crazy to me. You know what I mean? And I could point out case after case to where these Latin chicks is giving. Look at the shit with what's the little football player dude that just got he played football with with Shador. Like that shit giving him hell, man. You know what I mean? So yeah, no. But shout out to Tuton. Let me just read this right there. Shout out to Tuton. He said, I used to think the same thing about the Asian chicks, chicas. Then I cracked a bad one. She had my nose wide open. Oh, elaborate, Tuton. Like how? What did she do? Because here's the thing. If I'm enamored with you because what you bring into my life and stuff like that, not just by you looking good while you cooking breakfast, to me it's a decent trade-off. But what do I know? DMV say that's true. Are you referring to what KB was talking about with the spiders or to two-tone? Elaborate, please. But go ahead, expert.
Well, I was going to say I didn't see my snake pole. The next time you do a live, I'll see if I can find it. Sometimes people will borrow my snake pole and then they don't bring it back.
See, I don't even know if I want that to be my reality to it. Somebody got to come knock on my door and be like, "Hey man, let me borrow your snake pole. I'm gonna go to the store." Like, how does that work?
I live in a village. That's basically that it was developed in a jungle area. Even though it's now surrounded by rice field, the creatures still exist there.
That's crazy. Like it's like I think I may have arachnophobia, but I definitely don't fuck with like especially if they big like this, man. Ain't no way, bro. Like nah.
What about those coconut spiders big as your head?
Nah, fuck that. I'm cool on them things. You know what I mean? Like I just feel like there's some things out there to where they just not for me. You know what I mean? Like snakes and shit just regularly, they just not for me.
You don't like that location too much?
Say that again?
You don't like those locations too much?
Nah, I just don't think they for me. They might be good, cool for you or expat, but I just don't want to be in my everyday life. Oh no, that's just a 6-foot snake. That we call them swamp puppies. A lie. I'm cool on them, man.
Oh, I don't see them every day, but I have had encounters with them. It's like the little bark scorpion. It's gray, about big as a 9-volt battery. And everybody knows the emperor scorpion. The black scorpion, the big one. The little gray ones sting hurts worse than the bigger one.
See what I'm talking about? There's nothing like that a person like me should know. You see what I'm saying? Like that shouldn't be in my wheelhouse of knowing things.
Centipedes, millipedes.
Yeah, we got that here. Like we got centipedes that like they'll just show up in people's basement. I think they like, yeah, no.
Centipedes this long. The ones they have in Thailand are about this long. They have one that's maybe about 8 to 10 inches, but they got in some
I can't even
they
imagine
got over a foot long.
Like that. Here's the thing. I don't think God built me for places like that. You know what I mean? That's like when he made me, he's like, yeah, no, those places are not for you. They might be for places like KB and Expat. You know what I mean? But I'm cool. Like Like I'm telling you, listen, as much as I want to go to Australia, but I feel like everything that's bad lives in Australia. Like you might fuck around, be in Australia and see a fucking dinosaur. Oh no, that's just a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Fuck them. No, fuck that.
It's like in Australia, they have those little brown snakes. They're not the most poisonous one, but what makes them so dangerous is they blend in, they're hard to see, and if they strike or go after you, they're so quick, most of the time you don't have a reaction time for it. A lot of snakes, you don't have a lot of reaction time to, you know. That's why I got that 6 foot long pole. It's like a little gripper that I grip them and put them back.
Well,
if I can,
go ahead.
You know, that's for snakes that, you know, I can capture and release somewhere else. But if they present a problem, then, you know, I have to unalive them. You know, I can't have them bite me, my wife, or my dogs here. So it just depends. It just depends on circumstances.
That's too much, bro. That's too much, sir. Like if my people stayed over there, the only time we'll see each other is we FaceTime because I'm not coming. It's just too much, man. I'm cool on that. I'm super cool on that. I don't fuck that. Like man, a wild rock wilder, just about as exotic I get. You know what I mean? That's fuck that. Real quick, go ahead. Hold on, let me read this right fast. Two Tone say she did everything. She spoiled the shit out of me. She was smart and sexy. So what? Hold on, Two Tone. We gotta come on, brother. Come on to the front of the congregation. I don't know if you was congratulating her or complaining about her, but that sounds like too many goddamn it pluses for me. Like, are you one of those brothers that need some chaos in your life? Like, man, she did everything I told her to, man. She ain't talk back once. Like, come on, K, Two Tone. I need some more some context to that because I don't see nothing wrong with this comment right here. She's smart and sexy. Come on now. Come on, Two Tone. Come on, chime back in, good brother. But go ahead, X-Pac.
I think another thing I should mention is like if you move overseas where it's a very hot climate, your first 3 months you will lose a lot of weight due to the heat. Once you lose that weight, which the majority of people do, that's the time that you should try to work on yourself, exercise some, you know, to important to your health to try to get that weight off of. That's one advantage of going overseas.
Well, when I say over there, I'm not talking about where you at. You done already unsold it. I was thinking about, man, I'll pull up on the brothers outside of the country. But you already, this is closest to you can get, X-Pac.
Well, like I said, if you was going to go live in Thailand, you probably want to live near a bigger city in a suburb. Because a lot of times the cities will take care of the provinces around. So, like somewhere like a Chiang Mai, somewhere like a Bangkok, probably more suited. But I can't 100% guarantee you won't see a snake or monitor lizard or a spider or something like that. But the possibility of that happening is rare. But you live somewhere where, like in the middle of Thailand where I live, it becomes more presentable.
Yeah, I don't want to be that secluded, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. What I do know, I don't know why people would choose to do it. Is what I don't know. That's crazy to me. Listen, I would stay in Minnesota and deal with the snow before I go rock with that. That's just 6 foot
snow. Nah, bro, not tripping, man. I was with you, but then you went too far.
Nah. See, what you gotta understand is I didn't kicked it in the snow for years. You know what I mean? You just try not to fight on ice because it's hard to get power because you on ice and like it's gonna take away from your trajectory. But fuck that. So you rather go out there and deal with the snakes and the scorpions and the big ass spiders?
Yup. Well, fuck the snow, bro. I don't fuck with that shit.
Okay.
They don't usually present a problem for me. Most times.
See, those are conversations I don't have. Oh, they're harmless. Yep, nope.
No, they're not harmless. You got to be aware of surroundings, like a scorpion or spider or even a snake. If you lift up brush or anything like that, you have to be mindful of your surroundings.
Well, I know I seen
I
something.
gotta go. See you.
Go ahead, KB.
Yeah, I gotta head out.
Oh,
1 a.m.
okay. For
You.
sure. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think that nah, anywhere to be, well, not just I think, but I've seen something somewhere they say majority of snake bites come from people like just wandering up on them and don't see them. You know what I mean? Because by natures, snakes are not really aggressive, but if you step on them, that's just like what it is. And they would say people just wander up on them and they don't see them.
What usually happens with snakes is most of the time they hear you walking around making noise, they usually move away from the noise. The only two times they don't do that is when they're sunning because they're cold blooded, so you're trying to warm up the body. And the other time is when like a female snake is nesting around their eggs. So you do have to be careful. So like on a real full morning, when there's something up, it could be a snake there. You might see a snake sunning in the road. You know,
See what
there's
I'm talking
a
about?
road you can go on around it. Don't even bother. You know,
Yeah.
it's like a dog. You see a dog chained up. It says, "Beware of the dog." It's your choice if you want to walk up to it and try to pet it. And then if you get bit, whose fault is it? You know,
No,
just be
I think
aware,
that's
be
extremely.
mindful.
I think that's extreme. You said just like a dog that's on a chain with a sign. No. So you mean to tell me like the snakes out there, it's a sign before you see them?
No, but you can. Where does where do you mostly see snakes?
I don't mostly see them, sir. Well, down south, like it's been so little to where I mean, it's been so few times to where it's not really
Well,
like
yeah,
oh
I agree. I was raised around water moccasins, rattlesnakes, cottonmouths. So, you know, it's just a different version of a poisonous snake.
yeah, I want nothing to do with none of that, sir, at all.
Well, I mean, I don't really either. I don't go out there looking for them. I don't go out there looking for them just to mess with them, you know. But if they mess with me, if it comes to a point where it messes with me, it's a problem. You know, I try to capture them, move them to a different location. If I can't do that, then the next step is unalive them because you can't have them cause hurting me.
How
Or,
do you
you
go
know, you
about
catch them.
unaliving them?
Uh, I have a variety of tools here that can help me out from machete to hose to, they have like this long pole. It's like a sickle on a long pole, all kinds of different things.
Yeah.
But most it's illegal to really unalive them. But sometimes, you know, when it comes to you versus them, who you want to choose? You choose yourself.
Yeah, that's a fact. That is a fact. So yeah, no, that's to me is crazy, but I mean to each his own. Like KB said, he'll deal with that before he deal with the snow. I'm choosing the snow all day, every day. I just don't. Yeah, no, to know it could just be a snake. Scorpions, maybe, because I used to be out in Arizona a lot, maybe. But even so, that paired with all that other stuff, nah, I'm cool.
Well,
And but
like in
I know repellent over there, like snake and scorpion repellent.
mm, I'm sure they possibly got it, but who in a village can actually afford it? If I really wanted it,
Me?
I probably could order it online. Or you the typical local. No, most
Nah,
locals can't afford it. But yeah, I'm sure if you really wanted it, you could order it online.
yeah, nah, that's crazy to me. But I
They
guess
have
like you know,
they also have they have asp here, the asp snake that's poisonous. They have the redneck keelback snake that's poisonous here. But the thing is, the keelback snake, the fangs are so small, if they bite you, they rarely penetrate your skin enough to where it poisons you. But they actually poison you. They can poison you, and it just depends on where they bite you to whether they penetrate through your skin and poison your system.
yeah. Okay, guy. In other words, Expect say he's the only foreigner in his village, and he don't want to see none of y'all out there. He don't want to fuck with none of y'all. Like, don't come out
I
there to
think
his village. Go
I
ahead.
think in I think in my village there's another expat. He's from Germany, but he speaks German. I don't really try to be nice to him, but we don't have really much to converse about. He can speak Thai, so I can speak Thai to him. That overall, in the Tottenham area where I live, because there are different cities, different provinces in Tottenham. I think they said it's like 30 expats living in the area. I rarely ever see one.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's crazy. But I guess like I say, if it works for you, it works for you. Like I say, if I stay in Thailand, I'm more than likely looking at an apartment on the 30th floor. And the only reason why I'm reconsidering that because they said they had a little earthquake out there and they felt like they was going people in those high rises and stuff like that. It wasn't a fun ordeal. So there's
Yeah, I
that.
think a while back they had an earthquake in Bangkok. Well, the earthquake wasn't directly in Bangkok, but they felt the shocks from the earthquake.
What they
The
call it, the
epicenter.
tremors or something like that. The tremors or
I
something.
don't, I don't, I don't know exactly what it was, but it didn't. It damaged some buildings. The buildings that are established, it did damage them. I'm sure some people got hurt from that. But the main buildings that fell down were the really old buildings and the ones that were under construction. As far as that buildings that are kept in maintenance, that just had this normal damage and all that. I was in when I was in Chiang Mai for a year. They had a Category 5 earthquake, and it, all it did was shake the house and rattle the windows. It didn't do any damage, but like my house here, it's made of concrete. It's cinder block coated concrete.
Okay. Yeah, nah, that's what's up. It's just yeah. Like I said, I seen after that a lot of people talking about they're gonna stay in either like lower story buildings, like up from 1 to 4, opposed to staying those like 50-foot high rises. I mean, 50-floor high rises and stuff like that, just because they said it was a very scary ordeal. But
You
yeah,
talking about you talking about renting a condo,
yeah,
right?
for sure. Yeah, no,
But
I'm not buying anything.
well, you can rent homes here in Thailand. You can rent them in Bangkok, you can rent them in the suburbs, you can rent them in Chiang Mai, and all that. You don't necessarily have to have a building because if you rent a condo worried about earthquake and the building collapsing, whether you're on the first floor or on the top floor, it's going to be dangerous. It's just if
Well,
you're on the
yeah.
first floor, you might have a quicker chance of getting out of there.
Well, yeah, like I said, the one of the brothers was like talking about he's looking for apartment that's like only have anywhere from 1 to 4 floors in it, which would be like you say they could get out of there quickly. But opposed to that, yeah, no. Now here's the thing: the only reason why those apartments appeal to me so much to where because the amenities that come with them. If I could find a crib to where it's like around the same price and it has the pool and all of that stuff and it's in a great area, I would love to rent it. You know what I mean? But also, what comes with places like that, even with my apartment, it's a certain amount of security that's built into it. You know what I mean? Opposed to
So I just pose a question for you. And I'm not trying to figure out how much money you make or anything. It's just if you plan to live like you plan to live in Thailand, what is the most you're willing to pay per month for a place to stay in?
well, that's actually on the
A
sliding.
really oh a really nice place, which you would consider a top tier.
Well, from my research, like say I could get something extremely nice, far as apartment wise, for like $600 a month.
Yeah. I
You know
say
what I mean?
you like $600 a month, which would
Yeah.
be roughly 18,000 Thai baht. There's
Yeah.
really you can find condos and homes for that are fully furnished, already fully furnished. All you do is you walk in, do the necessities. A lot of them even have their own utensils and stuff.
You say that? Oh,
Appliances,
yeah.
not they have their own appliances already. You can just accommodate what they don't have. But when it comes to even renting a condo, you rent a condo, but you still got to pay for the water and electricity bill. internet is free, and most of the time, like if you rent a condo or a house, they want 3 months in advance on the the deposit. They want 3 months in advance for the deposit.
Yeah,
You
that's
get a contract, and take pictures of the place before you move in. That way, when if somebody tries to scam you, some problem saying that you caused this one, you didn't do it, and here's the pictures and stuff like that to back you up.
oh yeah, for
Like,
sure. No, what I'm saying, like, yeah, no, I'm completely fine with that. Like, say, because, like, say, I was looking at apartments in the DR, and I'm planning on paying it by the quarter. I like say I pay my first quarter on like when I move in, and before that quarter's over, I'll pay the next quarter. And like say because I was talking to some other brothers in the community to where if we was to go in on the spot, if I pay a quarter and he pay a quarter, that's a half a year. You know what I mean? But say in the DR to get probably what I want, it'll be anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. In the immediate city, I could probably get something outside of the city somewhere for like $700-800. But I want
yeah,
to be
that brings up another good thing. You said you're looking for roughly around $600 USD a month. If you go just outside the city, you can get something just the nice as the $600 place cheaper, or you can kind of upgrade more because it's cheaper just outside the city. So you can get something that's cheaper, that's the same quality, or you can upgrade a little bit if you want to. But it all comes down to doing your research and all that,
well, yeah,
and
for sure.
and it helps. It helps who you know too.
Yeah. Well, like I say, my first thing is to get out there, get boots on the ground, so I could really get a feel of it. But everybody that I have seen go out there, like, there's very few people that don't enjoy it. You know what I mean? They don't have a feel for it. So that's my thing. Like, say when I go out there, I'm probably gonna be out there like a minimum of 3 to 4 weeks. Just because when I went to Brazil and I was out there for like 9 or 10 days, it went by so fast to where I don't think I really got a chance to fully. I enjoyed myself, but it was like a blimp in history.
Well, like when you get to the stage when you finally decide that you're going to live overseas, I recommend at least spending 3 months in that area to see if you really like it or not. At bare minimum, at least a whole month. That way you get what they say acclimated to the area and you decide whether it's right for you or not. And because Thailand's right for me doesn't mean that it's right for you. There's like 93 countries, but all of them have different visa options. Some countries don't offer long-term visa options, so you have to do research to find out which one works best for you.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, no, I'm gonna figure it out. But as of now, I'm just traveling. Well, I just want to travel. I got to figure out something with my dogs and stuff like that. But even with that being said, I think I figured out a service, and even if it's not that service, I think I got another backup plan. My kinfolk that's like say out of state, he won't be home till probably like May, and I want to be. I got to travel before then because, like I said, I got a convention I have to go to, and I believe
Um,
April.
well, you said you had a dog, right? You can bring your dog with you. There's many condos and rent places that you can rent that accept that. But then you like just back home, you have to take care of them overseas just as well. Just depends
Right.
whether you want to do that. It's like I had a dog. I wound up giving it to my sister because I did. It was an older dog, and I didn't think it would do well in the heat.
Yeah. Then I got little bullies too, and they don't do well in the heat neither. So they're small and they're very muscular. So yeah, they probably not do well in the heat either. So there's that. But
But
either or, I figured out though. I'm not really tripping. My main goal as of now is just to travel and get and to get some wind at my back to get up out of here. Change some.
travel, enjoy life while trying to let others do the same. Problem is, a lot of people now stick their nose in the fuel business where it doesn't belong, especially back home.
Yeah, but that's life though. No matter what you do, like Jesus had haters. You know what I mean? So no matter what you do, it's gonna be people that's gonna dislike it, and you just gotta live for you, in my opinion. But there's that. But with that
Say,
being, go ahead.
I was going to say, my happiness doesn't need other people's approval. As long as I'm not hurting anybody in the process, breaking any laws or anything like that, as long as I'm happy with my regrets. And that's apply to everybody.
That's a fact, and I agree with it. That is definitely a fact. Like I'm not looking for the approval of anyone, and no matter what I do, it's going to be some people that disagree with it. So there's that. You know what I mean? I'm okay with letting them down. I'm just not okay with letting me down. You know, so there's that. But anything you want to say before we get up out of here? Because
No, we didn't talk long enough. I know you want to go, so thanks for having me on the panel.
for sure, man. Appreciate you pulling up, expat, and it's always a pleasure to converse with you, brother.
Nice person to you and to comment and other people on the panel.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. You know, you always welcome over here. And anytime you feel any type of way, SPay, I want you to feel free to voice yourself, man. Just because that's what we do over here, man. Everybody's somebody. You know what I mean? My thing is, I try to orchestrate and moderate in a fair manner, but like I say, I'm still human, so and it's still a work in progress. You know, so
Well,
go ahead.
I didn't, I didn't feel disrespected or anything. It's just something like I pointed out, like a lot of times you'll say, well, it's time I'm going to end this live stream. Is there any final words? And then it goes on for another hour or two.
Yeah, that's a fact. And you have pointed that out before. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. It's certain things that I just point out. It's just when I see it recurring over and over and over, that's when I usually point it out.
Yeah, for sure.
On a when it's just a little bit on a small occasion here and there, I don't even say nothing.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, no. It's always like I said, it's always a pleasure, man. And anytime well, if I said it once, I said it 100 times, man. You always welcome over here. Think sometimes it may get a little spicy, but you always welcome though. You know what I mean? So man, shout out to you, man. Appreciate you pulling up.
Have you ever noticed when it gets spicy, I just stick to one word and keep it fairly simple? A lot of times when it gets spicy, if I'm talking about sex and all that, I say keep your freaks up under the sheets where it belongs.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. I mean, you done chimed in a couple times, but there's that though. We understand. Like, say you more reserved, and
I
that's
try to, when I chime in, it's because I figured out a way to say it without getting too explicit or too spicy about it. You
right.
know,
For sure, for sure.
but I know you want to go, so I'll go ahead and leave. I don't want to keep you.
All right, appreciate you pulling up. I'm gonna try to go. Well, no, I'm not gonna say. Like, say we'll know. Like, I'll post it. What's name? I try not to say I'm gonna go live tomorrow unless I have 100% certainty that I'm gonna go live, and tomorrow's gonna be kind of busy for me. But I'm gonna try to go live though.
Yeah, tomorrow's never guaranteed. You never know what's going to happen.
Right.
But anyway, I'll go ahead and leave. Take care.
All right, appreciate you. Expect you have a great night. Well, great day.
Okay, you do same.
All right, bless. All right, y'all. That's it for me. Something that also I want to address is where Two Tone said he said I used to think the same thing about Asian chicks. He said I cracked a bad one. She had my nose wide open. I think I kind of misunderstood that because he probably was giving kudos because when Two Tone, shout out my good brother Two Tone, when he put this, I thought he was putting negative points in there, but as you can see, those are all like plus, plus, plus. Like, yeah, for sure. Especially if you get one that you could say bad. Come on, man. I'm with it. I'm with it, man. Like, say, come on. I like if I could find the baddie hunter, I'm with it. I mean, like I'm the baddie hunter. So if I could find baddies, I'm with it. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's a blessing and things of that nature. You guys don't forget to like and subscribe, man. It really really helps for you guys to subscribe, man. And something to where I'm saying, because I know we only got a few people left on here, I'd say this just, and I'm sure, like, say, the people here is more than less part of this thing of ours. So I'll say this, bro. Once I get to a thou subscribers, then I may be hosting something as far as a link up or something like that, man. So y'all make sure to hit the subscribe button if you ain't yet. I mean, if you haven't yet, and if you already subscribed, be sure to hit the like button. That helps tremendously. But this is Charlie Chan. Hold on. Yep. Charlie Chan TV, and we're gonna get ready to close out. And we gotta play an outro for sure. Hold on, where'd that go? For sure. So there's that, man. Y'all have a good one, and we out this joint, man. Bless to everybody that pulled up, and we out.
Ladies and gentlemen, fighting out the travel corner, the undisputed global contender, TV. Yeah. Bell ring ding. Charlie Chan. Step in the ring, yeah, he the man. Passport stand, I watch him land. Heavyweight moves, world in his hands. Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turned to a fan. Main event every time he land. Walk in the ring like Rio Carnival. Brazil nights feel unstoppable. Boca Chica sand, tactical. Blue mall drip, fashionable. Oxy vibes, traveler excellence. Got life waves at presence. Design of breakfast, elegance. Camera steady intelligence. Mr. Flight still made it. Turns her backs into greatness. Every L built patience. Now the arena shaking. He don't throw punches. He throw punches. Left hook angles. Confidence. Right hook at his dominance. Heavyweight grind, no nonsense. Charlie Chan. Step in the ring, yeah, he the man. Passport stand, I watch him land. Heavyweight move, world in his hand. Charlie Chan. Gloves laced tight, camera in hand. Every city turned to a fan. Main event every time he land. Carnival lights, championship, Brazilian nights, ownership. Ocean waves, that motion grip. Camera lock, no focus slip. Every vlog like title defense. Every upload makes silence tense. Algorithm can't stop the champ. He move global, no fence. Polo, fresh, clean, fit. Breakfast, views, lead, mix. Sand rounds, 3-minute clips. Every trip hit peak, metrics. He ain't loud, but the moves speak. From Island Heat to city streets. From turbulence to front row seats. Now the whole crowd on their feet. They doubted the vision. He tightened the gloves. They questioned the grind. He rose above. Now the lights flash bright. Every city prime time. Every vlog prime time. Yeah, prime time. Charlie Chan. Main event across the land. Yeah. From beachside sand to the stand. Heavyweight with the camera hand. Charlie Chan. Bell ring loud. He don't stand. World tour written in the plan. Undisputed travel chant. If you want it even more aggressive.
Bless y'all. Y'all have a blessed night. We out.